Exposing Christianity. Copyright 2005, 2013, Joy of Satan Ministries. Library of Congress No. 12-16457. Preface. Because of being steeped in, believing in, and living a lie, in the advanced stages of Christianity, the Christian takes on an artificial appearance and begins to look like the lie. The well-known pasty look with the smiley mask. The lie emerges in the physical self. Concerning the powers of the mass mind. The power of the united thought of a number of people is always far more than the sum of their separate thoughts. It would be more nearly represented by their product. The Astral Body and Other Phenomena by Lieutenant Colonel Arthur E. Powell. Copyright 1927. The following articles provide proof that everything in the Christian religion and in the Bible has been stolen from other religions that predated it from all around the world. Christianity is a tool for removing spiritual/occult knowledge from the populace so this power can be kept in the hands of a few to manipulate and enslave the masses. To really understand the Bible and see the truth, one must be very well educated in the occult. The mass mind is very powerful. When one studies long enough and acquires advanced knowledge of the occult, the truth is utterly shocking. The entire Judeo-Christian Bible is a hoax of catastrophic proportions with a very clear objective using subliminal means and the channeled psychic energy of believers. Whenever Christianity or its cohorts took control of a country or region, the ancient spiritual texts and records were removed and or destroyed, and those who had spiritual knowledge were mass murdered by the Inquisition. This took out of circulation the very knowledge those in power have used and still use to manipulate the ignorant population using spiritual/occult power. The Bible is one of the most powerful subliminal tools used by a select few to enslave the masses. Most people are unaware of this because they lack knowledge regarding the occult, thought power, and psychic energy. The powers that be work to reinforce the belief that the occult powers of the mind and spirit are nonsense or just plain bunk. Destroying the ancient records allowed an alternative invented history to be written which has disconnected humanity from its true origins. Controlling history is important because if one manipulates how people see what we call the past, this influences the present and the future. The entire Bible is an extremely powerful subliminal tool full of occult numbers, messages, allegories, and stolen material, which has been corrupted from ancient religions. In addition, this book has been infused with psychic energy and power to instill fear and to make it believable. When one's eyes are opened and one has the necessary knowledge, the spell will no longer be effective. The entire underlying theme of the 4. Judeo-Christian Bible is the establishment of the fictitious history of the Jewish people in the mass mind. What the mass mind believes has power and the energy to make manifest in reality, as thoughts are energy. There are vacuum-sealed vaults in the Vatican Library containing thousands upon thousands of ancient esoteric books from around the world that have been stolen and hoarded over the years and kept out of public circulation. The Catholic Church, which is the root of the Christian religion, is controlled by a secret society that has abused occult power to enslave the masses. The end goal is the total enslavement of humanity, which they have worked towards relentlessly and ruthlessly. All of this has directly affected each and every one of us. Humanity has suffered unnecessarily because of the denial of this knowledge. People have been coerced over the centuries into paying for their own damnation to the tune of billions and billions of dollars to keep this lie prospering and continuing strong. The survival and prosperity of this vicious hoax on humanity requires only one thing: a lack of knowledge. Contrary to what most people have been indoctrinated with, Judaism, Christianity and Islam are relatively new religions. Humanity goes back tens of thousands of years. These three have worked relentlessly to keep us from spiritual/occult knowledge and using this power, of which all of us have. These so-called religions are built upon murder, torture, and lies, and the only way any lie of this magnitude can survive is to create more and more lies and destroy the peoples who know the truth. Christianity is nothing more than a program. There is nothing religious or spiritual about it. Millions of people suffer depression, hopelessness, and confusion about life. The soul needs light, and very few know this or actively practice the power meditation that will literally save their own souls. Because of a lack of knowledge and ignorance of the occult, humanity as a whole has been placed under a powerful spell using occult power and indoctrinated not to question concerning these three so-called religions. This has been reinforced by centuries of Christians being duped into supplying their psychic energy and souls to be channeled into perpetuating this lie, which in the end will only benefit a select few. Everything that the Christians accuse the devil of is really of their own God. A murderer and a liar from the beginning. Human-hating. He deceiveth all of the nations. Quote from the Jewish Talmud. Simeon had arson, following 56d, when the Messiah comes every Jew will have 2,800 slaves. 5. Table of Contents. Exposing the Old Testament 7. Exposing the New Testament 19. Jehovah, a murderer and a liar from the beginning 27. The Truth About Jesus Christ 41. YHVH, The Truth About Yahweh Jehovah. Taking the Mask Off of Christianity 45. The Real Tetragrammaton, Further Exposing Christianity 49. Jehova and Human Blood Sacrifice 55. The Christian Mass and How It Ties into Jewish Ritual Murder 65. The Holy Bible, A Book of Jewish Witchcraft 69. Mind Control Programming and the Bible 75. Christianity, Communism, the Jews and the Bible 81. Communism's Christian Roots 85. Illumination on the Illuminati 93. The Truth About the New World Order 97. The Temple of Solomon 101. The Truth About Christian Charity 105. The New World Order and the Christian Churches 109. Murderers, thieves, and liars, Christianity has nothing of its own 115. The Stolen Year 121. Why Christianity Attacks Sexuality 125. The Inquisition, A History of Christian Torture, Mass Murder and Destruction of human life 129. The Christian Program and Purpose 143. The Bible, a Jewish conspiracy and hoax on the Gentiles 145. The Subliminal Message of the Judeo-Christian Bible. Jewish Supremacy over Gentiles 153. The Ubiquitous Nazarene 155. Jesus Christ, the Nazarene, the worst sinner of them all 157. The Jesuits, the Society of Jesus 167. 6. The Ten Commandments 171. The Truth About Angels 179. How Jehovah's Witnesses have been predicting the end of the world for over 100 years 181. Copy of a Catholic Confession Primer 185. Breaking Free of Christianity 189. 7. Exposing the Old Testament. Most Christians and many others believe the Judeo-Christian Bible to be the Word of God. In truth, nearly everything within the Bible was stolen and corrupted from pagan religions that predated Judeo-Christianity from hundreds to thousands of years, from all around the world, and in particular, the Far East. We shall destroy God. Quote from the Protocols of the Learned Elders of Zion. The Hebrew-written 5 books of Moses, also known as the Pentateuch, along with the Torah, were stolen and corrupted from the Egyptian tarot. Note: Torah is an anagram of tarot. The most noted example of the tarot is the 78-card pack sold in many stores nowadays and used for fortune-telling. The tarot consists of 5 suits where the 5 was stolen and corrupted from the wands/rods of fire, the swords of air, the cups of water, the pentacles of earth, and the trump of quintessence/ether. The trump suit was omitted from the standard deck of playing cards, and all that remains of the trump is the Fool card, which was kept as the Joker. All of these are elements: fire, earth, air, water, and ether of the human soul and the message of the tarot. Aside from its divination capabilities is the magnum opus, which leads to physical and spiritual perfection and immortality. All of this was stolen and corrupted into a fictitious history of the Jews, which has nothing whatsoever to do with spirituality. The Jewish Talmud instructs the Jewish people to destroy Gentiles and enslave them, as YHVH in reality is the Jewish people. Quote from the Talmud. Sanhedrin 5:8b. If a heathen Gentile hits a Jew, the Gentile must be killed. Hitting a Jew is the same as hitting God. The fictitious Jewish god Yahweh/Jehovah's name was inserted, replacing the names of many Gentile/pagan gods. The entity Jehovah is fictitious. The name Jehovah was stolen from the Roman god Jove for 1. The pious Dr. Parkhurst proves, from the authority of Diodorus Siculus, Varro, Saint Augustine, etc., that the Iao, Jehovah, or Ieue, or Ie of the Jews was the Jove of the Latins and Etruscans. Yahweh/Ieue was additionally the Egyptian sun god Ra. Ra was the Father in heaven, who has the title of Hoi the Eternal, from which the Hebrews derived the name Eha. Jewish mystical tradition viewed the original Jehovah as an androgyne, his/her name compounded as Yah, Jod, and the pre-Hebraic name of Eve, Hava, or Hawa, rendered he vav he in. Hebrew letters. The 4 letters together made the sacred Tetragrammaton. Yahweh, the secret name of God. We can also see where the antagonistic story of Zeus, Jove and Prometheus was used to promote the concept of a rebellious God who was condemned and ostracized for bringing knowledge to humanity. 1. 8. Humanity's original religion was polytheistic, having many different gods. In the original Hebrew Bible, the word Elohim is used. In spite of the monotheistic endeavors of the compilers and editors of the Book of Genesis, struggling to proclaim faith in a sole deity in a world that in those days believed in many gods, there remain numerous slip-ups where the biblical narrative speaks of gods in the plural. The very term for deity, when the Lord is not specifically named as Yahweh, is not the singular El but the plural Elohim. 2. The dual aspect of Christianity was stolen from the duality of Zoroastrianism, which preceded the Christian religion by centuries. 3. Yahweh/Jehovah replaced Ahura Mazda, and the old gods who were the original gods Ahriman, which is Aryan and means noble in Sanskrit, were labeled as evil in order to establish the supreme monotheism of Yahweh/Jehovah. The original gods were turned into demons and monsters which represented evil. 4. Most wound up in the Goetia. Note the similarity of the root goet meaning devil and the derogatory Jewish word for Gentile, which is goy or plural, goyim. This excerpt quote from the Catholic Encyclopedia is very revealing. In the same way the Greeks and Romans may have worshipped their divinities, fondly believing them to be good. But the Christian scriptures declare that all the gods of the Gentiles are demons. Catholic Encyclopedia, Devil Worship. http://www.newadvent.org/cathan/04767a.htm. Demons are the gods of the Gentiles. Mithra, the celestial intermediary between Ahura Mazda and Ingram Menu. Ahriman, has numerous striking parallels with the Nazarene Jesus Christ. Mithra was a savior, who like the Nazarene was announced by prophets, whose birth took place in a cave. Many accounts of the birth of the Nazarene claim that he also was born in a cave, and the appearance of an exceptional star, Mithra, would later supplant Vishnu, who in pre-Zoroastrianism Vedism had been the world's savior. 5. The following is proof of the many different and diverse sources of which the authors of the Judeo-Christian Bible stole from. The Creation/Genesis. The Enuma Elish predated the Bible by a minimum of 1,000 years, and is presumed to be much older. The tablets are now in the British Museum. The Atrahasis story predates the biblical Genesis account by over 1,000 years or more. Both of these creation accounts predate Christianity and the Judeo-Christian Bible by centuries. Both reveal there were gods, not one God. This is where the Jews made mistakes, along with the many contradictory scriptures. It is glaringly obvious the Judeo-Christian Bible is not the word of God. The foolish Bible-thumping idiots rant and rave how God is perfect. Right. There is another contradiction. Both of these creation accounts predate 9. Christianity and the Judeo-Christian Bible by centuries. Both reveal there were gods, not one God. Genesis chapter 1, verse 26 reads, "And God said, Let us make man in our image, after our likeness." This right here debunks the Jewish monotheistic Yahweh myth. The extraterrestrial God, known as Satan, created human beings through genetic engineering, and several other gods/goddesses were involved in the creation. See the image of the Sumerian creation below. This was originally carved in rock, thousands of years old, predating Judeo/Christianity. The Flood. The flood story from Gilgamesh predates the Christian account by well over 1,000 years or more. The Judeo/Christian Bible claims that Yahweh incited the flood. In truth, Enlil allowed the flood to take place. Tracing Enlil's origins here on earth, we have found he is also known as Bel, which evolved into the name Baal and eventually Beelzebub, who was god of the Philistines. The flood is another ancient allegory that was stolen and corrupted from the original pagan religions and has to do with the flood of energy during the working of the magnum opus, after which there are visions of colors, indicating an important stage has passed. The allegory of the colors is where the Jewish scriptwriters got the rainbow and Jacob's coat of colors, the aura. Allegories and concepts were stolen and corrupted into unsavory Jewish characters for Gentiles to slavishly worship. Sacred religious teachings intended for humanity to evolve spiritually were desecrated and replaced with Jewish literary trash. These fictitious Jewish characters have nothing whatsoever to do with spirituality or advancing one's soul. Noah built an ark. Ea warned Ziusdraakautnapishtim, not Noah, about the impending flood and instructed him on building an ark. The legend is Sumerian and Akkadian/Babylonian in origin. The Atrahasis epic is the Akkadian/Babylonian account of the Great Flood. A dove returned to the ark with an olive branch, signifying the flood was over, and the waters receded. In the original Sumerian account, a raven, instead of a dove, finds dry land. 6:10. The Tower of Babel. Again, more than one god is involved. Also, the gods departed from the earth during the flood. Note gods. The Bible claims that Yahweh confused the languages of the peoples, constructing the Tower of Babel. This is not so. Again, the Jewish authors of the Judeo/Christian Bible screw up, and evidence of more than one God is plain to see. Genesis chapter 11, verse 7. Let us go down and there confound their language, that they may not understand one another's speech. Again, more than one God is involved. Note the us. The Tower of Babel is another allegory. In ancient times, humans could communicate telepathically, without words. This was taken from us, but is now becoming a reality again, as many of us are experiencing this through the opening of the mind and soul through power meditation. The Ten Commandments. Many of the Old Testament laws, along with the Ten Commandments, were stolen from the Code of Hammurabi. Below is a photo of the basalt stele showing the Sumerian sun god Shamash giving Hammurabi the tablet listing the laws. Shamash is also known as Azazel, the leader of the so-called fallen angels, the Agigi Nordic extraterrestrials, who took human wives. Example, Exodus 20:16 Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor. 11. Stolen from the Code of Hammurabi. 3. If a seigneur came forward with false testimony in a case, and has not proved the word which he spoke, if that case was a case involving a life, that seigneur shall be put to death. More stolen from the Code of Hammurabi. Exodus 21:24 Eye for eye, tooth for tooth, hand for hand, foot for foot. Hammurabi 196. If a seigneur has destroyed the eye of a member of the aristocracy, they shall destroy his eye. Hammurabi 200. If a seigneur has knocked out a tooth of a seigneur of his own rank, they shall knock out his tooth. The Sumerian Code. The Ur-Nammu Code is the oldest ancient Near Eastern law code recovered by archaeologists. The Sumerian Code from 1800 BCE belongs to this oldest enduring legal tradition. The Hittite Code. While Hittite law was similar in many ways to the Hammurabi law codes, the Hittite Code, containing 200 paragraphs of regulations, demonstrates a tolerance for sexual immorality with a strong emphasis upon financial concerns. The Hittites cultivated barley and wheat, brewed a barley beer. Silver pieces were circulated as currency. The Middle Assyrian Code, decreed by Tiglath-Pileser I, Emperor of Assyria from 1115–1077 BCE. Originally a legal code emphasizing the social concerns and interests of the Assyrian government. Discovered in 1903 at Ashur in Iraq. Written in cuneiform on 15 baked clay tablets. Numerous laws in the biblical books of Exodus, Deuteronomy and Leviticus have been stolen from the Assyrian Code. The Neo-Babylonian Code. The writings in the biblical book of Proverbs were stolen from numerous sources. The words of Ahikar. Ahikar was an advisor to Sennacherib, king of Assyria from 704 to 681 BCE. In 1906, German archaeologists excavated a copy of his teachings, inscribed upon 11 sheets of palimpsest papyrus, from the debris of Elephantine, which is today part of the city of Aswan in southern Egypt. Parallels. Whoso curseth his father or his mother, his lamp shall be put out in obscure darkness. Province 20:20. Stolen from 12. Whosoever takes no pride in the names of his father and mother, may the sun not shine upon him. Ahikar 9:137. Underscore 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 un. He who spares the rod hates his son, but he who loves him is careful to discipline him. Province 1324. Stolen from. Withhold not thy son from the rod, else thou wilt not be able to save him from wickedness. Ahikar 6:81. Underscore 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 un. Through patience a ruler can be persuaded, and a gentle tongue can break a bone. Province 25:15. Stolen from. Soft is the utterance of a king, yet it is sharper and stronger than a two-edged knife. Ahikar 7:105. The teachings of Amenemopet. Amenemopet, son of Kanzasnacht, taught in Egypt between 1200 to 1000 BCE. The text is found in British Museum Papyrus 10474 and a portion on a writing tablet in Turin, Italy. The papyrus is said to have come from Thebes and is speculated to be of the 10th and 6th centuries BCE. Parallels. Pay attention and listen to the sayings of the wise, apply your heart to what I teach, for it is pleasing when you keep them in your heart and have all of them ready on your lips. Province 17-18. Stolen from. Give they ears, hear what is said. Give they heart to understand them. Let them rest in the casket of thy belly, that they may be a key in thy heart. Amenemopet 3:10. Underscore 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 un. Do not exploit the poor because they are poor, and do not crush the needy in court. Province 22-22. 13. Stolen from. Guard thyself against robbing the oppressed, and against overbearing the disabled. Amenemopet 2:1. Underscore 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 un. If your enemy is hungry, give him food to eat. If he is thirsty, give him water to drink. In doing this, you will heap burning coals on his head, and the Lord will reward you. Province 25:21-22. Stolen from. Leave him in the arms of the God. Fill his belly with bread of thine, so that he may be sated and may be ashamed. Amenemopet 5:8. Underscore 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 un. Do not move an ancient boundary stone or encroach on the fields of the fatherless, for their defender is strong, he will take up their case against you. Province 23:10-11. Stolen from. Do not carry off the landmark at the boundaries of the arable land, nor disturb the position of the measuring cord. Be not greedy after a cubit of land, nor encroach upon the boundaries of a widow. Amenemopet 7:12-15. Underscore 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 un. Better a little with the fear of the Lord than great wealth with turmoil. Province 15-16. Better a little with righteousness than much gain with injustice. Province 16:8. Stolen from. Better is a measure that the God gives thee, than 5,000 taken illegally. Amenemopet 8:19. This one also smacks of the Nazarene feeding the 5,000. underscore 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 un. Better a meal of vegetables where there is love than a fattened calf with hatred. Province 1517. Better a dry crust with peace and quiet than a house full of feasting, with strife. Province 17, 1. 14. Stolen from. Better is bread when the heart is happy than riches with sorrow. Amen. Mopet 9, 9. Underscore 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 un. Do not make friends with a hot-tempered man, do not associate with one easily angered, or you may learn his ways and get yourself ensnared. Province 22, 24, 25. Stolen from. Do not greet thy heated in thy violence, nor hurt thy own heart thereby. Amen. Mopet 13, 8. Underscore 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 un. You will vomit up the little you have eaten and will have wasted your compliments. Province 23, 8. Stolen from. The mouth full of bread too great thou swallowest and vomitest up. Amen. Mopet 1413. Underscore 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 un. Do not boast about tomorrow, for you do not know what a day may bring forth. Province 27, 1. Stolen from. Do not spend the night fearful of the morrow. At daybreak what is the morrow like? Man knows not what the morrow is like. Amen. Mopet 1911. Underscore 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 un. Many are the plans in a man's heart, but it is the Lord's purpose that prevails. Province 1921. In his heart a man plans his course, but the Lord determines his steps. Province 16, 9. Stolen from. One thing are the words which men say. Another is that which God does. Amen. Mopet 1915. Underscore 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 un. Have I not written 30 sayings for you, sayings of counsel and knowledge? Province 2220. 15. Stolen from. See thou these 30 chapters. They entertain, they instruct. They are the foremost of all books. Amen. Mopet 27, 5. The teachings of Ptahhotep. Ptahhotep taught around 2450 BCE, during the 5th dynasty of the Old Kingdom of Egypt. His teachings were preserved on both clay tablets and papyrus sheets and are presently at the Bibliothèque Nationale in Paris. In addition to the Book of Proverbs, many of the writings in the books of Ecclesiastes and Sirach were also stolen from the teachings of Ptah-hotep. Egyptian love songs. The Egyptian love songs are 1,000 plus years older than those in the Song of Solomon. The parallels are unmistakable. The papyrus Harris 500 was discovered at Thebes in the Ramesseum complex in the Karnak temple. The visions of Nefertiti. Both the biblical books of Kings and Daniel echo the scenario of entertaining a king along with the prediction of his downfall. The theme of the slave who would be king is repeated in the story of Hagar, Genesis chapters 16 and 21. The visions of Nefertiti dates back to the reign of the pharaoh Snefru 2680, 2565 BCE. He calls for Nefertiti to entertain him. Nefertiti predicts the downfall of the Old Kingdom and the establishment of a new dynasty by Amenemhet I 1991. 1786 BCE. Also, most of what was written in the biblical books of Exodus, Leviticus and Deuteronomy was taken from the above, not from Yahweh. There are Siens who are stupid enough to believe their Yahweh is the only God. No gods before me. More stolen. The story of Joseph and Potiphar's wife, Genesis chapter 39. Stolen from the story of Anubis and Bata, Egyptian in origin. Parallels to the Moses story. The birth of Sargon. The birth of Horus. 1. The secrecy factor surrounding the birth. 2. The placing in a reed basket, covered with bitumen. 3. The setting in a river. 4. The recovery and adoption. Much of the biblical book of Psalms was stolen from the hymn to the Aten. The hymn to the Aten can be found in the tomb of I. 1365, 1348 BCE. 16. The stories of Baal and Anat. Inscribed upon 6 clay tablets, in the Ugaritic language, cuneiform script. Circa 1400 BCE. The Lament for Ur. Many of the writings in the biblical book of Joshua were stolen from the El Amarna letters. The Stele of Merneptah. More stolen writings in the biblical book of Judges. The story of Akkad. The diary of Wen Amen. The Gezer Almanac. The biblical books of Samuel and Kings also contain much stolen material from the Mari prophecies. The Stele of Mesha. The Karatepe inscription. The Annals of Shalmaneser III. The Black Obelisk of Shalmaneser III. The Annals of Tiglath-Pileser III. The Annals of Sargon II. The Siloam inscription. The Yafnyam inscription. The Lachlish letters. The Arad Ostraka. The Annals of Sennacherib. The Annals of Nebuchadnezzar II. More stolen material in the biblical books of Ezra and Nehemiah from the Cylinder of Cyrus. More stolen stories and writings in the biblical books of Job and Ecclesiastes. The story of Keret. Here is the original story of Job, written in the Ugaritic language cuneiform script, composed circa 1400 BCE by Elimilku the scribe. This epic involves Keret and the god Elevation, not Job and Jehovah. Keret's family tragedies and illness are comparable with the story of Job. In the original tale, Satan never even entered into the picture. The sufferer and the soul. The farmer and the courts. 17. The Sufferer and the Friend. As we can see from the above, the Christian religion is based upon stolen material that has been twisted, warped, and distorted to manipulate, confuse and incite fear into humanity. It has taken the original God and creator of humanity Ea/Enki aka Satan/Lucifer and turned him into an assumed enemy of humanity. We shall destroy God, the protocols of the learned elders of Zion. Christianity has been used to blaspheme, ridicule and malign the old gods, create estrangement and enmity from legitimate deities of which it replaced with the false god Yahweh/Jehovah. In addition, this monstrous program is used as a tool to create a defenseless mentality, that of a slave, to psychologically disarm the Gentile populace into accepting communism, another Jewish Brotherhood program. It is often said that the true evil cannot create anything. Everything of the true evil is artificial. In truth, God and the devil are backwards. This foul religion's entire foundation is composed of stolen material. In addition, it is anti-life and suicidal. There is nothing at all spiritual about it. The purpose of all of this is to completely cut humanity off from the true Creator God who is Satan. In doing so, the reptilian aliens and those who are working for them will achieve the goal of enslaving the human race through the Jewish program of communism. Satan gives us knowledge and power. Without him, humanity has nothing. The true evil is also known as the master of lies and deception. What greater deception is there for followers of these religious scams to curse and blaspheme their own Creator? Many of the ancient pagan religions such as the Greeks and the Romans shared legends and pantheons. This is entirely different from Christianity, that has worked relentlessly and brutally to destroy any and all other religions, claiming it to be the only true one. In the secret of my knowledge there is no God but me. Satan. From Peace Be Unto Him. References. 1. The Christ Conspiracy, the greatest story ever sold by Acharya S. pages 94. 95. 2. The Stairway to Heaven by Zecharia Sitchin, page 99. 3. World Book Encyclopedia article on Zoroastrianism, copyright 1989. 4. A History of the Devil by Gerald Messady. 5. Cambridge Illustrated History of Religions, edited by John Boker. Pages 216. 217. 6. Mesopotamia by Pamela F. Service, page 44. Other references. The Holy Bible, King James Version. 18. The Ancient Near East, Volume I, edited by James B. Pritchard, copyright 1958. Old Testament Parallels, Laws and Stories from the Ancient Near East by Victor H. Matthews and Don C. Benjamin, copyright 1991. A History of the Devil by Gerald Messady, copyright 1993, 1996. Encyclopaedia Britannica. 19. Exposing the New Testament. It has served us well, this myth of Christ. Pope Leo X 1475–1521 *. The myth of the resurrection. Stolen. The resurrection is a common theme found in numerous completely different Religions throughout the world, symbolic of a descent to the underworld and a later return. Mesopotamia, Ishtar's/Inanna's descent and return. She was resurrected from the dead. Egypt, Osiris, god of the underworld, was resurrected. Greece, Persephone's descent into the underworld and return. The list of resurrected gods is extensive and is based on concept, not actual characters. This allegory is based upon the magnum opus and what is known as the Nigrodus stage. For more information, read the article exposing spiritual corruption, spiritual alchemy and the Bible. The numerous Trinities. Anu, Enlil and Ea, the Christian Church stole their God the Father, and God the Son from this one. Bel Saturn, Jupiter Bel, and Baal Kam. Brahma, Vishnu, and Siva. Mithra, Varuna, and Indra. Jupiter, Juno, and Minerva. Osiris, Isis, and Horus. Three-bodied goddess Hecate. Three-headed Scylla. Triune divinities of the Cabiri. Three-headed dog, Cerberus. Taoism, the Trinity San Qing, three pure gods. Yu Qing Jade pure. Shang Qing Upper pure and Tai Qing Great pure. Manju Bosatsu, Fujian Bosatsu and the historical Buddha called the Shaka Trinity, Shaka Sanzon. Kansas spirit or ether, Ba body, and the Ankh immortality. Thomas stability, Satway orderliness, Rajas restlessness. From the Guna Sanskrit translation. Artemis, Aphrodite, and Hecate. Korat, Persephone, and Demeter. Shen spirit, Si high vitality, and Qing essence, the three treasures of Taoist Wai Tai internal alchemy. Alpha, Omega, and Iota. The Devil's Trident, the Trishul. Of course, we can't forget the Father, the Son and the Holy Ghost. 20. The Nazarene's crucifixion is nothing new. Acts 5:30. The God of our fathers raised up Jesus, whom ye slew and hanged on a tree. I Peter 2:24. Who his own self bare our sins in his own body on the tree, that we, being dead to sins, should live unto righteousness, by whose stripes ye were healed. The Norse god Odin preceded Jesus the Christ. Odin hung from a tree and experienced a death of sorts to obtain knowledge. Through being reborn, he obtained gnosis, advanced spiritual knowledge, as did the Egyptian god Set, who was crucified on a cross known as a furka. 1. In addition, Krishna, Marsyas, Dodonian, and Zeus also hung from trees. This is also the meaning of the hanged man card in the tarot. The Buddha also sat beneath a bo tree. Bo is of boa, meaning serpent, the Kundalini. The tree is an ancient depiction of the human soul, with the trunk being symbolic of the spine and the branches symbolizing the 144,000 nadis, with the leaves and fruits symbolizing the fruits of meditations, the life force and powers of the mind and soul. In addition, Krishna, Marsyas, Dodonian, and Zeus also hung from trees. 144,000 is another Jewish/Christian biblical corruption of an allegory having to do with the nadis of the human soul, of which are special pathways for the life force. Below is a further list of gods who hung from trees. Tammuz of Syria, 1160 BCE. Witaba of the Telanganese, 552 BCE. Iao of Nepal, 622 BCE. Iao is often spelt Jo. Sound familiar? This is the root of the Hebrew god Jehovah. Hessus of the Celtic Druids, 834 BCE. Note the similarity of Hessus with Jesus. Quetzalcoatl of Mexico, 587 BCE. Quirinus of Rome, 506 BCE. Prometheus, 547 BCE. In the account of the crucifixion of Prometheus of Caucasus, as furnished by Seneca, Hesiod and other writers, it is stated that he was nailed to an upright beam of timber to which were affixed extended arms of wood, and that this cross was situated near the Caspian Straits. Thales of Egypt, 1700 BCE. Indra of Tibet, 725 BCE. Alstos of Euripides, 600 BCE. Aedes of Phrygia, 1170 BCE. Crite of Chaldea, 1200 BCE. Bali of Orissa, 725 BCE. Mithra of Persia, 600 BCE. The above list was taken from the book The World's 16 Crucified Saviors by Kersey Graves, 6th edition, 1960. 21. Also, regarding the name Jesus, the 5 letters represent the 5 elements: fire, earth, air, water, and quintessence of the human soul. The fictitious character was stolen from pagan allegories. He was said to have lived 33 years, which correspond to the vertebrae of the human spine where the Kundalini serpent ascends, which transforms the human mind and soul into super consciousness. This is what is meant by a 33rd degree Mason. The 2 others who were crucified along with the Nazarene make up another trinity and are again allegories of the 3 major sections of the soul where there is a cross of energies, the main being the neuter heart chakra, larger cross, where the shoulder chakras have wings, and the 2 smaller hip and 6th chakras. 4. Those of you who are unfamiliar with the occult, study everything on this website, and also the Joy of Satan website, which is very revealing regarding spiritual knowledge. The Nazarene was invented from a concept. The Nazarene is what is known as the Chi, the witch power, Prana, and other terms for the powers of the human mind and soul. The many depictions of halos indicate the risen serpent of Satan, also known as the Kundalini. The cross was originally equal-armed and is the shape of the human soul. This has been hideously corrupted as well. The Jesus Saves bunk that Christians parrot out like a pull on the cord child's toy is false. In reality, only your own powers will save you. Through power meditation, we can heal ourselves and survive situations that will prove disastrous to those who lack this knowledge. The ascended serpent is the prerequisite for the magnum opus working that makes one physically and spiritually perfect and immortal. This is another area where the deluded Christians keep repeating the everlasting life phrase without any idea of what it really is, means, or how to obtain it. The Latin cross was not a part of Christianity until the 7th century and not fully acknowledged until the 9th century. Primitive churches preferred to represent the Nazarene with the lamb. The lamb, by the way, is another stolen symbol. The Lamb of Easter is represented by the sign of Aries, the ram, which begins on March 21st of every year. The lamb was also carried by Hermes and Osiris. The spring lamb, symbolic of when the sun enters the sign of Aries, which is symbolized by the ram, also has to do with beginning the magnum opus working. 22. Christian holidays have been stolen as well. All coincide with pagan holidays and noted times of the year. Easter was stolen from Astaroth, originally known as Ashtar. This holiday coincides with the vernal equinox of spring, when day and night are of equal length. This holiday is known as Easter to the Anglo-Saxons. As the goddess of fertility, she was associated with rabbits and eggs. The Christians stole this holiday and corrupted its meaning. Other names for the holiday include Easter, Easter, Eos, Eostra, Esther, Estrus. Estrus is when an animal goes into heat. Mating season, Estrus, Oistros, and Ostera. Again, the Lamb of God was stolen from the zodiac sign of Aries, the ram, which occurs every spring. The Yule season, December 25th, coinciding with the winter solstice. December 25th is close to the shortest day of the year, and is the birth date of the Persian god Mithra, and is the Roman holiday of Saturnalias. The tree decorations, baking, gifts and celebrating have nothing to do with the Nazarene. These are carryovers from pagan celebrations. Again, the tree with the lights and decorations is symbolic of the risen serpent, the soul that has been lit up, as all of the 144,000 nadis are alive with energy. The shape of the fir tree, as it culminates in a point, symbolizes the welling up of energy to the top of the head, no different from the symbolism of the Egyptian pyramids, terminating in a point. There are many different pagan gods associated with and celebrated around or on December 25th. All Saints' Day corresponds with Halloween/Samhain. Assumption Day coincides with Lammas Day of the summer solstice. All of these holidays, which were originally Gentile/pagan, have been replaced to conform with and focus on fictitious Jewish characters. For more detailed information regarding the theft and corruption of pagan holidays, see the stolen year. Christian vestments and their witch/sorcerer parallels. The cincture is a parallel to the witch's cord or girdle. The alb is a ceremonial robe. The bishop's mitre is a copy of the ancient Egyptian crowns of the gods and the pharaohs. The crozier represents the sorcerer's blasting rod and bears a strong resemblance to the ancient Egyptian crook. 23. The Christian altar is set up nearly identical with a ritual altar for witchcraft. The usual Christian Mass/service makes use of the following: the bell, the incense burner/Thursdayable, the candles, the host, the book, the chalice filled with wine, oil. Yet, in spite of this, the Christian Church murdered en masse those accused of being witches, sorcerers and those of pagan religions. The sorry joke of Christian sacraments. With Christian sacraments, it is obvious they are bogus. One can come and go as one pleases, and they have no meaning. Of course this stands to reason, as they were all stolen. Some blatant examples: baptism with water, stolen. 24. Confession, stolen from the papyrus of the royal mother Nesmt. The communion host, stolen. During a mass or church service, the priest or minister recites the line of "Eat my body and drink my blood" for the blessing of the communion host/Eucharist. This is a simulation of a human blood sacrifice. For more in-depth information, please see the Christian Mass/service, a simulation of a human blood sacrifice. The Holy Spirit. The Holy Spirit supposedly descended upon the apostles of the Nazarene in tongues of fire. Again, this is the serpent of Satan, the Kundalini, and has been stolen and corrupted from pagan religions, especially those of the Far East. Paganism has been labeled as Satanism. Also, the word pagan means Gentile. Acts 2:2, 4. 2:2 And suddenly there came a sound from heaven as of a rushing mighty wind, and it filled all the house where they were sitting. 2:3 And there appeared unto them cloven tongues like as of fire, and it sat upon each of them. 2:4 And they were all filled with the Holy Ghost, and began to speak with other tongues, as the Spirit gave them utterance. The serpent is known to bring knowledge and expanded consciousness, enlightenment. Ushnisha is known as flame of invisible light sat upon the head of the Buddha or Buddhist holy man, indicating divine intelligence. The flames are the ascended Kundalini serpent, which is of Satan. The rosary was stolen from Tibetan mala beads. Mala beads are used for counting mantras, by sliding the fingers from bead to bead, so one is not distracted by having to keep track of the numbers during meditation. The repetition of the Hail Marys and the Our Fathers, most common to Catholicism, were stolen and corrupted from the Far East Asian mantras. A mantra is a word of power, vibrated repeatedly to focus the mind in meditation, and to manifest one's wishes and desires into reality. Aum is the most common, and this is where the Christian used word Amen was stolen from, also from the Egyptian god Amun, whose name means the same Aum. The robotic repetitious prayers recited over and over again in Christian churches are also corrupted imitations of mantras. 25. The church steeple is a copy of the Egyptian obelisk. The only difference is the crucifix on top. We are all familiar with the Egyptian obelisk, such as Cleopatra's Needle. This has a lot in common with the maypole. The maypole was the symbol for the May king's phallus erect penis. This is a symbol of fertility. On the eve of Beltane, April 30th, celebrants danced around the maypole. The original Egyptian obelisks were symbols of the phallus. They represented the erect organ of the earth god Geb as he lay on the ground, trying to reach up to unite himself with the goddess Neith/Nut of the overarching sky. Unbeknownst to most Christians, their church steeple is a symbolic erect penis with a cross on top. The halo, indicative of a risen serpent of Satan Kundalini, was stolen from Hindu gods and the Buddha. Both religions predated Christianity by centuries. That annoying fish symbol the Christians use has also been stolen and corrupted. It is called a yoni and the Christians turned it on its side. It is really a vagina and its correct position is seen here at left. The yoni is a very ancient symbol and can be seen in many old decks of tarot cards, as is pictured here. Christians venerating relics, ringing bells and burning incense are unwittingly imitating Hindu rituals that were established many centuries before Judeo/Christianity. The praying hands were stolen as well. They are an ancient yogic mudra. There are statues of the Hindu gods and also the Buddha with the praying hands known as the Namaste mudra. The folded hands as well are a variation, and another mudra that was stolen. Mudras are used in meditation to connect the minor chakra circuits in the hands. 26. And fingers. Many yoga asanas have these as well. Check any online images of Hatha yoga postures. Yoga predates Christianity. The saints took the place of the old gods in the Catholic religion as the Pope used this replacement method for converting polytheists to monotheism. Ancient pagan temples, along with libraries that contained important spiritual texts, were destroyed and razed by Christians. Christian churches were built often over these. Many pagan temples were built on ley lines, especially in Europe. The Atlantis Blueprint, page 267 by Colin Wilson. Copyright 2002. 1. The Woman's Dictionary of Symbols and Sacred Objects by Barbara G. Walker, page 54. 27. Jehovah, a murderer and a liar from the beginning. Exodus 15, 3. The Lord is a man of war, the Lord is his name. The real truth appears in the Holy Bible where for one, crimes against children are rampant, the most notable being the evil god Jehovah making a living blood sacrifice of his son, child murder, which is the entire theme of the Christian Mass/service, a simulated living blood sacrifice, proving who he really is. 4. More detailed information, see the Christian Mass/service, a simulation of a human blood sacrifice. Deuteronomy 2:33. And the Lord our God delivered him before us, and we smote him, and his sons, and all his people. 2:34. And we took all his cities at that time, and utterly destroyed the men, and the women, and the little ones, of every city, we left none to remain. Deuteronomy 7:23. But the Lord thy God shall deliver them unto thee, and shall destroy them with a mighty destruction, until they be destroyed. 7:24. And he shall deliver their kings into thine hand, and thou shalt destroy their name. From under heaven, there shall no man be able to stand before thee, until thou have destroyed them. Exodus 23:18. Thou shalt not offer the blood of my sacrifice with leavened bread, neither shall the fat of my sacrifice remain until the morning. A murderer and a liar from the beginning. Numbers 25:16. And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying. 25, 17. Vex the Midianites, and smite them. Numbers 31, 17–18. 17. Now therefore kill every male among the little ones, and kill every woman that hath known man by lying with him. 18. But all the women children, that have not known a man by lying with him, keep alive for yourselves. Psalms 137, 9. Happy shall he be, that taketh and dasheth thy little ones against the stones. 28. I Samuel 15, 3. Now go and smite Amalek, and utterly destroy all that they have, and spare them not, but slay both man and woman, infant and suckling, ox and sheep, camel and ass. It is no wonder that those who tie into the human-hating, murderous energy of Christianity commit heinous crimes. Thou shalt not kill. Luke 19:27. But those mine enemies, which would not that I should reign over them, bring hither, and slay them before me. Jesus of Nazareth, ordering others to commit murder. Honor thy father and thy mother. Matthew 10, 34–36. 34. Think not that I am come to send peace on earth, I came not to send peace, but a sword. 35. For I am come to set a man at variance against his father and the daughter, against her mother and the daughter-in-law against her mother-in-law. 36. And a man's foes shall be they of his own household. Jesus of Nazareth. Who did Satan ever murder? There is nothing at all spiritual about the Bible or Christianity. There are endless contradictions and opposing verses in the Bible. These are to ensure that the Bible will adapt to all time periods and situations, in order to perpetuate the program of Christianity. Some interpolations were secretly slipped in by various ancient writers crying for help, no different from UFOs in ancient art. Type this into Google or some other search engine for more about hidden messages. Please click here. The above is only a very small sample of the endless murder, torture, butchery of children and infants, and other abominable crimes committed on the orders of Jehovah, and yes, Jesus the Nazarene. This, along with endless suicidal advice, is the theme of the Bible. Do not be fooled or deceived at the Christian attempts to confuse you. Satan means truth in Sanskrit. Satan does not contradict himself. Even an attorney in court proves guilt by the contradictions of the defendant. A real liar and deceiver contradicts him/herself. We shall destroy God, the protocols of the learned elders of Zion. Satan means enemy in Hebrew. 29. Rabbi Yaakov Paran says, 1 million Arabs are not worth a Jewish fingernail. New York Daily News, February 28, 1994, p. 6. Mass murder of Gentiles. Exodus 15, 3. The Lord is a man of war, the Lord is his name. Exodus 17:13. And Joshua discomfited Amalek and his people with the edge of the sword. 17:14. And the Lord said unto Moses, Write this for a memorial in a book, and rehearse it in the ears of Joshua, for I will utterly put out the remembrance of Amalek from under heaven. 17:15. And Moses built an altar, and called the name of it Jehovah Nissi. 17:16. For he said, because the Lord hath sworn that the Lord will have war with Amalek from generation to generation. Jehovah commits more murder. Exodus 23:27. I will send my fear before thee, and will destroy all the people to whom thou shalt come, and I will make all thine enemies turn their backs unto thee. Rabbi Yitzhak Ginsburg declared, we have to recognize that Jewish blood and the blood of a goy are not the same thing. New York Times, June 6, 1989, p. 5. Goy or goyim, plural, are Jewish derogatory words for Gentiles. The root goity is the root word of devil. Satan is the god of the Gentiles and our true Creator God. Satan means enemy in Hebrew. Jehovah orders the mass murder of thousands of Gentiles. Exodus 32:27. And he said unto them, Thus saith the Lord God of Israel, Put every man his sword by his side, and go in and out from gate to gate throughout the camp, and slay every man his brother, and every man his companion, and every man his neighbor. 32:28. And the children of Levi did according to the word of Moses, and there fell of the people that day about 3,000 men. Jehovah orders his people to commit more murder of Gentiles. Leviticus 26:7. And ye shall chase your enemies, and they shall fall before you by the sword. 26:8. And 5 of you shall chase 100, and 100 of you shall put 10,000 to flight, and your enemies shall fall before you by the sword. 30. University of Jerusalem professor Ehud Sprinzik described Cohen and Goldstein's philosophy. They believe it's God's will that they commit violence against Goyim, a Hebrew term for non-Jews. New York Daily News, February 26, 1994, p. 5. More mass murder of the Gentiles. Canaanites. Numbers 21:3. And the Lord hearkened to the voice of Israel, and delivered up the Canaanites. And they utterly destroyed them and their cities, and he called the name of the place Hormah. Here is cannibalism, eating dead Gentiles. Numbers 23-24. Behold, the people shall rise up as a great lion, and lift up himself as a young lion, he shall not lie down until he eat of the prey, and drink the blood of the slain. Quote from the Jewish Talmud. Sanhedrin 5:9a, murdering Goyim is like killing a wild animal. Genocide of the Gentile Midianites. Numbers 25:16. And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, 25:17. Vex the Midianites, and smite them. Numbers 31:7. And they warred against the Midianites, as the Lord commanded Moses, and they slew all the males. Quote from the Jewish Talmud. Tosefta. Avodah Zarah b. 5. If a goy kills a goy or a Jew, he is responsible, but if a Jew kills a goy, he is not responsible. 31:8. And they slew the kings of Midian, beside the rest of them that were slain, namely, Evi, and Rechem, and Zur, and Hur, and Reba, 5 kings of Midian. Balaam also the son of Beer they slew with the sword. Quotes from the Jewish Talmud. Yebamoth 1:1b, sexual intercourse with a little girl is permitted if she is 3 years of age. Nidrosk Talpioth, p. 225, l. Jehovah created the non-Jew in human form so that the Jew would not have to be served by beasts. The non-Jew is consequently an animal in human form, and condemned to serve the Jew day and night. 31. Making slaves of the Gentile women and children. 31, 9. And the children of Israel took all the women of Midian captives, and their little ones, and took the spoil of all their cattle, and all their flocks, and all their goods. 31, 10. And they burnt all their cities wherein they dwelt, and all their goodly castles, with fire. 31, 11. And they took all the spoil, and all the prey, both of men and of beasts. Quote from the Jewish Talmud. Shulchan Aruch, Chazon Hamispat 348, all property of other nations belongs to the Jewish nation, which, consequently, is entitled to seize upon it without any scruples. More mass murder and genocide of Gentiles. The taking of all Gentile property is a blatant example of what was done to modern-day Palestine, descended from the Philistines by the bandit state of Israel. Deuteronomy 2:20. That also was accounted a land of giants, giants dwelt therein in old time, and the Ammonites call them Zamzummims. 2:21. A people great, and many, and tall, as the Anakims, but the Lord destroyed them before them, and they succeeded them, and dwelt in their stead. 2:22. As he did to the children of Esau, which dwelt in Seir, when he destroyed the Horims from before them, and they succeeded them, and dwelt in their stead. Even unto this day. 2:23. And the Avims which dwelt in Hazarim, even unto Azah, the Caphtorims, which came forth out of Caphtor, destroyed them, and dwelt in their stead. Quote from the Jewish Talmud. Hilkoth Achim x1, show no mercy to the Goyim. 2:30. But Sihon king of Heshbon would not let us pass by him, for the Lord thy God hardened his spirit, and made his heart obstinate, that he might deliver him into thy hand, as appeareth this day. 2:31. And the Lord said unto me, Behold, I have begun to give Sihon and his land before thee, begin to possess, that thou mayest inherit his land. 2:32. Then Sihon came out against us, he and all his people, to fight at Hahaz. 2:33. 32. And the Lord our God delivered him before us, and we smote him, and his sons, and all his people. 2:34. And we took all his cities at that time, and utterly destroyed the men, and the women, and the little ones, of every city, we left none to remain. Quote from the Jewish Talmud. Sef. J.P. 92, 1. God has given the Jews power over the possessions and blood of all nations. 2:35. Only the cattle we took for a prey unto ourselves, and the spoil of the cities which we took. Quote from the Jewish Talmud. Sanhedrin 5:7a. When a Jew murders a Gentile Kuthian, there will be no death penalty. What a Jew steals from a Gentile he may keep. Baba Kama 37b. Gentiles are outside the protection of the law and God has exposed their money to Israel. 236. From Aroer, which is by the brink of the river of Arnon, and from the city that is by the river, even unto Gilead, there was not one city too strong for us, the Lord our God delivered all unto us. 237. Only unto the land of the children of Ammon thou camest not, nor unto any place of the river Jabbok, nor unto the cities in the mountains, nor unto whatsoever they, Lord our God, forbade us. The Hittites, the Girgashites, the Amorites, the Canaanites, the Perizzites, the Hivites, and the Jezubites are all Gentile nations. Deuteronomy 7:1. When the Lord thy God shall bring thee into the land whither thou goest to possess it, and hath cast out many nations before thee, the Hittites, and the Girgashites, and the Amorites, and the Canaanites, and the Perizzites, and the Hivites, and the Jebusites, 7 nations greater and mightier than thou. 7:2. And when the Lord thy God shall deliver them before thee, thou shalt smite them, and utterly destroy them, thou shalt make no covenant with them, nor shew mercy unto them. 7:3. Neither shalt thou make marriages with them, thy daughter thou shalt not give unto his son, nor his daughter shalt thou take unto thy son. 7:4. For they will turn away thy son from following me, that they may serve other gods, so will the anger of the Lord be kindled against you, and destroy thee suddenly. 33. Here is where the Jews are blatant about destroying the Gentile gods. 7:5. But thus shall ye deal with them, ye shall destroy their altars, and break down their images, and cut down their groves, and burn their graven images with fire. 7:6. For thou art an holy people unto the Lord thy God, the Lord thy God hath chosen thee to be a special people unto himself, above all people that are upon the face of the earth. Deuteronomy 7:21. Thou shalt not be affrighted at them, for the Lord thy God is among you, a mighty God and terrible. 7:22. And the Lord thy God will put out those nations before thee by little and little. Thou mayest not consume them at once, lest the beasts of the field increase upon thee. 7:23. But the Lord thy God shall deliver them unto thee, and shall destroy them with a mighty destruction, until they be destroyed. 7:24. And he shall deliver their kings into thine hand, and thou shalt destroy their name from under heaven, there shall no man be able to stand before thee, until thou have destroyed them. The Gentiles have been indoctrinated with Jewish lies. We have been disconnected from our gods and our culture. These have been replaced with fictitious Jewish characters for Gentiles to slavishly worship, which creates a powerful subliminal connection. This sort of thing is responsible for how Gentiles are always fighting wars for the Jews and not even thinking of what they are really doing. What has happened in Iraq is a perfect example. Deuteronomy 7:25. The graven images of their gods shall ye burn with fire, thou shalt not desire they. Silver or gold that is on them, nor take it unto thee, lest thou be snared therein, for it is an abomination to the Lord thy God. 7:26. Neither shalt thou bring an abomination into thine house, lest thou be accursed. Thing like it, but thou shalt utterly detest it, and thou shalt utterly abhor it, for it is a cursed thing. Deuteronomy 12:27. And thou shalt offer thy burnt offerings, the flesh and the blood, upon the altar of the Lord thy God, and the blood of thy sacrifices shall be poured out upon the altar of the Lord thy God, and thou shalt eat the flesh. 12:28. 34. Observe and hear all these words which I command thee, that it may go well with thee, and with thy children after thee forever, when thou doest that which is good and right in the sight of the Lord thy God. 12:29. When the Lord thy God shall cut off the nations from before thee, whither thou goest to possess them, and thou succeedest them, and dwellest in their land. 12:30. Take heed to thyself that thou be not snared by following them, after that they be destroyed from before thee, and that thou inquire not after their gods, saying, how did these nations serve their gods? Even so will I do likewise. Human energy is not enough, there had to be animal blood sacrifices as well. Exodus 20:24. An altar of earth thou shalt make unto me, and shalt sacrifice thereon thy burnt offerings, and thy peace offerings, thy sheep, and thine oxen, in all places where I record my name I will come unto thee, and I will bless thee. Exodus 24:4. And Moses wrote all the words of the Lord, and rose up early in the morning, and builded an altar under the hill, and 12 pillars, according to the 12 tribes of Israel. 24:5. And he sent young men of the children of Israel, which offered burnt offerings, and sacrificed peace offerings of oxen unto the Lord. 24:6. And Moses took half of the blood, and put it in basins, and half of the blood he sprinkled on the altar. 24:7. And he took the book of the covenant, and read in the audience of the people. And they said, all that the Lord hath said will we do, and be obedient. 24:8. And Moses took the blood, and sprinkled it on the people, and said, behold the blood of the covenant, which the Lord hath made with you concerning all these words. More instructions from Jehovah for blood sacrifice. Exodus 23:18. Thou shalt not offer the blood of my sacrifice with leavened bread, neither shall the fat of my sacrifice remain until the morning. Exodus 29:10. And thou shalt cause a bullock to be brought before the tabernacle of the congregation, and Aaron and his sons shall put their hands upon the head of the bullock. 29:11. And thou shalt kill the bullock before the Lord, by the door of the tabernacle of the congregation. 29:12. 35. And thou shalt take of the blood of the bullock, and put it upon the horns of the altar with thy finger, and pour all the blood beside the bottom of the altar. 29:13. And thou shalt take all the fat that covereth the inwards, and the caul that is above the liver, and the 2 kidneys, and the fat that is upon them, and burn them upon the altar. 29:14. But the flesh of the bullock, and his skin, and his dung, shalt thou burn with fire. Without the camp, it is a sin offering. 29:15. Thou shalt also take one ram, and Aaron and his sons shall put their hands upon the head of the ram. 29:16. And thou shalt slay the ram, and thou shalt take his blood, and sprinkle it round about upon the altar. 29:17. And thou shalt cut the ram in pieces, and wash the inwards of him, and his legs, and put them unto his pieces, and unto his head. 29:18. And thou shalt burn the whole ram upon the altar, it is a burnt offering unto the Lord, it is a sweet savour, an offering made by fire unto the Lord. 29:19. And thou shalt take the other ram, and Aaron and his sons shall put their hands upon the head of the ram. 29:20. Then shalt thou kill the ram, and take of his blood, and put it upon the tip of the right ear of Aaron, and upon the tip of the right ear of his sons, and upon the thumb of their right hand, and upon the great toe of their right foot, and sprinkle the blood upon the altar round about. 29:21. And thou shalt take of the blood that is upon the altar, and of the anointing oil, and sprinkle it upon Aaron, and upon his garments, and upon his sons, and upon the garments of his sons with him, and he shall be hallowed, and his garments, and his sons' garments with him. 29:22. Also thou shalt take of the ram the fat and the rump, and the fat that covereth the inwards, and the caul above the liver, and the 2 kidneys, and the fat that is upon them, and the right shoulder, for it is a ram of consecration. 29:23. And 1 loaf of bread, and 1 cake of oiled bread, and 1 wafer out of the basket of the unleavened bread that is before the Lord. 29:24. And thou shalt put all in the hands of Aaron, and in the hands of his sons, and shalt wave them for a wave offering before the Lord. 29:25. 36. And thou shalt receive them of their hands, and burn them upon the altar for a burnt offering, for a sweet savour before the Lord, it is an offering made by fire unto the Lord. 29:26. And thou shalt take the breast of the ram of Aaron's consecration, and wave it for a wave offering before the Lord, and it shall be thy part. 29:27. And thou shalt sanctify the breast of the wave offering, and the shoulder of the heave offering, which is waved, and which is heaved up, of the ram of the consecration, even of that which is for Aaron, and of that which is for his sons. 29:28. And it shall be Aaron's and his sons by a statute forever from the children of Israel, for it is an heave offering, and it shall be an heave offering from the children of Israel of the sacrifice of their peace offerings, even their heave offering unto the Lord. 29:29. And the holy garments of Aaron shall be his sons after him, to be anointed therein, and to be consecrated in them. 29:30. And that son that is priest in his stead shall put them on 7 days, when he cometh into the tabernacle of the congregation to minister in the holy place. 29, 31. And thou shalt take the ram of the consecration, and seethe his flesh in the holy place. Leviticus chapter 1. 1, 1. And the Lord called unto Moses, and spake unto him out of the tabernacle of the congregation, saying, 1, 2. Speak unto the children of Israel, and say unto them, If any man of you bring an offering unto the Lord, ye shall bring your offering of the cattle, even of the herd, and of the flock. 1, 3. If his offering be a burnt sacrifice of the herd, let him offer a male without blemish. He shall offer it of his own voluntary will at the door of the tabernacle of the congregation before the Lord. 1, 4. And he shall put his hand upon the head of the burnt offering, and it shall be accepted for him to make atonement for him. 1, 5. And he shall kill the bullock before the Lord, and the priests, Aaron's sons, shall bring the blood, and sprinkle the blood round about upon the altar that is by the door of the tabernacle of the congregation. 1, 6. And he shall flay the burnt offering, and cut it into his pieces. 1, 7. 37. And the sons of Aaron the priest shall put fire upon the altar, and lay the wood in order upon the fire. 1, 8. And the priests, Aaron's sons, shall lay the parts, the head, and the fat, in order upon the wood that is on the fire which is upon the altar. 1, 9. But his inwards and his legs shall he wash in water, and the priest shall burn all on the altar, to be a burnt sacrifice, an offering made by fire, of a sweet savour unto the Lord. 110. And if his offering be of the flocks, namely, of the sheep, or of the goats, for a burnt sacrifice, he shall bring it a male without blemish. 111. And he shall kill it on the side of the altar northward before the Lord, and the priests, Aaron's sons, shall sprinkle his blood round about upon the altar. 112. And he shall cut it into his pieces, with his head and his fat, and the priest shall lay them in order on the wood that is on the fire which is upon the altar. 113. But he shall wash the inwards and the legs with water, and the priest shall bring it all, and burn it upon the altar. It is a burnt sacrifice, an offering made by fire, of a sweet savour unto the Lord. 114. And if the burnt sacrifice for his offering to the Lord be of fowls, then he shall bring his offering of turtle doves, or of young pigeons. 115. And the priest shall bring it unto the altar, and wring off his head, and burn it on the altar, and the blood thereof shall be wrung out at the side of the altar. 116. And he shall pluck away his crop with his feathers, and cast it beside the altar on the east part, by the place of the ashes. 117. And he shall cleave it with the wings thereof, but shall not divide it asunder, and the priest shall burn it upon the altar, upon the wood that is upon the fire. It is a burnt sacrifice, an offering made by fire, of a sweet savour unto the Lord. Leviticus chapter 7. 7, 1. Likewise this is the law of the trespass offering, it is most holy. 7, 2. In the place where they kill the burnt offering shall they kill the trespass offering. And the blood thereof shall he sprinkle round about upon the altar. 7. 3. And he shall offer of it all the fat thereof, the rump, and the fat that covereth the inwards. 7. 4. 38. And the 2 kidneys, and the fat that is on them, which is by the flanks, and the caul that is above the liver, with the kidneys, it shall he take away. 7. 5. And the priest shall burn them upon the altar for an offering made by fire unto the Lord, it is a trespass offering. Leviticus 7:14. And of it he shall offer one out of the whole oblation for an heave offering unto the Lord, and it shall be the priests that sprinkleth the blood of the peace offerings. The Lord needs every drop of that blood from the blood sacrifice. Leviticus 7:27. Whatsoever soul it be that eateth any manner of blood, even that soul shall be cut off from his people. Here, more blood sacrifice is needed to remove the curse of leprosy Jehovah has inflicted. Leviticus 14:34. When ye be come into the land of Canaan, which I give to you for a possession, and I put the plague of leprosy in a house of the land of your possession. 14:49. And he shall take to cleanse the house 2 birds, and cedar wood, and scarlet, and hyssop. 14:50. And he shall kill the one of the birds in an earthen vessel over running water. 14:51. And he shall take the cedar wood, and the hyssop, and the scarlet, and the living bird, and dip them in the blood of the slain bird, and in the running water, and sprinkle the house 7 times. 14:52. And he shall cleanse the house with the blood of the bird, and with the running water, and with the living bird, and with the cedar wood, and with the hyssop, and with the scarlet. 14:53. But he shall let go the living bird out of the city into the open fields, and make an atonement for the house, and it shall be clean. 14:54. This is the law for all manner of plague of leprosy, and scall. 14:55. And for the leprosy of a garment, and of a house. 14:56. And for a rising, and for a scab, and for a bright spot. 14:57. To teach when it is unclean, and when it is clean, this is the law of leprosy. 39. More examples of Jewish blood sacrifices to Jehovah. Leviticus 8:14, 32. Leviticus 9:1, 24. Leviticus 14:1, 5. Leviticus 14:12, 28. Leviticus 23:12, 21. Numbers 19:1, 7. 40. 41. The truth about Jesus Christ. Many of you who visit this website know the facts regarding the Nazarene being a fictitious Jewish archetype for Gentiles to slavishly worship. Above all, the Nazarene is a diversion and distraction to keep humanity from advancing spirituality, from working on and evolving our own souls. The fictitious character of Jesus was invented from spiritual concepts originating in the Far East, such as spiritual alchemy, the Kundalini energy serpent of Satan, and what is known as the Vril Chi life force and witch power. Truth be known, one saves one's own soul through advancing spiritually, and activating this power. The Nazarene is a deterrent to this and keeps humanity from doing anything spiritually, and keeps humanity enslaved through living a totally material existence. Christians cannot argue, as they do not know true spirituality. They have not experienced it. How many Christian preachers/priests can diagram the human soul? Once one's eyes are opened and one is aware of the witch power concept, one can clearly see how this character was invented. The fictitious character of the Nazarene has been used to remove all spiritual knowledge and replace it with Jewish archetypes, Jewish cities, towns, and other fictitious Jewish material crap. The Jesus saves baloney ad nauseum and the born-again phrases have been twisted and incorporated into this fictitious character. In other words, deluded ones have been deceived into believing this character will take care of everything spiritual as long as they conform to the current agenda, as dictated by Christian preachers and revised editions of the Holy Bible. This deters one from working on one's own soul. There is nothing at all spiritual about the Nazarene, or the Jewish invented Christian program. The Jesus character has acted as the thought police for ultimate control. Wars have been fought repeatedly over beliefs and ideas. When the enemy controls what is in the mind of the general populace, the enemy then controls humanity. Since the Nazarene is fictitious, he can be anything to anyone. He is whatever the current system claims and dictates. He changes with the times and conforms to any agenda. This is no different from the Judeo-Christian Bible, which has verses and contradictions to suit any argument or purpose. See the ubiquitous Nazarene. It is time everyone wakes up to the spiritual corruption that has plagued humanity to the tune of trillions and trillions of dollars, has damned souls, has caused endless and unnecessary wars, and has held back science dangerously, along with everything else. The kosher parasites have taken their deluded Gentile followers for a ride with the Christian program, along with the hideous doctrines 42 of Islam have prevented and stopped humanity from evolving spiritually. This is a major cause of suffering for everyone. Each event in the fictitious life of the Nazarene reveals a concept, stolen and corrupted from pagan religions predating Christianity. The birth of the Nazarene is said to have been in a cave, not in a stable. Early Christian tradition suggests that Jesus was born in a cave that was used as a stable. Many doctrines predating Christianity, such as the religion of Taoism, state that the pineal gland is within a cave. There is an area within the brain where this very important spiritual center is located, which feels like a hollow end, is the seat of this very important gland, which is defunct in most people. The pineal gland is a very important key to opening the soul and obtaining expanded consciousness, along with psychic abilities once it has been activated. There were the 3 wise men from the east who followed the star to the birthplace of the Nazarene. These wise men were mages, the Magi, otherwise known as practitioners of witchcraft, as this is what a mage is. Again, This is symbolic of a concept that was stolen from spiritual alchemy. For those who are new to the occult and meditation, true spirituality, you will have to do some further research and study. See Joy of Satan. But for those of us who meditate, we know of the condensed vril/witch power which is circulated through the chakras, and appears as a star. This is the true meaning of follow the star. Again, the number 3, like the number 7, the 7 chakras crops up in the 3 mages, and this is symbolic of the Ida, the Pingala, and the Sushumna, the 3 main nadis of the soul, and also the 3 crosses of the chakras. The concept of the number 3 has been prolific in pagan religions that preceded Christianity by hundreds to thousands of years, and is symbolized by the devil's pitchfork known as a trishul, which originated in the Far East. The trishul symbolizes the serpentine energy piercing through the 3 grandis. See satanic symbols. The numbers 3 and 7 are used extensively in the Judeo-Christian Bible, where they have been blasphemed and corrupted. The virgin birth is another corrupted concept, in that the chakras have to be clean and unobstructed for spiritual energy to ascend and circulate. In other words, this is the true meaning of pure. The union with the fictitious deity symbolizes the divine spirituality involved in raising the witch power, not fictitious YHVH, which is nothing more than a system of Jewish magic to use to enslave Gentiles. The supposed crucifixion of this impostor character Jesus Christ was stolen from some 18 different pagan gods who hung from a tree. In the Christian Bible, there is more than one verse that states the Nazarene was hung from a tree. Acts 5:30, the God of our fathers raised up Jesus, whom ye slew and hanged on a tree. 43. Acts 13:29, and when they had fulfilled all that was written of him, they took him down from the tree, and laid him in a sepulchre. The Norse god Odin preceded Jesus the Christ. Odin hung from a tree and experienced a death of sorts to obtain knowledge. Through being reborn, he obtained gnosis, advanced spiritual knowledge, as did the Egyptian god Set, who was crucified on a cross known as a furka. 2. This is also the meaning of the hanged man card in the tarot. Buddha also sat beneath a bo tree. Bo is of boa, meaning serpent, the kundalini. The tree is an ancient depiction of the human soul, with the trunk being symbolic of the spine and the branches symbolizing the 144,000 nadis, with the leaves and fruits symbolizing the fruits of meditations, the life force and powers of the mind and soul. In addition, Krishna, Marsyas, Dodonian, and Zeus also hung from trees. 144,000 is another Jewish/Christian biblical corruption of an allegory having to do with one's chi force, or witch power. Nearly everything in the Judeo-Christian Bible was stolen and corrupted from religions in the Far East. The supposed biblical creation, in which they claim the fictitious Garden of Eden was in Mesopotamia, is to purposely misdirect and delude people away from looking to the Far East, as this is where civilization began and true spiritual teachings originated. Sadly, because of Christian infestation in these areas, many of the doctrines have since been corrupted and destroyed. The Latin cross was not a part of Christianity until the 7th century and not fully acknowledged until the 9th century. In addition, the human soul is in the shape of a cross. This reveals how spiritual knowledge has been destroyed and replaced with nonsense. The cross also represents the all-important four quarters, the Tetragrammaton. The eclipse said to have occurred during the supposed crucifixion of the Nazarene also symbolizes the Nigredu stage in spiritual alchemy, of blackness. This stage is also symbolized by the Black Crow and the Black Sunday. The three crucifixions, with the Nazarene being in the middle, two others in the legend were supposedly crucified with the Nazarene, is another allegory, symbolizing the three crosses of the soul. There are three major sections of the soul where there is a cross of energies, the main being the neuter heart chakra. Larger cross, where the shoulder chakras have wings and the two smaller hip and sixth chakras. The Nazarene's ascent into heaven is another concept of the Kundalini rising to the crown chakra. Heaven, earth, and hell are all concepts stolen from Taoism, which preceded Christianity and Judaism. Heaven is symbolic of the seventh chakra, also known as the crown chakra. The earth or middle kingdom is symbolic of the heart chakra, and hell symbolizes the base chakra, where the hot fiery serpent Kundalini lies dormant. 44. The miracles that the fictitious Nazarene performed are also an allegory and a concept of what the witch power can do. The prophecies of the Nazarene are also allegories of the psychic abilities that result from activating one's own witch power. The 12 apostles are corruptions of the 12 signs of the zodiac and also symbolize the witch's coven, along with the Nazarene, being the 13th member. Traditionally, there are 13 members to a coven. There are also 13 primary chakras within the human soul. The Nazarene lived for a supposed 33 years. This again is another concept, the 33 vertebrae of the human spine where the Kundalini serpent ascends, which is a major advancement for the witch power. In closing this article, my own research has shown me Christianity is not 2000 years old as they try to claim it is. From what I personally believe, Christianity arrived with the Inquisition. Research points to the Vatican making a deal with extraterrestrials known as Greys, wealth and power in exchange for human souls. In order for this to succeed, all spiritual knowledge had to be destroyed. This is no different from Jewish communism. The Bible is a blueprint for communism, and prepares believers to accept slavery and abuse. Whenever Jewish communism takes control, as with the former USSR, Red China, Cambodia, Tibet and all other countries, mass murders and tortures follow, the very same as with the Inquisition. Christianity and communism are very close spiritually and ideologically. This is a fairly well-known concept that has been adopted by various thinkers, from Thomas More to Lev Tolstoy. Few people know that the world's first socialist state was established in Paraguay and was based on the ideas of Catholic Jesuits before Marx created his teachings. The Society of Jesus, the Jesuit religious order, in the Catholic Church was roughly equivalent to the KGB in the Soviet Union. Above quotes taken from Pravda, the main Communist Party newspaper and leading newspaper of the former Soviet Union. From the article, Is there any difference between Christianity and communism? 30/04/2013. 1. The Woman's Dictionary of Symbols and Sacred Objects by Barbara G. Walker, page 54. 2. www.christianitytoday.com. 45. YHVH, The Truth About Yahweh Jehovah. Taking the Mask Off of Christianity. The Judeo-Christian Bible has always used extreme fear as a tool to keep people away from the occult, sorcery, witchcraft, and workings of the mind. In the article below, the reasons are obvious. In order for a spell to succeed, the victim must lack the necessary knowledge, be a good sheep, and just believe. Exodus 22:18 Thou shalt not suffer a witch to live. YHVH aka Yahweh Jehovah is nothing more than a system of Jewish magic. YHVH, known as the Tetragrammaton, represents the four corners and elements, as does INRI along with the four Gospels. These represent the four corners of magic and the four elements that are so important in any magical working. YHVH is used extensively in Jewish magic. The Jews stole the Kabbalah from the Egyptians and corrupted it. It is mainly chanted, Yod He Vav He, in different combinations. The Gentile people have been force-fed Christianity in order to strip us of all knowledge and power. Those at the top play both sides against the middle. What this means is the enemy works from within both sides, each side bashing the other while they both move ahead. This is analogous to a cop who is heavily involved in an open and public anti-drug crusade and secretly sells and pushes drugs unbeknownst to his family and community. Following the Roman sacking of the Temple of Solomon 70 CE, Christianity was invented by the Jews. The best known is Paul aka Saul of Tarsus, so they could control the world using the ancient known powers of the mind and the soul. They Jews themselves know the Nazarene is a fictitious character based upon some 20 crucified heroes from pagan pantheons. With the centuries of devout belief in this entity and the psychic energy poured into him through prayer, he has taken on a life of his own. See thought forms. For example, Odin hung from a tree, Set was crucified on a furka, Buddha sat beneath the boa, again the serpent tree for enlightenment. The list goes on. Most of the character of the Nazarene was stolen from the Persian god Mithra. In working a spell, it is always important a connection be made. In the case of Christianity, all of the former pagan Gentile gods were bound and replaced with fictitious Jewish deities. The Hebrew Virgin Mary replaced Astaroth. The Hebrew Moses legend was stolen from Sargon. Both were born in secrecy, left in a reed basket to float down the river, and adopted by royalty. Hebrew Abraham was stolen from Hindu Brahma. Brahma in Sanskrit means many. The endless list goes repeatedly. See exposing Christianity. There isn't anything in the Christian religion that hasn't been stolen from pagan religions, predating it from hundreds to thousands of years. The pagan gods, being a powerful racial memory in the minds of Gentiles, were replaced with Hebrew. 46. characters to be slavishly obeyed and worshipped. This set the stage for immense power and control. Christianity has always been nothing more than a tool to remove spiritual knowledge and power from the Gentile population and to keep us from our gods, namely our true Creator God, given the name Satan, which means adversary/enemy in Hebrew. Those Gentiles who were priests and leaders were tortured and put to death. The others who did not follow suffered the same lot, and any Gentile even suspected of having ties to the old religions was labeled as a heretic and put to death. Of course, the Jews rant and holler concerning the Christian Church's persecution of their small communities during the Middle Ages, but this is the age-old playing both sides against the middle, and those Jews at the top could care less how many of their own they have to use. Tomás de Torquemada, first Grand Inquisitor of Spain, was a Jew. The Jews have had full control of the Catholic Church, original Christian Church, from the beginning. Most of the Catholic popes were of Jewish origins, such as the late John Paul II, who was born of a Jewish mother Katz and recognized as a Jew by the Jewish Orthodox through the Catholic sacrament of confession. The Catholic clergy had everyone, namely the Gentile leaders and nobility, over a barrel. They knew their deepest and darkest secrets. The Catholic Church is the bulwark of Christianity. Since the Protestant Reformation, the Jews have also gained control of these sections. The World Council of Churches is another example. The Jews have had a vast pool of psychic energy from which to draw from. They Jews appointed themselves as the chosen of God, the star character of Christianity. The Nazarene is a Jew and a powerful thought form. The Virgin Mary and her husband Joseph are Jews. The 12 apostles of the Nazarene 13 makes a coven, again stolen from the ancient pagan religions, all Jews. In addition, all of the characters of the Old and New Testament were stolen from Gentile characters and replaced as the chosen Jews. So the average Christian Gentile, ignorant to the clandestine workings of the Jews and the occult, pours more and more psychic energy through devotion and prayer into this Jewish energy vortex, and people wonder how this minority has most of the world's wealth and power. The Gentiles, namely the Christians, have been under a very powerful spell for centuries. They cut us off from our gods, our traditions, and our spiritual and religious heritage through mass murder, replacing our history with nothing but lies, and through fear of the unknown, since all Gentile knowledge was taken out of circulation. Their angelic filth, most have names with the classic 7 letters, Gabriel, Raphael, etc. These 7 represent the 7 chakras and were used to bind 47 the Gentile gods and make slaves of them using the Goetia. The Goetic black books or grimoires all originated with the Jews, such as the Key of Solomon and the sacred magic of Abramelin the Mage, and many more. These can easily be found online by typing their titles into a search engine, all originally written in Hebrew, as most Gentiles cannot read Hebrew. All use the Hebrew symbols and chants and direct intense blasphemy against the Gentile gods, who have been turned into devils, demons and hideous monsters to be degraded. The Gentile gods are no longer bound, and some of those complacent prophesy slips such as Azazel being bound until the end of time. I can assure you he is now totally free. Christianity goes in steps. Because it is fictitious, it is spiritually unreliable. Certain Christians have at times tapped into this energy vortex and obtained results. Prayer groups and such put forth psychic energy. Deluded Christians are told to have faith. Having faith is necessary for any spell or directed working of the mind to succeed. With Christianity, it is hit and mostly misses. The few and far in between hits keep the deluded believing, unknowing this is not any miracle but only the power of the mind. The end objective is atheism. The atheist believes in nothing and disregards anything supernatural or of the occult. He/she is a sitting duck just waiting to be manipulated by those who possess occult knowledge and power. 48. 49. The real Tetragrammaton, further exposing Christianity. I have written extensively concerning spiritual allegories. Most average people cannot see through the hidden meanings behind the allegories and they take the tales of the gods and the legends as literal. First off, Satan and the powers of hell do not demand any slavish worship. They are our friends. They are and have been trying to help us. They are extraterrestrial beings. The Jews are always on the attack when one mentions extraterrestrial beings. With extensive and advanced meditation, like the symbolic cobra serpent, one experiences increased awareness and one's mind expands, symbolized by the hood of the cobra. When you can finally see the truth, and see through all of the lies of Christianity, Islam and its ugly Jewish root, these programs are no longer a threat. There does come a point when no amount of lying or coercion will get one who has seen and who knows the truth to believe the lies any longer. I keep reading in these groups on and off when approving posts, just how much Christianity has taken hold in the minds of many people here. Satan has been showing me more and more as I have opened myself in both my meditations and my studies. To know the truth, one must study extensively into the occult, subjects of which the Bible threatens against. I have done this for many, many years. While I have made many references to Jehovah and that filthy Jesus Nazarene, for the umpteenth time, neither one of these entities exist. Both are thought forms to some extent, and there are enemy extraterrestrials such as the Greys who work under the reptilians out there for the enslavement of the Gentiles on this planet, along with some enemy Nordics who pose as these fictitious entities and also promote them. Before there were modern cameras and available information regarding extraterrestrials, occultist Aleister Crowley went in a trance, drew a picture of Jehovah, and it was an illustration of one of those bulb-headed Greys. Okay, enough said, but if I don't repeat myself ad nauseum giving some background on this, people who are new will be lost regarding what I am now going to write. If you delve into occult teachings far enough, and occult societies such as Freemasonry, etc., much of the spiritual teachings have been systematically removed and what remains is corrupted. Most of these organizations know of the powers of the soul to some extent. Freemasonry, before it was corrupted by the Jews, was very spiritual, and a 33rd degree Mason was one who had his serpent ascended, as the spine has an esoteric 33 degrees. Way back when accomplished Freemasons communicated with each other telepathically. Rebuilding the Temple of Solomon had to do with the magnum opus and the soul. The Jews have taken this concept and have corrupted it to advance their insatiable greed and direct it towards their communist agenda of creating a Gentile slave state. 50. 666 is the Kabbalistic square of the sun. Day 666 is the all-important solar chakra. The true meaning of the Temple of Solomon is the Temple of the Sun. Sol, Om and Don are all words for the sun. Day Sol is the Latin word for the sun, and is close to the English word soul. Om is a name given by the Hindus to the spiritual sun, and Don is an Egyptian word for Sunday. The symbolism of the Temple of Solomon was stolen by the Jews and made into a fictitious character. As with the fictitious Nazarene and nearly everything in the Judeo-Christian Bible, the true meaning of the Temple of the Sun is spiritual. This symbolizes the perfected soul, where the rays from the solar 666 chakra, which is the center of the soul and circulates spiritual energy, radiates into 8 separate rays. The shining soul is symbolized by the sun. 8 is the number of Astaroth. This is also the New Jerusalem. The name of Jerusalem has also been stolen and corrupted into a city in Israel. Jerusalem is a concept. The shining perfected soul is also symbolic as the light. Now, most of you already know how that annoying fish symbol the Christians use is in truth a vagina turned on its side. It is called a yoni. If you look to many versions of the tarot cards, even going way back into the Middle Ages, you will find the suits of the rods/wands and the swords are often in the shape of a yoni. The heart chakra, neuter chakra, is also in the shape of a yoni. The yoni, symbolizing the vagina, is also symbolic of giving birth to a new soul and achieving spiritual and physical perfection and immortality through the magnum opus. The Christian crap of being born again is false, and amounts to nothing more than spiritual degeneracy, and being steeped in more lies. There are 13 major chakras upon the soul. For a very long time, the enemy has touted the number 13 as unlucky, etc. This is to frighten people away from that number. This is no different from how horror movies are used to frighten people away from the spiritual/occult. All of this ties in. When one does a ritual, one invokes the 4 quarters. To the uninitiated, one points one's athame, calls out, etc. To those who know, this is actually an allegory for vibrating the soul to raise your own powers. The soul has 4 important directions, again, male and female. This is what the enemy uses the YHVH for, though the YHVH is a corruption. The uneducated, the stupid, and the fools are deluded into believing this YHVH is some sort of supreme being. Again, this is a concept. Not only is this a concept, it was stolen, then of course, it was further corrupted. There is no supreme being. There is infinity in both the microcosm and the macrocosm. There is no such thing as some big bad Jewish spook that created everything. And who is omnipotent in all of that horse manure they push on the unsuspecting public? There is a war going on out there, and there are ETs who work through the Jews here, who do hate humanity and want to enslave the world in order to provide a ready and easy host to leech energy off of souls. This is no different from cattle in a slaughterhouse. This is what we are to them, and it all depends upon just how ignorant and unknowing one is, for the enemy to succeed. We have been cut off from our spiritual senses. Few can see what the 51 enemy is doing, but through meditation and the serpent of Satan, our spiritual eyes are opened. Getting back to the 4 quarters of the soul, following the wrong meditation, 1 should vibrate the 4 quarters of the soul. IO can work for all 4, but one will notice a drastic charge and empowerment if the 4 quarters are vibrated correctly. Io was taken from the Greek Io. Nearly all of the Greek so-called myths are very important spiritual concepts, with the exception of some of the legends of the gods such as Heracles. The account of his birth, his human mother had a very difficult time, as he was fathered by one of the gods' ETs. And the Nordic ETs are much larger and taller than us humans. I have seen a couple who were near 8 feet tall, such as Anubis. Heracles was a demigod, meaning he was half human. Io is another allegory, and while many of these gods are actual beings, their legends are important spiritual allegories, such as the Greek Argus, which is Agars. Agars is female, but the allegory portrays a male. The 1,000 eyes of the spiritually empowered soul. During her wanders she came across Prometheus while chained. He gave her hope. He predicted that she would have to wander for many years. But she would eventually be changed back into human form and would bear a child. He predicted that a descendant of this child would be a great hero and set him free. His predictions came true. During her wanderings many geographical features were named after her, including the Ionian Sea, and the Bosphorus, which means Ford of the Cow. She eventually reached the Nile, where Zeus did restore her to human form. She bore Epiphus, and 11 generations later her descendant Heracles would set Prometheus free. 1. Going a step further, Ea is another name for Satan. Most of you already know. The name Satan means truth in one of the most ancient of languages, Sanskrit. Ea is pronounced Iya. I as in may, say, day, etc. Nearly all of the words in Sanskrit end in the letter A. The letter A symbol in English and in many other Western alphabets is tapered like the pyramids, and many other spiritual symbols. The taper is symbolic of the serpentine energy ascending the soul. This also has to do with focus on the spine. The so-called tetragrammaton of the soul follows as IOEAEEOIA. These are the 4 vowel vibrations that empower and raise the energies of the 4 quarters of the soul to a high level. Right shoulder / right side of the body, vibrate IEEEE, left shoulder / left side of the body, vibrate OOOHHHH. front side of your body, vibrate eaayy as in. The word say, or may on your backside, focusing on your spine, vibrate a. Ahhhh. Now, one can see where this vibration was stolen, altered, and completely corrupted from a pagan concept into that foul Jewish invented entity, Jehovah. Again and again, I reiterate the word God is a code word for the self. There is no Jehova or Yahweh, which was taken from idiot Christians trying to pronounce YHVH, as. The J is often pronounced as Y in many languages. After this 52 concept was stolen and corrupted by the Jews, the Christians are so far deluded it is way beyond pathetic. The Jews have usurped spiritual knowledge and corrupted it in order to enslave and control the entire world, they themselves, at the higher levels, becoming God. In truth, that is all it is, a vibration to drastically empower the soul. Going further, I also have written about this before. Once you have enough knowledge and obstacles to enlightenment have been knocked down in your mind, this can easily be seen. The Nazarene was stolen from and invented into another fictitious Jewish character for Gentiles to slavishly worship, the serpent. Nearly every painting or illustration of so-called saints, of which in Spanish is Santa, an anagram of Satan, they are all depicted with halos, which represents the risen serpent of Satan. This is not just a Western concept, but is also seen extensively in the Far East, where Christianity stole nearly all of its corrupted content from, as with the Buddha, also seen with a halo. Now, getting back to those paintings that we are told is the Nazarene, in truth, they are nothing more than an illustration of a man with his serpent ascended, no different from any other illustrated instructions, same as with the so-called saints. When you purchase any appliances, etc., these normally will come with illustrated instructions, or the same as with someone in an illustration showing the certain steps to using an appliance or whatever. For more information, see the article, The Truth About Jesus Christ. The Nazarene is nothing more than a Jewish invented character that has been used to replace the serpent. The paintings are a how-to, a concept, depicted by a man. As I already wrote some time ago, if the same were done with SpongeBob, millions upon millions would prostrate themselves before the mighty image of SpongeBob in reverence, worship, and self-devotion. Using a sponge for cleaning purposes would become a blasphemy and a major sacrilege. This would then, through the mass mind, take on a life of its own, a thought form, if you will. A sponge would adorn every altar. There would be giant, colossal sponges where the most holy would make a special pilgrimage, not to that stupid black box in Mecca, but to the giant sponge edifice, the tiny pineapple residence of SpongeBob would be heaven under the sea, with the end goal for every saved individual to, instead of floating up to the sky in the ether, would descend to the depths of the ocean in hopes of finding the tiny little home to spend the rest of eternity within. Kidding aside, given the endless and copious amounts of spiritual energy that are directed into this fictitious Nazarene character, the misguided and false sense of Belief in with this outrageous lie being promoted at every level, embedded in the minds of the populace through force, with no alternative, no wonder it has reached the monstrous level it has. In addition, that Nazarene was also corrupted from the 5 elements, Hebrew style. When one has enough knowledge and has opened his/her mind, and through the grace of Satan, one can see all of this. 53. Christianity is pushed upon the populace with no other alternative. Even in doing crossword puzzles, most are written by Jews, that Christian biblical crap has to be in there for the words/answers. As for modern paganism, Buddhism, Wicca, and everything else that is related and has been corrupted from the original paganism, all has been Christianized. The Jews even go a step further in dictating to the Gentiles that the powers of the mind are not to be used for material gain, which is an utter crock of shit. Quote from the Talmud. 22 Sef. J.P. 92, 1. God has given the Jews power over the possessions and blood of all nations. Fundamentalist Christians work relentlessly to remove Santa from Christmas and replace him with the Nazarene, take the Easter bunny out of Easter and again replace the rabbits and eggs with the Nazarene, and this includes all of the other holidays. For more information regarding this, see the article concerning the stolen year. The Jehovah's Witnesses also go a step further and work to remove all symbols which they tout as graven images, as the destruction of important spiritual symbols will eventually be the death of spiritual knowledge and truths. All of the occult and the spiritual teachings have the end objective of empowering the soul, raising the serpent, and performing the magnum opus. If one will look through open eyes, no amount of coercing, lying, or explaining will fool you again. The only thing one can do from this point is to work to wake up humanity to the truth. Hail Satan! One excerpt taken from http://www.greekmythology.com/myths/the_myth/io_io_.html. 54. 55. Jehova and human blood sacrifice. Deuteronomy 12:27. And thou shalt offer thy burnt offerings, the flesh and the blood, upon the altar of the Lord thy God, and the blood of thy sacrifices shall be poured out upon the altar of the Lord thy God, and thou shalt eat the flesh. The Judeo-Christian Bible is chock full of blood sacrifice, human blood sacrifice. Most Siens rely on what their preacher has to say and/or are too lazy or mentally challenged to read and study for themselves. How many people bother to really think? In addition to the blatant human blood sacrifices for Jehovah, bloodbath after bloodbath took place under the direction and orders of this bloodthirsty entity in the form of numerous wars and other acts of inhumanity. Gentile holy texts and sacred writings have been replaced with this Jewish invented and written filth. There is nothing spiritual about it, just murder after murder, no different from the Jewish-controlled Hollywood and its emphasis on violence, bloodshed, and murder to no end. Exodus 22:29 Thou shalt not delay to offer the first of thy ripe fruits, and of thy liquors, the firstborn of thy sons shalt thou give unto me. Ezekiel 20, 25, 26. Wherefore I gave them also statutes that were not good, and judgments whereby they should not live. 20:26. And I polluted them in their own gifts, in that they caused to pass through the fire all that openeth the womb, that I might make them desolate, to the end that they might know that I am the Lord. 2 Samuel 21 is another example of blood sacrifice to appease Jehovah. 21:6. Let 7 men of his sons be delivered unto us, and we will hang them up unto the Lord in Gibeah of Saul, whom the Lord did choose. 21:9. And he delivered them into the hands of the Gibeonites, and they hanged them in the hill before the Lord, and they fell all 7 together, and were put to death in the days of harvest, in the first days, in the beginning of barley harvest. 21:10. And Rizpah the daughter of Aiah took sackcloth, and spread it for her upon the rock, from the beginning of harvest until water dropped upon the mount of heaven, and suffered neither the birds of the air to rest on them by day, nor the beasts of the field by night. When 7 men are murdered in cold blood in order to appease Jehovah in hopes that he will end a famine, it can only be called human blood sacrifice. More blood sacrifice. Numbers 31:25. And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, 56:31-26. Take the sum of the prey that was taken, both of man and of beast, thou and Eleazar the priest, and the chief fathers of the congregation. 31:27. And divide the prey into 2 parts, between them that took the war upon them, who went out to battle, and between all the congregation. 31:28. And levy a tribute unto the Lord of the men of war which went out to battle, 1 soul of 500, both of the persons, and of the beeves, and of the asses, and of the sheep. 31:29. Take it of their half, and give it unto Eleazar the priest, for an heave offering of the Lord. 31:30. And of the children of Israel's half, thou shalt take 1 portion of 50, of the persons, of the beeves, of the asses, and of the flocks, of all manner of beasts, and give them unto the Levites, which keep the charge of the tabernacle of the Lord. 31:31. And Moses and Eleazar the priest did as the Lord commanded Moses. 31:32. And the booty, being the rest of the prey which the men of war had caught, was 600,000 and 70,000 and 5,000 sheep. 31:33. And 312,000 beeves. 31:34. And 301,000 asses. 31:35. And 32,000 persons in all, of women that had not known man by lying with him. 31:36. And the half, which was the portion of them that went out to war, was in number 300,007 and 30,500 sheep. 31:37. And the Lord's tribute of the sheep was 603 15. 31:38. And the beeves were 36,000, of which the Lord's tribute was 312. 31:39. And the asses were 30,500, of which the Lord's tribute was 301. 31:40. And the persons were 16,000, of which the Lord's tribute was 32 persons. This excerpt was taken from the Handbook of Jewish Knowledge by Nathan Oswald, copyright 1964, pages 302 to 303. Jephthah, one of the ruler judges following the conquest of Canaan, had sacrificed his only daughter to the God of Israel in a celebration of a military victory against the Ammonites. Samuel the seer had hacked in a sacrificial manner the body of Agag before God. David, the sensitive poet king, had handed the 7 sons of Saul to the Gibeonites to hang them up unto God. An example of this can be seen below, how the verse was changed in Judges 11:39. In the others, the human has been replaced with a lamb. 57. Judges 11:34. And Jephthah came to Mizpeh unto his house, and, behold, his daughter came out to meet him with timbrels and with dances, and she was his only child. Beside her he had neither son nor daughter. 11:35. And it came to pass, when he saw her, that he rent his clothes, and said, Alas, my daughter! Thou hast brought me very low, and thou art one of them that trouble me, for I have opened my mouth unto the Lord, and I cannot go back. 11:36. And she said unto him, My father, if thou hast opened thy mouth unto the Lord, do to me according to that which hath proceeded out of thy mouth, forasmuch as the Lord hath taken vengeance for thee of thine enemies, even of the children of Ammon. 11:37. And she said unto her father, Let this thing be done for me, let me alone 2 months, that I may go up and down upon the mountains, and bewail my virginity, I and my fellows. 11:38. And he said, Go. And he sent her away for 2 months, and she went with her companions, and bewailed her virginity upon the mountains. 11:39. And it came to pass at the end of 2 months, that she returned unto her father, who did with her according to his vow which he had vowed, and she knew no man. And it was a custom in Israel. 11:40. That the daughters of Israel went yearly to lament the daughter of Jephthah the Gileadite 4 days in a year. Just how obvious can this get? In Judges 11:35, Jephthah rents his clothes. 4. Those of you who are unfamiliar with this term, it is a Hebrew and also ancient custom to rent/rip one's clothes upon the death of a loved one. For I have opened my mouth unto the Lord, and I cannot go back. He has made a promise to sacrifice his only daughter to Jehovah. It is also glaringly apparent Jehovah demanded this act in exchange for his victory over his enemies and the children of Ammon, as he stated, I cannot go back. In Judges 11:37, his daughter states, Let this thing be done for me, let me alone 2 months, that I may go up and down upon the mountains, and bewail my virginity. This thing be done for me and bewail my virginity. Here it is obvious Jehovah demanded the sacrifice of a virgin. Judges 11:39, when she returned to her father, who did with her according to his vow which he had vowed, and she knew no man. And Judges 11:40, the daughters of Israel went yearly to lament the daughter of Jephthah. This is so obvious, he sacrificed his only virgin daughter to Jehovah, who demanded this act in exchange for his securing a victory for Jephthah. 58. Cannibalism. Deuteronomy 28:53. And thou shalt eat the fruit of thine own body, the flesh of thy sons and of thy daughters, which the Lord thy God hath given thee, in the siege, and in the straitness, wherewith thine enemies shall distress thee. 28:54. So that the man that is tender among you, and very delicate, his eye shall be evil toward his brother, and toward the wife of his bosom, and toward the remnant of his children which he shall leave. 28:55. So that he will not give to any of them of the flesh of his children whom he shall eat, because he hath nothing left him in the siege, and in the straitness, wherewith thine enemies shall distress thee in all thy gates. 28:56. The tender and delicate woman among you, which would not adventure to set the sole of her foot upon the ground for delicateness and tenderness, her eye shall be evil toward the husband of her bosom, and toward her son, and toward her daughter. 28:57. And toward her young one that cometh out from between her feet, and toward her children which she shall bear, for she shall eat them for want of all things. Secretly in the siege and straitness, wherewith thine enemy shall distress thee in thy gates. 28:58. If thou wilt not observe to do all the words of this law that are written in this book, that thou mayest fear this glorious and fearful name, the Lord thy God. Human blood was not enough, Jehovah gave clear instructions for the ritual slaughter of animals as well. Exodus 20:24. An altar of earth thou shalt make unto me, and shalt sacrifice thereon thy burnt offerings, and thy peace offerings, thy sheep, and thine oxen, in all places where I record my name I will come unto thee, and I will bless thee. Exodus 24:4. And Moses wrote all the words of the Lord, and rose up early in the morning, and builded an altar under the hill, and 12 pillars, according to the 12 tribes of Israel. 24:5. And he sent young men of the children of Israel, which offered burnt offerings, and sacrificed peace offerings of oxen unto the Lord. 24:6. And Moses took half of the blood, and put it in basins, and half of the blood he sprinkled on the altar. 24:7. 59. And he took the book of the covenant, and read in the audience of the people. And they said, All that the Lord hath said will we do, and be obedient. 24:8. And Moses took the blood, and sprinkled it on the people, and said, Behold the blood of the covenant, which the Lord hath made with you concerning all these words. More instructions from Jehovah for blood sacrifice. Exodus 23:18. Thou shalt not offer the blood of my sacrifice with leavened bread, neither shall the fat of my sacrifice remain until the morning. Exodus 29:10. And thou shalt cause a bullock to be brought before the tabernacle of the congregation, and Aaron and his sons shall put their hands upon the head of the bullock. 29:11. And thou shalt kill the bullock before the Lord, by the door of the tabernacle of the congregation. 29:12. And thou shalt take of the blood of the bullock, and put it upon the horns of the altar with thy finger, and pour all the blood beside the bottom of the altar. 29:13. And thou shalt take all the fat that covereth the inwards, and the caul that is above the liver, and the 2 kidneys, and the fat that is upon them, and burn them upon the altar. 29:14. But the flesh of the bullock, and his skin, and his dung, shalt thou burn with fire. Without the camp, it is a sin offering. 29:15. Thou shalt also take 1 ram, and Aaron and his sons shall put their hands upon the head of the ram. 29:16. And thou shalt slay the ram, and thou shalt take his blood, and sprinkle it round about upon the altar. 29:17. And thou shalt cut the ram in pieces, and wash the inwards of him, and his legs, and put them unto his pieces, and unto his head. 29:18. And thou shalt burn the whole ram upon the altar, it is a burnt offering unto the Lord, it is a sweet savour, an offering made by fire unto the Lord. 29:19. And thou shalt take the other ram, and Aaron and his sons shall put their hands upon the head of the ram. 29:20. Then shalt thou kill the ram, and take of his blood, and put it upon the tip of the right ear of Aaron, and upon the tip of the right ear of his sons, and upon the 60 thumb of their right hand, and upon the great toe of their right foot, and sprinkle the blood upon the altar round about. 29:21. And thou shalt take of the blood that is upon the altar, and of the anointing oil, and sprinkle it upon Aaron, and upon his garments, and upon his sons, and upon the garments of his sons with him, and he shall be hallowed, and his garments, and his sons' garments with him. 29:22. Also thou shalt take of the ram the fat and the rump, and the fat that covereth the inwards, and the caul above the liver, and the 2 kidneys, and the fat that is upon them, and the right shoulder, for it is a ram of consecration. 29:23. And 1 loaf of bread, and 1 cake of oiled bread, and 1 wafer out of the basket of the unleavened bread that is before the Lord. 29:24. And thou shalt put all in the hands of Aaron, and in the hands of his sons, and shalt wave them for a wave offering before the Lord. 29:25. And thou shalt receive them of their hands, and burn them upon the altar for a burnt offering, for a sweet savour before the Lord, it is an offering made by fire unto the Lord. 29:26. And thou shalt take the breast of the ram of Aaron's consecration, and wave it for a wave offering before the Lord, and it shall be thy part. 29:27. And thou shalt sanctify the breast of the wave offering, and the shoulder of the heave offering, which is waved, and which is heaved up, of the ram of the consecration, even of that which is for Aaron, and of that which is for his sons. 29:28. And it shall be Aaron's and his sons by a statute forever from the children of Israel, for it is an heave offering, and it shall be an heave offering from the children of Israel of the sacrifice of their peace offerings, even their heave offering unto the Lord. 29:29. And the holy garments of Aaron shall be his sons after him, to be anointed. Therein, and to be consecrated in them. 29, 30. And that son that is priest in his stead shall put them on 7 days, when he cometh into the tabernacle of the congregation to minister in the holy place. 29, 31. And thou shalt take the ram of the consecration, and seethe his flesh in the holy place. Leviticus chapter 1. 1, 1. And the Lord called unto Moses, and spake unto him out of the tabernacle of the congregation, saying. 61. 1, 2. Speak unto the children of Israel, and say unto them, If any man of you bring an offering unto the Lord, ye shall bring your offering of the cattle, even of the herd, and of the flock. 1, 3. If his offering be a burnt sacrifice of the herd, let him offer a male without blemish. He shall offer it of his own voluntary will at the door of the tabernacle of the congregation before the Lord. 1, 4. And he shall put his hand upon the head of the burnt offering, and it shall be accepted for him to make atonement for him. 1, 5. And he shall kill the bullock before the Lord, and the priests, Aaron's sons, shall bring the blood, and sprinkle the blood round about upon the altar that is by the door of the tabernacle of the congregation. 1, 6. And he shall flay the burnt offering, and cut it into his pieces. 1, 7. And the sons of Aaron the priest shall put fire upon the altar, and lay the wood in order upon the fire. 1, 8. And the priests, Aaron's sons, shall lay the parts, the head, and the fat, in order upon the wood that is on the fire which is upon the altar. 1, 9. But his inwards and his legs shall he wash in water, and the priest shall burn all on the altar, to be a burnt sacrifice, an offering made by fire, of a sweet savour unto the Lord. 110. And if his offering be of the flocks, namely, of the sheep, or of the goats, for a burnt sacrifice, he shall bring it a male without blemish. 111. And he shall kill it on the side of the altar northward before the Lord, and the priests, Aaron's sons, shall sprinkle his blood round about upon the altar. 112. And he shall cut it into his pieces, with his head and his fat, and the priest shall lay them in order on the wood that is on the fire which is upon the altar. 113. But he shall wash the inwards and the legs with water, and the priest shall bring it all, and burn it upon the altar. It is a burnt sacrifice, an offering made by fire, of a sweet savour unto the Lord. 114. And if the burnt sacrifice for his offering to the Lord be of fowls, then he shall bring his offering of turtle doves, or of young pigeons. 115. And the priest shall bring it unto the altar, and wring off his head, and burn it on the altar, and the blood thereof shall be wrung out at the side of the altar. 116. 62. And he shall pluck away his crop with his feathers, and cast it beside the altar on the east part, by the place of the ashes. 117. And he shall cleave it with the wings thereof, but shall not divide it asunder, and the priest shall burn it upon the altar, upon the wood that is upon the fire. It is a burnt sacrifice, an offering made by fire, of a sweet savor unto the Lord. Leviticus chapter 7. 1. Likewise this is the law of the trespass offering, it is most holy. 2. In the place where they kill the burnt offering shall they kill the trespass offering. And the blood thereof shall he sprinkle round about upon the altar. 3. And he shall offer of it all the fat thereof, the rump, and the fat that covereth the inwards. 4. And the 2 kidneys, and the fat that is on them, which is by the flanks, and the caul that is above the liver, with the kidneys, it shall he take away. 5. And the priest shall burn them upon the altar for an offering made by fire unto the Lord, it is a trespass offering. Leviticus 7:14. And of it he shall offer one out of the whole oblation for an heave offering unto the Lord, and it shall be the priests that sprinkleth the blood of the peace offerings. The Lord needs every drop of that blood from the blood sacrifice. Leviticus 7:27. Whatsoever soul it be that eateth any manner of blood, even that soul shall be cut off from his people. Here, more blood sacrifice is needed to remove the curse of leprosy Jehovah has inflicted. Leviticus 14:34. When ye be come into the land of Canaan, which I give to you for a possession, and I put the plague of leprosy in a house of the land of your possession. 14:49. And he shall take to cleanse the house 2 birds, and cedar wood, and scarlet, and hyssop. 14:50. And he shall kill the one of the birds in an earthen vessel over running water. 14:51. 63. And he shall take the cedar wood, and the hyssop, and the scarlet, and the living bird, and dip them in the blood of the slain bird, and in the running water, and sprinkle the house 7 times. 14:52. And he shall cleanse the house with the blood of the bird, and with the running water, and with the living bird, and with the cedar wood, and with the hyssop, and with the scarlet. 14:53. But he shall let go the living bird out of the city into the open fields, and make an atonement for the house, and it shall be clean. 14:54. This is the law for all manner of plague of leprosy, and scall. 14:55. And for the leprosy of a garment, and of a house. 14:56. And for a rising, and for a scab, and for a bright spot. 14:57. To teach when it is unclean, and when it is clean, this is the law of leprosy. More examples of blood sacrifices to Jehovah. Leviticus 8:14, 32. Leviticus 9:1, 24. Leviticus 14:1, 5. Leviticus 14:12, 28. Leviticus 23:12, 21. Numbers 19:1, 7. Joshua chapter 10, nothing but mass murder. Judges 1:1, 18 more bloodbaths and mass murder. Judges 3:27, 31. This goes on repeatedly. Repeats of endless mass murder and bloodshed. The word blood is used over and over again. You would think this would all be so obvious. We all must bear in mind, the Nazarene was the ultimate human sacrifice, also. Eat his body and drink his blood is repeatedly recited during nearly every Christian Mass/service around the world. The article above and the article Jehovah, a murderer and a liar from the beginning reveal bloodbath after bloodbath, and the conquering and genocide of Gentiles at the hands of the Jews. 64. 65. The Christian Mass and how it ties into Jewish ritual murder. Due to centuries of the vehement suppression of spiritual knowledge, most people are not only unaware of, but also they are unable to see certain truths. This is the enemy's way of conquering, by creating a blind spot on the soul. Where one is spiritually disarmed, the so-called sixth sense is lacking in most people, and in many others, it is completely absent. Millions of unfortunate people are and have been deceived by the Christian and Muslim programs, both of these whose sole intention is to destroy spiritual knowledge and replace it with lies for the destruction of humanity and every other living creature on this earth. The Judeo-Christian Bible warns its believers regarding the powers of the mind and of witchcraft, so that one is unable to see through the blatant lies that are right there every day. The Jews, who are parasites by nature, have always used Gentiles as their spiritual hosts, to feed from, no different from the alien Greys who use their collection of souls to feed from. Many of you are already familiar with Jewish ritual murder. During the times of Jewish holidays, top rabbis will abduct Gentile children and use them in their ritual sacrifices to Jehovah. The child is taken to a secret back room of a synagogue, tied to a cross, and then tortured to death with the blood drained from the four corners, hands and feet, while the child is still alive and aware, and then this blood is drunk ritually by the rabbis. This heinous act has been performed repeatedly for centuries, and this is why the Jews have endured endless pogroms where Gentiles have massacred entire villages of Jews, have been forcibly expelled from nearly every country of the world, except for the USA, and have been hated to an extreme by every Gentile race. This is just one. I could go on and on endlessly of the crimes that the Jews have committed ad nauseum, but the purpose of this sermon is how all of this ties into the Christian Mass/church service. For more about this practice, see 2000 Years of Jewish Ritual Murder. There was a title of a book I noted on a shelf in the public library, written by a Jewish rabbi, and the title was Thou Shalt Prosper. This is also in the Bible. This title was in reference to the Jews. Nearly everyone is aware of the unbelievable material wealth, success, and power this race has had for centuries. This directly results from their abuse of occult power, and all of this ties directly into Christianity. As I mentioned many times before, the Judeo-Christian Bible is a book of Jewish witchcraft. The verses, their numbers, and so forth. In order to know this, one must know how witchcraft, words of power, and most of all, the subliminal and the powers of the mind work to bring the operator's intentions to manifest in reality. 66. As with so much of the Jewish workings, the subliminal is used to make the necessary subconscious connection to establish an energy link. One must know about witchcraft and the powers of the mind to know this. This is why the Bible warns and works to frighten Gentiles away from anything really spiritual. Thou shalt not suffer a witch to live, and other crap about burning in a lake of fire, etc. In addition, I noted early on that there were curses involved in one using one's powers of the mind to prevent this and to frighten those who scare easily away from this sort of thing. Eat me, drink me. The entire theme of the Christian Mass/church service is that of a simulation of a human sacrifice. Most people cannot see this, nor are they aware of it due to their minds being walled up. The Nazarene with every Mass/service is crucified in a blood sacrifice to Jehovah. I remember very well the endless repeated phrases used by the priest so that a connection is established. This is the body of Christ. And then that stupid little communion wafer where the believer eats that body of Christ. Now we know the Nazarene was nailed to that cross, the four corners, no different from the Gentile children that the Jews use in their sacrifices. This creates the necessary connection that fuels the energies for the Jewish ritual murders, bringing success to the Jewish race, especially that of vast material wealth. Each and every Catholic Mass for one, and with Protestants, the theme is the same. These same verses are drummed into the minds of the congregation over and over and over and over and over. On the night he was betrayed, he took bread and gave you thanks and praise. He broke the bread, gave it to his disciples, and said, "Take this, all of you, and eat it. This is my body which will be given up for you." When supper was ended, he took the cup. Again he gave you thanks and praise, gave the cup to his disciples, and said, "Take this, all of you, and drink from it. This is the cup of my blood." See the connection. This is blatantly a human sacrifice. People cannot see this because they have been spiritually blinded. I can see all kinds of things as I have knocked down walls in my mind, and I remember just 4 weeks ago, when hearing religious Christmas songs blasting over the speakers in the store I was in, it was very blatant to me how these deluded Christian fools were singing for their damnation. To create the necessary distraction and to confuse their victims, the Jews have always pretended to be persecuted by Christians. They pretend to be at odds with Christianity. If one's walls are knocked down, one can see what is there right in front of us every day. The entire Bible has either the word Jew, Jews, Israel, and related written on every page, and with all of these, the Jewish people, and 67. Their patriarchs are honored and exalted. The Bible follows a subliminal theme in that Gentiles are conquered repeatedly in the Old Testament by the Jews and their God Jehovah. After all of this conquering and enslaving, the Nazarene, the long-awaited Jewish Messiah, comes on the scene. Jewish from birth to death. The Jewish Nazarene character was invented from a concept, that of the serpentine witch power. Again, for a working to succeed in many cases, there must be some sort of connection in the mind of the victim. Most Christians cannot see that Jehovah was a murderer and a liar from the beginning. The New Testament goes on with the Nazarene then becoming a human sacrifice, murdered and sacrificed to Jehovah, the murderous, bloodthirsty, and sadistic father. In its own twisted way, this translates into the murder of children. Because the mind of a child is in many cases a blank slate in the way of limited personal experiences that shape attitudes and color the personality, children are prime victims. Christianity is notorious for preying upon children, as are angels. And of course, the filthy kikes. They know they can use the energy of children quite freely, as there is little or no spiritual resistance. Then, the final cap with all of this is the second coming of Christ, which is in truth another hoax designed to channel Gentile spiritual energies and beliefs through the mass mind into making the coming of the Jewish Messiah into a reality. Quote from the Jewish Talmud. Simeon Hadarson, following 56d, when the Messiah comes, every Jew will have 2,800 slaves. Most people are totally unaware of the above and cannot see this. I already wrote in another sermon concerning how the Jews use occult power. Just newsletter/message/385. Here is an excerpt. Underscore 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 un. The video below, which I highly recommend everyone sees, is nothing new and blatantly exposes the Jews and how they abuse occult power, the power of suggestion and the subliminal to make the subconscious connection to manifest their workings in reality. The shootings were for the purpose of instituting gun control. Many people, such as the author of the video linked below, have no idea of the Jewish power, feeding off of and directing the energy that the deluded followers of the Christian program provide for their Jewish masters, is behind all of this and can only make misguided guesses. Sandy Hook and Batman shootings announced in movie Batman and Dark Knight Rise. http://www.youtube.com/watch?v=c8ntzkpmtlq. The Jewish abuse of occult powers has its roots in their gematria. The 911 was another one, very blatant. A co-worker, some years ago, showed me how a $20 bill could be folded a certain way so that on the rear of it, the Twin Towers going up in smoke would appear. Look on the internet for this. I don't have the 68 time to search out the websites that have this. All of a sudden, after the 911 incident, the older version of the $20 bills where you could fold it that way was taken out of circulation. They fed the public the bullshit story that they were too easy to counterfeit. Well, they disappeared real fast, as too many people knew the deal on how to fold them. The 20 is the most common currency used and circulated in the USA. Others include presidential assassinations. I did some research on this a few years back. Note about Lincoln and the names, dates, and the numbers and how they all come together in a very creepy way, indicating the use of their version of witchcraft. 911 is another blatant one, the date, the flights, the numbers, such as New York City 11 letters. Just do your own research on this. underscore 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 un. In closing, the suicidal doctrines and teachings that poverty is a virtue, and the rejection of material wealth, work to ensure that the Jews prosper and that all wealth and power is in their hands. These suicidal teachings are drummed into the minds of Gentiles from a very early age, making sure they take a root hold, and will even last for future lifetimes, ensuring poverty. Quotes from the Jewish Talmud. Sef. J.P. 92, 1. God has given the Jews power over the possessions and blood of all nations. Shulchan Aruch, Chazon Hamispat 348, all property of other nations belongs to the Jewish nation, which, consequently, is entitled to seize upon it without any scruples. Shulchan Aruch, Chazon Hamispat 156, when a Jew has a Gentile in his clutches, another Jew may go to the same Gentile, lend him money and in turn deceive him, so that the Gentile shall be ruined. For the property of a Gentile, according to our law, belongs to no one, and the first Jew that passes has full right to seize it. Behind it all, the Jews are the ones who push Christianity, though they try to deceive the world into believing otherwise. I see this all the time, as I am very aware of it. Even with small unimportant things as crossword puzzle books, most are authored by Jewish writers and there are endless references to Christianity. And that filthy Bible, like everyone is supposed to know those filthy Jewish characters and archetypes by rote. Like this is supposed to be common everyday accepted knowledge. 69. The Holy Bible, a book of Jewish witchcraft. There is nothing holy or anything for spiritual advancement or the betterment of humanity in the Bible. Look to the numbers, the books, the scriptures, and the contents and you will see it for what it is really for. It is a book of Jewish witchcraft, of which they use liberally way at the top, to advance their agenda and to enslave the masses. The whole point of this article is to explain in everyday simple terms on how they do this. For those of you who are unfamiliar with spirituality and the workings of the mind, known as witchcraft, I am going to explain this so you can understand how this works. Look around you, everything you see, your computer screen, your chair, your bed, your furniture, the cars outside, buildings, windows, everything you see was once someone's idea before it materialized into a physical form in reality. Now, I also want to add in some instances, such as with science, for example, storms manifest on their own, hot humid air colliding with cold, dry air. For example, but the majority of everything here was once someone's idea. Most of you are familiar with the cone-shaped hats that classic wizards and witches wear. These often have stars drawn on them and such. The symbolic meaning of the cone is energy welling up to the top of the head. This is also symbolized by the Egyptian pyramids. Energy is needed to manifest an idea into reality. Energy is also like water in that it will take the easiest way out if not thoroughly directed. A conscious witchcraft working needs energy and the focus of the mind. The more important the working, the more it may take planning before doing it. By planning, I mean a date where the planets are supportive of the working, hence the stars on the cone-shaped hats, along with timing and knowledge. The more forces working in harmony to support the spell, the better. Especially the numbers, as life is made up of numbers time. The working is empowered by the right female side of the brain. This side of the brain rules over the subconscious mind and is also the passive side of the brain. The left side of the brain is the male, logical side that directs the working. The more energy that is directed toward a working, the more likely it will manifest in reality. Little things do not require massive amounts of energy, but controlling the world and what I reveal later in this article, do require the participation of the subconscious female side of the brain mass mind. The populace is unaware of this. This is the reason a Bible is in nearly every home, as it acts as a subconscious receiver and it has subliminal power, a connection with the numbers, the verses, and given the centuries of massive amounts of psychic energy being poured into it from believers, it has plenty of power. Believers subconsciously tie into the energy and unbeknownst to most, can be controlled this way. This is only a brief summary of how the powers of the mind and soul work. To learn more, study up on the subconscious mind, especially how some people are able to obtain the entire contents of a book by just holding the book and focusing on it, without reading it. This should give you some idea of the 70 power the Bible has. This is another reason why Bible verses are memorized, as these become embedded in the subconscious, and this bleeds over into the mass mind, making the mass mind a powerful tool in working a spell. In addition, many of you are familiar with subliminal messages. Most of us have heard or read about how popular advertisements, music, and other media use subliminal messages that are not usually detected by the conscious mind. We are unaware of them, but they do work and they do influence people. At the end of this article are links to YouTube videos that further demonstrate this. To further confuse and misdirect the populace, these workings such as the 9 to 11 are blamed upon Satan, but with a little research and study, you will find the opposite to be true. All of these are of the Judeo-Christian Bible. This is no different from the phony Jewish Holocaust lie of the 6 million. Note how the number 6 is frequently used. More on this below. The endless media publicity and otherwise. This acts as a major distraction and diversion away from the real atrocities, mass murder, torture and brutality committed by the Jewish communist program. Some of you may remember here how after the 9/11 incident, many people were folding $20 bills a certain way, as the Twin Towers could be seen in flames. Given the bill was folded, then viewed a certain way. The $20 bill is the most commonly used of the United States currency. Shortly thereafter the 9/11 incident, the $20 bills were very rapidly replaced with a new version. They all disappeared very quickly. The excuse used before the public was that they could be easily counterfeited. The real reason was because of the design of the bill and the subliminal vibrations it carried. The number 11 is a number of chaos, destruction, and disintegration. According to the Bible. Because that filthy Bible is in nearly every home, so many people adhere to Christian teachings, and put their faith in it, like the $20 bill. It is a very powerful subliminal tool, even more so than the $20 bill, as it has been around much longer, and is international. Thus, when Jews at the highest levels work their witchcraft in groups, they use the numbers and verses in the Bible to accomplish their ends. From what I understand, some of the verses are vibrated in Hebrew in boustrophedon, meaning red in zigzag. They also bob back and forth when they pray in groups. The numbers 10 and 12 in the Bible are supposed to be perfect numbers. The 12 sons of Jacob minus Joseph one is not, Genesis 42:13, without whom the other 11 would not have survived. Note * Genesis is the first book of the Bible, Genesis = 1 plus 42 plus 13 = 56, which reduces to 11. This is in addition to the verse itself. King Jehoiakim 2 Chronicles 36:5, 6 reigned 11 years before Nebuchadnezzar carried him away into captivity, his downfall and the end of his rule. 71. King Zedekiah Jeremiah 52:1, 11 reigned 11 years before Nebuchadnezzar imprisoned him, murdered his family, and mutilated him. In the 11th year of the Babylonian captivity, Ezekiel prophesied of the fall and the destruction of Tyrus, Ezekiel 26:1, 5. In the 11th year of the Babylonian captivity, Ezekiel prophesied of the fall and the destruction of Egypt, Ezekiel 30:20, 26. Note also in the above scriptures, if you do some more reading on them, they all rebelled against the Jews and were punished for it. The above serves as an example. There are many more. Now, the number 9 is a number of endings and finality. Note how the biblical verses that emphasized the number 11, all related to destruction and fall. I will not make this article too long, as I will have more detailed examples and such in the near future. The Book of Job suffering is used to curse their enemies. In many circumstances, the bombing of Dresden was carried out on the Christian holiday of Ash Wednesday and reduced the city to ashes. I could cite many more examples, but taking a look at how similarities all tie in, we have. On March 15, 2004, there were exactly 911 days between the Twin Towers attack of September 11, 2001 and the bomb attacks on the trains in Madrid, Spain on March 11, 2004. Madrid, Spain has 11 letters. New York City has 11 letters. The American attacks occurred on September 11, 2001. The Madrid attacks occurred on March 11, 2004. There were 911 days between the American and Madrid attacks. 9 plus 1 plus 1 equal 11. The Madrid attack occurred on the 11th Thursday of the year. September 11 is the 254th day of the year. 2 plus 5 plus 4 equal 11. After September 11 there are 111 days left to the end of the year. September 11 has 9 letters and 2 numbers. 9 plus 2 equal 11. March 11, 2004 has 5 letters and 6 numbers. 5 plus 6 equal 11. Each building had 110 stories. 11 x 10 equal 110. The Madrid train attacks left 191 people confirmed dead. 1 plus 9 plus 1 equal 11. 72. On September 11, 2002 the names of the 2,801 victims of the World Trade Center attacks were read aloud from ground zero. 2 plus 8 plus 0 plus 1 equal 11. The twin towers standing side by side look like the number 11. The first plane to hit the towers was Flight 11. Flight 11 had 92 on board. 9 plus 2 equal 11. Flight 11 had 11 crew members. Flight 77 hit the Pentagon. 11 x 7 equal 77. Flight 77 had 65 on board. 6 plus 5 equal 11. 911 is the number to call in case of emergency. 9 plus 1 equal 11. New York was the 11th state added to the Union. Manhattan Island was discovered on September 11, 1609 by Henry Hudson. -11 letters. Saudi Arabia has 11 letters. Afghanistan has 11 letters. Note how the vibration of the number 11 ties all of this in with the 9. Astral energy seeks the easiest way out and like attracts like. It is no wonder that Freemasons, who are controlled by Jewish powers, place their hands upon the Bible during their initiation. Given every page of that evil Bible has the word Jew, Jews, Israel, Jerusalem and related, the Nazarene and company, all Jews, and given. The Jews proclaim they are the chosen of God and they are held in the highest esteem and exalted in the Bible. No wonder they are so powerful and have secretly ruled over the world, unbeknownst to the masses, for centuries. Satan himself also showed me how these workings are like a domino effect. Once something is set into motion on the astral, the energies put into motion seek out like energies and things tie in. With the strange and eerie coincidence of the numbers, this is only a sample, there are many more. This reveals this is not a random act, but a dead giveaway that this was an occult working which was deliberate. I would also like to add the Jewish emphasis on the number 6. Please do not confuse this with 666, which has an entirely different meaning. Just be aware and you will notice what I am saying here. For example, the 6 million for that $T hoax. Jewish communism has its important holiday May 1st, 5/1, 5 plus 1 equals 6. With this I could go on and on. Israel has 6 letters. Pay attention to the news and also history, anything connected with the Jews and you will see what I mean. In the Bible, the number 6 is the number of man without 73 any spiritual power. The number 7 has to do with the 7 chakras and spiritual power emanating from these and spiritual perfection. 6 falls short. 6 is also a number of hard labor. Work was done for 6 days and the 7th was a day of rest. The number 6 is stamped on all that is connected with human labor. We see it stamped upon his measures, which he uses in his labor, and on the time during which he labors. And we see this from the very beginning. The Jewish emphasis on and use of the number 6, sets up a vibration on the astral for the advancement of their agenda, their communist state and world order. Communism is slave labor. With the communist state, the Jews become God, and all spiritual knowledge is replaced with material atheism. Only the Jews at the top know the secrets of the occult, and they use their curses and spells on an unknowing and helpless populace to whatever suits them. Christianity in more ways than one is a stepping-off point for communism. In addition, Christianity has made so-called religion into such a totally repulsive and vile concept, that many who are unknowing, gladly accept and promote atheism. In closing, like everything else, this is all blamed upon Satan and the powers of hell by ignorant assholes. Most Christians do not have the intelligence or the strength of character to delve into the occult. There are also scriptures in that Bible that the Jews used to curse and frighten outsiders away from really getting into the occult. I remember when I was new to Satanism, I had a bad experience. But this only drove me on and heightened my curiosity. One cannot be afraid. The Jews and their alien cohorts have used fear as a tool for control for centuries. In communist countries, the populace lives in a constant state of terror. This is also in league with the Bible, as is everything else regarding Jewish communism. The Bible is nothing more than a book of Jewish witchcraft, hence the numbers. Biblical numerology, and how the Bible is continuously pushed upon the populace. It is in nearly every home, in hotel rooms and everywhere else. Everyone is familiar with it, and knows what it claims to be. The world needs to wake up. Please feel free to educate others, distribute this and any other JOS articles, and to work hard for Satan. Satan means truth in Sanskrit. Most people are fully aware that Jews control Hollywood and the media. Here is blatant proof of subliminals used in the media leading up 9/11. What? Hollywood predicted 9/11. YouTube video. https://www.youtube.com/watchv=3if2ui21u. The Lone Gunman Pilot, 9/11, aired March 4, 2001, 6 months before the World Trade Center attacks. Note: 6 months. http://www.youtube.com/watch?v=z3ww6 end of line CLI 74. 75. Mind Control Programming and the Bible. The article below has been updated in some areas. For more information, please read the sermon on 666 following this article, below. Note: with the fall of the Soviet Union, the Jews have been working to rebuild the Christian religion in the failure of their atheist Christian program. This allows them to maintain strict control over the populace, from which they will in time regain the former control they once had. We can see in the link how the Jews use subliminal programming on America that connects into their spell book, the Bible, on the populace. 1960s subliminal messages in slow motion YouTube video. https://www.youtube.com/watchv=rnkgic 2 Corinthians 12:16. But be it so, I did not myself burden you. But, being crafty, I caught you with deception. Note in the above YouTube video, the Jews are using the terms "with God" repeatedly. God is real, God is watching equal 22 letters. Believe in government God equal 22 letters. Obey consume equal 22 letters. According to Christian and Jewish mysticism, 22 is the number of the Hebrew alphabet, is the number of the master builder, infinity and completion. Quintessence spirit, which is God in the universal sense in the Hermetic teachings, the mind of God and God. The Nazarene utters the 7 last words of finality on the cross, which is the phase at the start of Psalms 22. It equals the 12 zodiac signs and 10 planets in the tarot, of which such alphabet is assigned. Revelation, the last book of the Bible, also has 22 chapters. The number 22 corresponds to the world trump card of the tarot, indicating completion. This indicates the enemy completing their goal of world conquest and domination through communism. More on this important subject in the following article. The Holy Bible, a book of Jewish witchcraft. Psalm 66, 7. He God rules forever by his power, his eyes watch the nations, let not the rebellious rise up against him. 76. The Book of Psalms is the 19th book of the Bible. Note the verse, 66, 7, which also adds up to 19. 6 plus 6 plus 7 equal 19. 19 equal 19 equal 38, and 3 plus 8 equal 11, which is a number of downfall, so the above verse not only threatens against rebellion, but, given the numbers, it subliminally points out that rebellion will result in downfall. 1 Samuel 12:15. 15. But if ye will not obey the voice of the Lord, but rebel against the commandment of the Lord, then shall the hand of the Lord be against you, as it was against your fathers. 1 Samuel is the 9th book of the Bible. 9 plus 12 plus 15 equal 36, 3 plus 6 equal 9. 9 is the number of finality and judgment, the power of God itself. Colossians 3:22. Servants, obey in all things your masters according to the flesh, not with eye service, as men pleasers, but in singleness of heart, fearing God. Colossians is the 51st book of the Bible. 5 plus 1 equals 6. The Jews use the number 6 extensively, such as in their 6 million phony $T. In the Bible, the number 6 is the number of man without any spiritual power. The number 7 has to do with the 7 chakras and spiritual power emanating from these and spiritual perfection. 6 falls short. 6 is also a number of hard labor. Work was done for 6 days and the 7th was a day of rest. The number 6 is stamped on all that is connected with human labor. We see it stamped upon his measures, which he uses in his labor, and on the time during which he labors. And we see this from the very beginning. The Jewish emphasis on and use of the number 6 sets up a vibration on the astral for the advancement of their agenda, their communist state and world order. Communism is slave labor. With the communist state, the Jews become God, and all spiritual knowledge is replaced with material atheism. The above verse of the 51st book of the Bible 1 plus 5 equals 6 advocates slave labor. Taken further, the verse 322 can be multiplied 3x 22 equals 66, the total number of books in the Bible, indicating completion of the Jewish communist slave labor state and their New World Order. Romans 13, 1-7. 1. Everyone must submit himself to the governing authorities, for there is no authority except that which God has established. The authorities that exist have been established by God. 2. Consequently, he who rebels against the authority is rebelling against what God has instituted, and those who do so will bring judgment on themselves. 77. 3. For rulers hold no terror for those who do right, but for those who do wrong. 2. You want to be free from fear of the one in authority. Then do what is right and he will commend you. 4. For he is God's servant to do you good. But if you do wrong, be afraid, for he does not bear the sword for nothing. He is God's servant, an agent of wrath to bring punishment on the wrongdoer. 5. Therefore, it is necessary to submit to the authorities, not only because of possible punishment but also because of conscience. 6. This is also why you pay taxes, for the authorities are God's servants, who give their full time to governing. 7. Give everyone what you owe him. If you owe taxes, pay taxes; if revenue, then revenue; if respect, then respect; if honor, then honor. The founders wanted the Great Seal put upon the dollar for a good reason, but they never put anything about the Jewish God on there. Reference to the Jewish God was put on American currency by Jewish President Dwight David Eisenhower. July 30, 1956, 2 years after pushing to have the phrase "under God" inserted into the Pledge of Allegiance, President Dwight D. Eisenhower signs a law officially declaring "In God We Trust" to be the nation's official motto. The law, PL 84-140, also mandated that the phrase be printed on all American paper currency. 1. Eisenhower was a Jew by his own confession. The name Eisenhower is taken from Eisenhower, a Jewish surname. In Eisenhower's West Point Military Academy graduating class yearbook, published in 1915, Eisenhower is identified as a terrible Swedish Jew. It's not a surprise that the kosher-owned White House with the President Franklin Delano Roosevelt, who himself was of Dutch Jewish ancestry, and his staff read like a synagogue list. For more about this, read the article Jewish Bankers' War on America. http://gblt.webs.com/Jewish_bankers_war_on_America.htm. In 1943, Washington not only transferred Colonel Eisenhower to Europe but promoted him over more than 30 more experienced senior officers to 5-star general and placed him in charge of all the United States forces in Europe. This great general, who hid in fear pissing himself when it was believed a tiny, unarmed, German commando unit was after him during the war, personally ordered the murder of over 1.7 million German soldiers after the war was over in his POW death camps. Their only crime was defending their nation and people. Many of the above were not any older than 15 years of age. This is another blatant example of pure Talmudic hate. For the full article in Eisenhower's death camps, A. The United States Prison Guard remembers. http://www.ihr.org/jhr/v10p161_breck.html 78. In God We Trust has 12 letters. 12 is a perfect number, signifying perfection of government, or of governmental perfection. There are 66 books in the Bible, which add to 12. 6 plus 6 equal 12. The word God also appears 4473 in the Bible, adding up to the sum of 9. 9 is the number of finality and judgment, the power of God itself which is wrapped up with this. The judgments of God in Haggai 1:11 are enumerated in 9 particulars. And I called for a drought upon the land, and upon the mountains, and upon the corn, and upon the new wine, and upon the oil, and upon that which the ground bringeth forth, and upon men, and upon cattle, and upon all the labor of the hands. Haggai is the 37th book of the Bible. 3 plus 7 equal 10, so Haggai 1 would be 11, here. Again, we have 11. The law was signed by President Eisenhower on July 30, 1956, and the motto was progressively added to paper money over a period from 1957 to 1966. Public Law 84 to 851-18 The United States Code at 36 U.S.C. 302, now states, "In God We Trust" is the national motto. 2. One can see that money is a powerful way to inject something into the unconscious of the public mind. 9/11's $20 bill trick YouTube video. https://www.youtube.com/watchv=d1syfqh8j30. Here is more information on subliminals in the media leading up 9/11. What Hollywood predicted 9/11. YouTube video. https://www.youtube.com/watchv=3if2ui21u. Bluntly here. 9/11's foreshadowed in Super Mario Bros. The movie YouTube video. https://www.youtube.com/watchv=tklw_fm3tqg. And we can witness how the Jewish powers inject their God into the mass mind. Again. Eisenhower signed the bill into law on Flag Day, June 14, 1954. Eisenhower stated, "From this day forward, the millions of our school children will daily proclaim in every city and town, every village and rural schoolhouse, the dedication of our nation and our people to the Almighty." In this way we are reaffirming the transcendence of religious faith in America's heritage and future. In this way we shall constantly strengthen those spiritual weapons which forever will be our country's most powerful resource, in peace or in war. 79. The phrase "under God" was incorporated into the Pledge of Allegiance June 14, 1954, by a joint resolution of Congress amending 4 of the Flag Code enacted in 1942-3. In closing, many people in the JOS-E groups have mentioned how they have seen certain numbers repeatedly. This can be a certain number recurring on a license plate of a vehicle, or on a digital clock, in an advertisement, and in many other places. Sometimes this can even occur for days, but this alone and by itself is harmless. When we are aware of certain numbers, this establishes a subliminal vibration, and before we know it, we begin to see these same numbers frequently in our daily lives. This aspect is quite innocent and oftentimes meaningless, but in the above article, the perpetrators are fully aware of the power of numbers, and they enforce this to establish their magical workings in reality, via the Judeo-Christian Bible. This is why many Christians are practically coerced into memorizing Bible verses, as this embeds a subconscious link. 4. More on this. Sources. 1. This Day in History, www.history.com. 2. Wikipedia article, In God We Trust. 3. Ibid. Underscore 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 un. Sermon on 666. As I have already written 2 sermons concerning biblical numerology and how the Bible is a book of Jewish witchcraft, here is more on the numbers. The Bible has a total of 66 books. As most of you already know, the Jewish powers always emphasize the number 6, as with their 6 million phony $T and May Day, important communist holiday May 1st, 5/1, 5 + 1 = 6, and many more. Be aware of this, especially when watching the news and reading newspapers, magazines, etc. The Jews always emphasize the number 6. This is also corresponds to the Kabbalistic Saturn square, which adds up to 15 on all sides, even the diagonal. In the Bible, the number 6 is the number of humanity without any spiritual power. The number 7 has to do with the 7 chakras and spiritual power emanating from these and spiritual perfection. 6 falls short. 6 is also a number of hard labor. Work was done for 6 days, and the 7th was a day of rest. The number 6 is stamped on all that is connected with human labor. We see it stamped upon his measures, which he uses in his labor, and on the time 80 during which he labors. And we see this from the very beginning. The number 6 also has to do with slavery. Colossians 3:22. Servants, obey in all things your masters according to the flesh, not with eye service, as men pleasers, but in singleness of heart, fearing God. The above verse of the 51st book of the Bible 1 + 5 = 6 advocates slave labor. Taken further, the verse 3:22 can be multiplied 3 x 22 = 66, the total number of books in the Bible, indicating completion of the Jewish communist slave labor state and their New World Order. The truth is, Satan's number 666 is the number for the Kabbalistic square of the sun and indicates spiritual power and advancement. Nearly all of the ancient pagan religions emphasized worship of the Sunday. The code word worship in truth translates into intense focus upon, as in deep meditation. In addition, 6x 6 = 216, which has to do with certain powerful nadis within the soul. The solar chakra is the most powerful and important chakra of the soul and has to do with working the magnum opus. The solar chakra is the Grail chakra, the cup that holds the elixir of life secreted by the pineal gland. The Bible with 66 books falls short of realizing the Godhead and works to keep humanity spiritually and psychologically enslaved. According to the Bible, the number 12 is supposed to be a perfect number, with the number 13 being of Satan. As human beings, we have a total of 13 major chakras, not 12. 13 is one of Satan's numbers. 1 plus 3 equal 4. Again, the number 12 falls short. In ancient times, there was a 13th sign of the zodiac. 12 also relates to our Saturn-centered time, 60 seconds within a minute, 60 minutes within an hour and 24. 2 plus 4 equals 6 within a day. Saturn, as I already wrote in the above, vibrates to the number 6. Saturn is the malefic planet of suffering, hard work, misery, misfortune, and loss. Wherever Saturn is placed in one's astrology chart, this is where one will suffer in life. The Jewish powers designate 12 as being the number for perfect government, in other words, humanity being spiritually helpless, falling short of spiritual power and attainment, and being subject to enslavement through the government and total domination at the hands of the Jews who run that government. The subliminal vibrations and messages in the Bible set humanity up for this. In contrast, the 13-month lunar calendar is based upon the natural time of the Earth. We are all living discordant with the natural harmony of the Earth in regards to our calendar and time. 81. Christianity, Communism, the Jews and the Bible. In exposing the Holy Bible as a book of Jewish witchcraft, always remember the Jews are extremely clever and they take control of both sides, both opposing sides, which they pretend to be fighting each other, but underneath it all, they are working for their agenda of world enslavement. Just as many Sion churches, particularly the Vatican, pretend to be against and fighting communism. Unbeknownst to the populace, they are working for communism. The Nazarene taught nothing but communism, his sermons, and even his life, quite like Karl Marx himself, lazy, and lived off of the charity of others like a parasite. The USSR made a show of persecuting a number of Jews. They screamed the loudest when millions of innocent Gentiles were tortured to death, but this Jewish persecution is only for show, and they do not care if they have to sacrifice some of their own to reach their goal of world enslavement and domination. For example, Joseph Stalin, real name Joseph Dugashvili, the meaning of the Georgian surname Dugashvili is son of a Jew, claimed to be anti-Semitic, but given his second wife was also Jewish, as were his children, and his communist heroes such as Vladimir Lenin and the other scum he was directly involved with. Any idiot can see through these lies, which again, are there only to fool the masses. Nearly all of the entire communist leadership and KGB were Jews and or married to Jews, and lived extremely well while the working classes were brutalized beyond the imagination. This did not just include the USSR, but all other communist countries as well. Prior to the fall of the Iron Curtain, the USSR would also publicly support any country that was against Israel, pretending to be enemies with Israel, which beneath it all, is not the case, as both work together for the same agenda. Know this and be on to their tactics, never let them fool you. As I have stated before and will again, just how can Christianity really be at odds with the Jews, when every single page of that stinking Bible has the word Jew? Jews, Israel and other kosher crap on it, and above all, the Nazarene is Jewish from birth to death. Given the spiritual energies put into Christianity by the ignorant followers, for centuries, the Jews have an endless supply to do as they please with. This is their bulwark and their root. This is why the Bible is so full of numbers. Specific verses which vibrated in Hebrew are their mantras and given. The Bible is planted in nearly every home in the world. Christianity is relentlessly pushed and coerced onto people. Love Jesus or burn for eternity. The Bible acts as a subliminal medium, a receiver for their workings. Bible verses are memorized by many Christians. What this does further, is it creates a very powerful link in the minds of many, for which the Jews work their curses and their spells for attracting copious amounts of wealth. Even their Bible states regarding the Jews, thou shalt prosper. You pay and sacrifice for this. The Holy Bible serves as a link, as I mentioned in the above, for their subliminal workings. This is no different from having a Bible in your home. This creates a subliminal tie-in. I do know since my last article, The Holy Bible, a Book of Jewish 82 Witchcraft, I was very aware of the magnitude of this article, and given it hits it their most sensitive secrets, root, and their total bulwark, through Satan, we have exposed them. Satan has protected me. If he hadn't, myself along with others who are working very hard, would already be dead. We are working for a higher purpose, for a better world through Satan. We have identified and exposed the problems. The Jewish power structure works relentlessly to destroy our civil rights and freedoms, so that they can enslave us all. Jewish greed knows no bounds. Few Americans here know just how brutal life is and has been in many other countries. The Jews are working very hard to change this. In the early 1990s, after the fall of the USSR, many cutthroat Jewish communists emigrated to the USA and have been working for the destruction of our country ever since, and this can be blatantly seen in the many open violations of our Constitution and how our legal system has been rapidly deteriorating. The USA is the last power on this earth that still has some laws protecting freedom of speech and the press, though these are very insecure and many of us are suppressed and harassed, such as what is now happening in the JOC groups. If the USA goes down, any smaller countries that are somewhat free will also go down and be under the yoke of communist control. Many of you know it is a felony crime to deny or question the Jewish Holocaust in many countries, resulting in an automatic prison sentence. Everything the Jew is and does, is blamed on Gentiles. This creates confusion. and makes for an effective diversion and distraction. The same is with Satan. Everything their Christian God is and does, they heap the blame on Satan and the powers of hell, even though the truth is before them in the Holy Bible, and one can see that Jehovah was a murderer and a liar from the beginning. One only needs to look through the Old Testament and also that foul Nazarene ordering his followers to commit both theft and murder. Luke 19:27, Luke 6:1-5, Luke 19:29-35, and break other commandments. Matthew 10:34-36. Christians and others cannot see this, as they have been deluded under a powerful spell. Satan himself told me some time ago how horribly Gentiles have suffered under Jewish communism. I have written several articles regarding the slave labor situation in Red China. This brutality is what Jewish communism is all about. Please read through and download the following PDFs. The first one is very large, but the second PDF, the one exposing the phony $T, can be downloaded and easily distributed through copy and paste, uploading it to your website, distributing it through personal emails to people you know who may be interested, and through copying it to disk. Slave labor in Soviet Russia. http://gblt.webs.com/slavelaborinSovietRussia.pdf 83. The Real Holocaust. http://webzoom.freewebs.com/spiritualwarfare666/the %20 real %20 holoco. Street.pdf. Quote from the Jewish Talmud. Nidrosk Talpioth, p. 225, L. Jehovah created the non-Jew in human form so that the Jew would not have to be served by beasts. The non-Jew is consequently an animal in human form, and condemned to serve the Jew day and night. Unless each and every one of us fights for our freedoms, they will all be taken away. As with the first PDF, on the Soviet slave labor, one can see the same identical thing occurring in Red China and in other parts of the world. Disposable human beings, systematically broken, worked to death and replaced by more Gentiles. Even a little research blatantly reveals the Jews are and have always been behind this, and that the Bible is nothing more than a blueprint for Jewish communism in its teachings and indoctrinations, both the Old and New Testaments, along with the all-important purpose of working powerful spells for the Jews to profit tremendously. Satan pulls off the drapes in our minds and wakes us up to the truth so we are aware and can see. The Christians and related ignorant masses are under a most powerful spell. That spell must be broken. 84. 85. Communism's Christian roots. Christian theology is the grandmother of Bolshevism. Oswald Spengler. Christianity and communism are very close spiritually and ideologically. This is a fairly well-known concept that has been adopted by various thinkers, from Thomas More to Lev Tolstoy. Few people know that the world's first socialist state was established in Paraguay and was based on the ideas of Catholic Jesuits before Marx created his teachings. The Society of Jesus, the Jesuit religious order, in the Catholic Church was roughly equivalent to the KGB in the Soviet Union. Above quotes taken from Pravda, the main Communist Party newspaper and leading newspaper of the former Soviet Union. From the article, Is there any difference between Christianity and communism? 30/04/2013. American newspapers claim that Stalin has been preordained to save Christianity. Joseph Goebbels 1. Communism is not anti-Christian, as is commonly believed. In addition to this, the Catholic Church in China has over 70 million members and is growing. There is also the Catholic Chongcheng Cathedral in Communist North Korea, the nominal cathedral of the Roman Catholic Bishop of Pyongyang, North Korea. The Russian Orthodox Church worked hand in hand with the Communist Party in the USSR. The violence against its clergy during the revolution was simply to weed out the Tsarist elements from its ranks, and nothing more. Stalin openly worked with the Orthodox Church to help the Communist war effort for the Red Army during the Second World War. Today in Russia, high-ranking clergy in the Russian Orthodox Church openly advocate a Christian communist movement within their nation. The Catholic Church also has had a strong hand in the communistic liberation theology in South America. It's no mistake Catholic clergy could traverse the Iron Curtain during the Cold War with ease. 80 million Bibles printed in China, and counting. Link to article from Christianity Today. http://www.christiantoday.com/article/80. Million Bibles printed in China and counting. ng/27047.htm. Ernst Bloch 1885–1977 was a German Marxist philosopher and atheist theologian. Although not a Christian himself, he is said to have bridged the gap between Christian communism and the Leninist branch of Marxism. One of Bloch's major works, The Principle of Hope, contains such declarations as, Ubi Lenin, Ibi Jerusalem. Where Lenin is, there is Jerusalem, and the Bolshevist fulfillment of communism is part of the age-old fight for God. 2. 86. In truth, Christianity prepares the populace to be open to and to accept communism. There is nothing within the Christian doctrines or the teachings of the Nazarene that conflicts with communism in any way. Christianity is communism. Both programs work to enslave, using terror, brutality, mass murder and coercion. The Catholic Church was the KGB of the Middle Ages, ruling through terror, use of force and mass murder. The Inquisition is a blatant example. Both programs prohibit the ownership of private property. Christianity prepares followers on a subliminal level for communism. Christians are indoctrinated to believe that poverty is a virtue. Once this concept takes hold upon one's subconscious mind, quite often, a serious lack of money is a result, and this sometimes even lasts into future lives. Speaking from a spiritual perspective, what this does is it also creates a self-perpetuating program, and in turn creates generations of poor. The Christian churches then appear as helpers of the poor and benefactors, when all along, it was the Christian teachings that created and enforced the problem. The Jew creates the problems and then gives the Jewish version of a damned solution for Gentiles. There is nothing at all spiritual about Christianity. Christianity is a tool for removing spiritual knowledge and powers, and replacing these with meaningless robotic prayers corrupted from and repeated in the same fashion as Far Eastern mantras, an endless indoctrination with false teachings aimed to embed a fictitious status and history of the Jewish people in the minds of Christians, which is nothing spiritual at all. Few, if any, Christian preachers can diagram the human soul. For example, the removal of and the corruption of spiritual knowledge prepares the populace to accept the atheistic communist state. Both Christianity and communism present themselves as brotherhood programs, promoting equality, prosperity, goodwill, and a better way of life, but upon closer examination of their real doctrines and histories, this is nothing more than a come along and beneath the surface, terror, mass murder, torture, forced indoctrination, and keeping the populace ignorant, are the bulwark of both of these programs. Any fool who reads the Judeo-Christian Bible can plainly see the endless accounts of mass murder, pillaging, rape, enslavement, and threats of eternal torture and damnation if the doctrines are not taken seriously or adhered to, and, above all, how Jehovah was a murderous monster who preyed upon Gentiles, no different from the communist programs. For proof of this, see Jehovah and Human Blood Sacrifice. A murderer and a liar from the beginning. 87. But those mine enemies, which would not that I should reign over them, bring hither, and slay them before me. Luke 19:27. Direct quote from Jesus advocating murder. Rebellion is a definite no-no and is of the devil. Christianity also prepares followers for communism in that one is indoctrinated to endure injustice. Nearly everyone has heard the biblical scriptures about turning the other cheek, walking the extra mile, loving one's enemies and so forth. These teachings work together with communism in destroying the justice system and personal rights. Crime is allowed to get so out of control as it already has, that the populace is not only discouraged from fighting back, but if one should defend oneself, one is often punished for this. What these Jewish programs do, is they set a trap. Most people eventually are more than willing to give up their rights in favor of ultra-strict laws in order to control crime. Both programs prohibit taking any personal action in the way of enforcing justice and place this responsibility in the hands of the state for communism, and in the hands of that so-called God. For Christianity, any rebellion or fighting back is a grave offense. The acceptance of abuse and injustice are both very necessary for establishing a slave state. A slave must never try to fight back or rebel in any way. Hate is another taboo in both programs. A look into communism's birth. Communism was created out of the organization the League of the Just. The motto of the League of the Just Bund der Gerechten or Bund der Gerechtigkeit was all men are brothers, and its goals were the establishment of the kingdom of God on earth, based on the ideals of love of one's neighbor, equality and justice. At a congress held in London in June 1847, the League of the Just merged with members of the Communist Corresponding Committee headed by Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels, adopting a new organizational charter and program and reconstituting itself as the Communist League. 3. This is the basis of the Christian doctrine. We can trace communism's roots back to the radical liberal ideology in Europe, which itself is Christianity in disguise. As Nietzsche stated about the French Revolution and its liberal ideology as the daughter and continuation of Christianity. This radical, universalist, egalitarian doctrine is at the heart of Christianity, and liberalism with its stepping-off point into communism, where liberalism then morphed into communism openly. During the decade of the 1840s, the word communist came into general use to describe those who hailed the left wing of the Jacobin Club of the French Revolution as their ideological forefathers. This political tendency saw itself as 88. Egalitarian heritors of the 1795 conspiracy of equals headed by Gracchus Babeuf. The sans-culottes of Paris, which had decades earlier been the base of support for Babeuf artisans, journeymen, and the urban unemployed, was seen as a potential foundation for a new social system based upon the modern machine production of the day. The French thinker Étienne Cabet inspired the imagination with a novel about a utopian society based upon communal machine production, Voyage en Icarie. 1839. The revolutionary Louis Auguste Blanqui argued in favor of an elite organizing the overwhelming majority of the population against the rich, seizing the government in a coup d'état, and instituting a new egalitarian economic order. 4. A review of the emerging trends from Christianity to liberalism and into communism. Liberalism is Christianity without the Christ. William Gailey Simpson's Which Way Western Man. Revilo Oliver. Quote, the other apostates I have mentioned, and many that are now forgotten, together with almost all of the anti-Christians of recent centuries, exemplify the operation of what may be called the law of cultural residues. In all civilized societies, when a long-established and generally accepted belief is found to be incredible, good minds abandon it, but they commonly retain derivative beliefs that were originally deduced from the creed they have rejected and logically must depend on it. Thus it happened that modern enemies of Christianity rejected the mythology, but uncritically retained faith in the social and ethical superstitions derived from it, a faith which they oddly call rational but hold with a religious fervor. They laugh at the silly story about Adam and his spare rib, but they continue to believe in a human race descended from a single pair of ancestors and hence in a brotherhood of man. They speak of all mankind, giving to the term an unctuous and mystic meaning with which they do not invest corresponding terms, such as all marsupials or all ungulates. They prate about the rights of man, although a moment's thought should suffice to show that, in the absence of a decree from a supernatural monarch, there can be no rights other than those which the citizens of a stable and homogeneous society have, by covenant or established custom, bestowed on themselves, and that while the citizens may show kindness to aliens, slaves, and dogs, such beings obviously can have no rights. They do not believe that 1/3 of a god became incarnate in the most squalid region on earth to associate with illiterate peasants, harangue the rabble of a barbarian race, and magically exalt the ignorant and uncouth to make folly of the 89 wisdom of this world, so that the last shall be first that they do not believe. But they cling to the morbid hatred of superiority that makes Christians dote on whatever is lowly, inferior, irrational, debased, deformed, and degenerate. They gabble about the sanctity of human life, especially the vilest forms of it, without reflecting that it takes a God-creator to make something sacred. And they frantically agitate for a universal equality that can be attained only by reducing all human beings to the level of the lowest, evidently unaware that they are merely echoing the Christians' oft-expressed yearning to become sheep, the most stupid of all mammals herded by a good shepherd, which is implicit in all the tales of the New Testament, although most bluntly expressed in another Gospel, which reports Jesus as promising that after he has tortured and butchered the more civilized populations of the earth, there will be a resurrection, and his ovine pets will pop out of their graves, all of the same age, all of the same sex, all of the same stature, and all having indistinguishable features, so that they will be as identical as the bees in a swarm. Although the liberal and Marxist cults have doctrinal differences as great as those that separate Lutherans from Baptists, they are basically the same superstition, and whether or not we should call them religions depends on whether we restrict the word to belief in supernatural persons or extend it to include all forms of blind faith based on emotional excitement instead of observed facts and reason. When those atheistic cults scream out their hatred of fascists and Nazis, they obviously must believe that those wicked persons are possessed of the devil and should therefore be converted or exterminated to promote holiness and love. And when they see racists, who impiously substitute fact and reason for unthinking faith in approved fairy stories, their lust to extirpate evil is as great as that of the Christian mob that dragged the fair and too intelligent Hypatia from her carriage and lovingly used oyster shells to scrape the flesh from her bones while she was still alive. With very few exceptions, the anti-Christians, no doubt unwittingly, retained in their minds a large part of Christian doctrine, and they even revived the most poisonous elements of the primitive Bolshevism of antiquity, which had been attenuated or held in abeyance by the established churches in the great days of Christendom. And today, professed atheists do not think it odd that, on all social questions, they are in substantial agreement with the howling dervishes and evangelical shamans who, subsidized with lavish publicity by the organized Jewry who control the boob tubes and other means of communication, greedily participate in the current drive to reduce Americans to total imbecility with every kind of irrational hoax. Christian theology is the grandmother of Bolshevism. Oswald Spengler. We can witness this statement with the open banner of Christian communism. Christian communists seek to achieve large-scale social change, however. Some believe that, rather than attempting to transform the politics and economics 90 of an entire country, Christians should instead establish communism at a local or regional level only. The Latin American branch of Christian communist liberation theology, according to theologians such as Leonardo Boff, is rooted in the concept that prudence is the understanding of situations of radical crisis. Among Christian communists, historical materialism is utilized as a methodology of analysis to define the nature of the crisis in question as a product of political-economic dynamics and modalities derived from the workings of what is termed the late capitalist/imperialist mode of production. According to this subset of liberation theology, the challenge for the Christian communist is then to define what it means in context of a concrete analysis of the concrete social reality, to affirm a preferential option for the poor and oppressed as praxis active theory, and as commanded by an ethics allegedly rooted in the beatific teachings of Jesus. Christian communist liberation theology is not about evangelization per Southeast, but rather about developing an orthopraxis ethical action, the condition of coming to the light by doing the works of God, that aims to reconcile the beatific ethics of Jesus, as espoused in the Sermon on the Mount, with existing social struggles against what is termed neocolonialism or late capitalism. Both Christian communism and liberation theology stress orthopraxis over orthodoxy. A narrative of the nature of contemporary social struggles is developed via materialist analysis utilizing historiographic concepts developed by Karl Marx. A concrete example are the Paraguayan Sin Tierra landless movement, who engage in direct land seizures and the establishment of socialized agricultural cooperative production in asentamientos. They contemporary Paraguayan Sin Tierra operate in a very similar manner as that of the Reformation-era diggers. For Camilo Torres, the founder of the Colombian guerrilla group ELN, developing this orthopraxis meant celebrating the Catholic Eucharist only among those engaged in armed struggle against the army of the Colombian state, while fighting alongside them. Christian communists hold the biblical verses in Acts 2 and 4 as evidence that the first Christians lived in a communist society. Thomas Warton Collins. Preaching is a good description of biblical sources being used with the goal of a common property society. Professor Jose P. Miranda, Comunismo y en la Biblia. 1981, translated as Communism in the Bible, Maryknoll, N.Y., Orbis Books. 1982. But, in addition, they also cite numerous other biblical passages which, in their view, support the idea that communism is the most ethical social system and that it is inescapably constitutive of the kingdom of God on earth. The most often quoted of these biblical citations are taken from the three synoptic Gospels, which describe the life and ministry of Jesus. One of Jesus' most famous remarks regarding the wealthy can be found in Matthew 19:16-24. The same event is also described in Mark 10:17-25 and Luke 91:18-25, and the metaphor of a camel going through the eye of a needle is common to both Matthew and Luke. 21. Jesus said unto him, If thou wilt be perfect, go and sell that thou hast, and give to the poor, and thou shalt have treasure in heaven, and come and follow me. 22 But when the young man heard that saying, he went away sorrowful, for he had great possessions. 23 Then said Jesus unto his disciples, Verily I say unto you, that a rich man shall hardly enter into the kingdom of heaven. 24 And again I say unto you, it is easier for a camel to go through the eye of a needle, than for a rich man to enter into the kingdom of God. Jesus also described money changers, i.e. those engaged in currency exchange, as thieves, and chased them out of the temple in Jerusalem. This is described in Matthew 21:12-14, Mark 11:15, and John 2:14-16. In addition, communistic attitudes and implications can be found in Leviticus 25:35-38. Most significantly, this is part of the law of Moses, and as such is commandment rather than exhortation or airing of opinion. This fact bears heavily upon subsequent discussion of the question of compulsory or voluntary relinquishing of riches, either as a possible entry requirement to Christian grace, or as a means of achieving divine intentions for human social order. 5. Christian theology is the grandmother of Bolshevism. Oswald Spengler. References: 1 page 108 The Goebbels Diaries, edited and translated by Louis P. Lochner. Copyright 1971 by Universal Award House, include 1948 by Doubleday and Company, Garden City, New York. 2 http://en.wikipedia.org/wiki/christian_communism 3 http://en.wikipedia.org/wiki/leak_of_the_just 4 http://en.wikipedia.org/wiki/communist_league 5 http://en.wikipedia.org/wiki/christian_communism William Gailey Simpson's Which Way Western Man 92. 93. Illumination on the Illuminati. On the much-framed subject of the Freemasons and the Illuminati, here is a brief history of the events that lead to subversion of the Masons by Jewry and the truth of the Illuminati. Rothschild hired a son of a Jewish rabbi named Adam Weishaupt to create a pseudo-Masonic-looking front, the Illuminati, and armed him with massive funds and contacts. The stage was set. History records that on May 1, 1776, Dr. Adam Weishaupt founded the Bavarian Order of the Illuminati. Weishaupt was a professor of Jewish canon law at the University of Ingolstadt in Bavaria, Germany. He was born to Jewish parents and later converted to Roman Catholicism. He became a high-ranking member of the Order of the Jesuits, whom he subsequently left to form his very own organization at the clear behest of the newly formed House of Rothschild. It was the Jewish Weishaupt's belief that only a chosen few could qualify for enough illumination to guide and rule the world. The problem was, where could he find enough intellectual light-bearers to start the ball rolling? He subsequently found them in various lodges and orders of the day, such as the various Masonic lodges, the Rosicrucian order, and other legitimate and sincere orders of antiquity. This is confirmed yet again by Edith Starr Miller in her classic Occult Theocracy. As the organization of the Illuminati developed, so did its ambitions, which ended in a plot to subvert Freemasonry to its aim of world domination by any and all means. After obtaining control of certain Masonic lodges, Weishaupt and his associates recklessly vaunted their growing power. Weishaupt took the name Spartacus because, like the Roman warrior, he was dedicated to freeing the oppressed masses from the oppression of all monarchies and religious powers. His desire to shake off the yoke of limitation would include not only governments and organized religion, but also the institution of marriage, and even family. Weishaupt wanted a system of truly global dimensions, even if it brought about violent worldwide revolution and rivers of blood. His benevolent dictatorship had 6 main points dealing with the abolition of 1. Ordered or nationalistic governments in the form of monarchies. 2. Private property. 3. Inheritance rights. 4. Patriotism to nationalist causes. 5. Social order in families, sexual prohibition laws and all moral codes. 94. 6. All religious disciplines based on faith in a living God, as opposed to faith in nature, man, and reason. This is almost word for word from Karl Marx's The Communist Manifesto. And that these 6 points are also perfectly consistent with the protocols in general, once again proving their legitimacy. Weishaupt's vision for a future world was a full-on communism, with all possessions, even children, held in common. It is more interesting to learn that Karl Marx was not the real founder of communist world revolution. Its true father was Adam Weishaupt, founder of the Freemasonic Order of the Illuminati, Marshalco. The great strength of our order lies in its concealment. Let it never appear in any place in its own name, but always covered by another name, and another occupation. None is fitter than the 3 lower degrees of Freemasonry. The public is accustomed to it, expects little from it, and therefore takes little notice of it. Adam Weishaupt. At its beginning, the Illuminati was not a Masonic order, and Weishaupt himself did not enter a lodge until 1777, when he received induction into the lodge Theodor die Bonn Council in Munich. However, once inside Masonry, Weishaupt immediately saw its potential value to be a vehicle for the realization of his Illuminati dreams. To create an official union between the Illuminati and Freemasonry, Weishaupt set about organizing the Congress of Wilhelm Spies at the castle of William IX of Hesse Castle, to occur on July 16, 1782. That special event, which was momentous in both size and aspirations, was attended by elite representatives of Masonic lodges from all over. It was also there that a decision was reached to allow the previously excluded Jews to be granted admittance into Freemasonry. The Illuminati creed claimed all people are equal. Communism/Christianity. Christianity and communism, Jewish twins. However, there was another, tacit reason for the change in Masonic policy. Towards the Jews, money was needed, and the Jews were the principal bankers of Europe, a role they had assumed since the time of the fall of the Knights Templar. And don't forget King William IX was in debt at the time, and was in general a psychopathic individual. When the time came for a vote on their admittance at Wilhelmsbad, the Jews were so anxious to win the day that they completely filled the hall with other Jewish supporters. It was not long afterwards that the Illuminati membership included an abundance of Jewish banking families, including the Rothschilds, the Oppenheimers, the Wertheimers, the Schusters, the Speyers, and the Stearns. 95. New lodges of predominantly Jews were formed in Frankfurt. The Rothschilds' financial capital in Europe, and soon all of Illuminist Freemasonry would make the city its world headquarters. The first order of business for the Illuminati initiated Jews, who were the was to manifest their prophesied Zion, a world ruled by the chosen people of Yahweh. Plans were set in motion for the Jews to finally have their land of milk and honey that had been promised to them for so long in their own Jew minds, and it would be the entire world. The opportunity for manifesting their Zion arrived with the Russian Revolution, which was financed by the Jewish bankers. One of their own, the German Jew Karl Marx, had catalyzed the event with the publication of his Communist Manifesto. Karl Marx, whose real name was Rabbi Mordecai Levi, was a member of the League of the Just, of which would lead to the creation of the Communist League. 1841, Moses Hess brought Marx into a society called the League of the Just. The motto of the League of the Just, Bund der Gerechten, was all men are brothers, and its goals were the establishment of the kingdom of God on earth, based on the ideals of love of one's neighbor, equality and justice. 1. See how Christianity is the twin of communism. See Christianity and communism, Jewish twins. The Bolshevik leader of the revolution, Lenin, who on both sides of his family was of Jewish lineage, contributed his plan for a centralized government that would be controlled by a Jewish oligarchy. After Lenin and his Illuminati cohorts raised their flags at the end of the Russian Revolution, their new communist government emerged with Jews occupying at least 75% of its highest positions, and end up with 60 million Gentiles murdered by the Jews, by the time communism was over. Many of them murdered in an organized system of camps, all run by Jewish commissars. Slave labor in Soviet Russia. http://gblt.webs.com/slavelabor-in-Soviet-Russia.pdf. The Jewish bankers also took another tact and slowly built up an empire of financial institutions to oversee a capitalistic infrastructure that would govern the world. As one Jewish banker and Illuminati patron, Amschel Rothschild, is known to have famously remarked, "Give me the control of a county's finances, and I care not who governs the country," which leads to communism in the end. The Jews hold all wealth and power, and the Gentiles are reduced to total slavery to global Jewry's one world order. 96. The nations will gather to pay homage to the people of God, all the fortunes of the nations will pass to the Jewish people, they will march captive behind the Jewish people in chains and will prostrate themselves before them, their kings will bring up their sons, and their princesses will nurse their children. The Jews will command the nations, the riches of the sea and the wealth of nations will come to the Jews of their own right. Any people of the kingdom who will not serve Israel will be destroyed. Isidora Loeb Le Littérature de Pauvre dans la Bible. What were the effects of the subversion of Freemasonry by the Jews, within the organization? Masonry is based upon Judaism. Eliminate the teachings of Judaism from the Masonic ritual and what is left. The Jewish Tribune, New York, October 28, 1927. In the present nations, Freemasonry is only of benefit to the Jews. Theodor Herzl, founder and leader of World Zionism. We have founded many secret associations, which all work for our purpose, under our orders and our direction. One of the many triumphs of our Freemasonry is that those Gentiles who become members of our lodges, should never suspect that we are using them to build their own jails, upon whose terraces we shall erect the throne of our universal King of the Jews, and should never know that we are commanding them to forge the chains of their own servility to our future King of the world. Opening speech made at the B'nai B'rith Convention in Paris, published in the Catholic Gazette, February 1936. Here it should be obvious why the Third Reich banned such organizations within Germany. They are organs of Jewish communism. Sources: The Coming Gnostic Civilization by M. A. Pinkham. 97. The Truth About the New World Order. There is a lot of confusion concerning Freemasonry, the New World Order, the United States, and where these all stand in regards to true Satanism. The reason for the confusion is because of infiltration. The original Freemasons, who were mainly responsible for establishing the United States of America, designing Washington, D.C. and many other the United States cities where the architecture is specially designed and geographically arranged for a future goal, using occult knowledge, had a completely different idea of a new world order. Now, for those of you who think modern Freemasonry is of Satan, think again. The Jews indoctrinate Christians into promoting their agenda in many different ways, and because the believing Christian ties into Jewish energy, as Christianity is another Jewish program for Gentiles and a major tool they use, the Christians constantly promote outright lies and misinformation about true Satanism, such as allegations that the Illuminati and New World Order of Communism are of Satan. Nothing could be further from the truth. Satan stands for and supports freedom and rebellion, not enslavement. Modern Freemasonry, which was originally a Gentile order, has been infiltrated and taken over by Jews. This NWO that our founding fathers, whom were almost all Freemasons, had in mind was based upon Luciferian principles. The goals of this NWO were: 1. To establish a free country where citizens could escape the severe oppression of Christianity and learn the ancient secrets of the past for themselves without any fear of losing their lives. 2. The United States was to be the new Atlantis and was meant to set a precedent for other nations of the world to follow in regards to spiritual knowledge. 3. To establish a free nation where each individual could become the best he/she could be. 4. The other goals of this NWO can be found in the original doctrines of the United States. Now, what happened to the above and where this other NWO, which is of the Jews, is going today is another story. I remember asking Father Satan about Freemasonry some time ago as I was confused by conflicting information. His reply was they have been infiltrated, and he also told me the Freemasonry of today is much different from the original, which was based upon Luciferian principles. In addition, the Jewish NWO is the institution of a worldwide communist slave state, as is laid out in the Bible. The Bible is a foundation and a blueprint for Jewish communism. Here is an excerpt from the book Rule by Secrecy by Jim Marrs, copyright 2000, pages 58 to 59. This explains how Freemasonry was infiltrated by a Jew. Soon. 98. Afterwards, many other Jews got inside, and have been destroying Freemasonry from within, removing spiritual knowledge and rituals, and gearing the organization towards advancing communism. This secretive banking dynasty was begun by Mayer Amschel Bauer, a German Jew born on February 23, 1744, in Frankfurt. Young Mayer studied to become a rabbi. He was particularly schooled in Haskalah, a blending of religion, Hebrew law, and reason. The death of his parents forced Mayer to leave rabbinical school and become an apprentice at a banking house. Quickly learning the trade, he became court financial agent to William IX, royal administrator of the Hesse-Kassel region, and a prominent Freemason. He ingratiated himself to William, who was only 1 year older than himself, by joining his interest in Freemasonry and antiquities. Mayer would search out ancient coins and sell them to his benefactor at greatly reduced prices. Considering his rabbinical training, coupled with his serious searches for antiquities, he surely developed a deep understanding of the ancient mysteries, particularly those of the Jewish Kabbalah. It was during this same period that the metaphysics of the Kabbalah began to fuse with the traditions of Freemasonry. The Jews infiltrate every source of Gentile power they can from the inside. Either they gain total control or they seek to rot it out and destroy it, through corruption. The Jewish NWO is a world slave state, headed and run by the Jews. This NWO is the exact opposite of what was intended by the original Freemasons, who were Gentiles. 1. The Jewish Messiah in the form of Jesus, a sympathetic magic connection of where all of the Christian prayers and psychic energy has been shafted into, will unite the Jews and establish a one-world government communist state run out of Israel. Israel was stolen from the Palestinians, based upon the fictitious history of the Jews in the Bible, and was especially selected because of its being at the crossroads of the three major continents of Europe, Africa, and Asia, and centered upon powerful ley lines. This is from where the Jews plan to have total rule and control over the Gentiles of every nation, culture, and race of the world. 2. People will be barcoded like cattle. The meaning of the derogatory Jewish word goyim for Gentiles are branded to ensure this total control. Microchip implants are another possibility to ensure Gentiles can be tracked like animals. 3. All spiritual knowledge will be systematically removed from the Gentile populace. The true goals of both Christianity and communism through mass murder and torture, as was done during the Inquisition, and recently 1950s as Chinese Communist Chairman Mao Zedong marched on Tibet and burned their monasteries and slaughtered and tortured to death their religious leaders. Tibet, because of its seclusion in the Himalayan mountains, contained much in the way of ancient doctrines of the original spiritual teachings, long before the arrival of Judaism, Christianity, and their cohorts. 99. For spiritual knowledge and occult power will firmly be in the hands of the Jews for total world control. The Jews will become God. 5. Nearly all uninvolved, lukewarm, and neutral Jews will only be too glad to join this new ruling class of their brethren should the time come. 6. The race-mixing program will further erase all racial and cultural identities for total control. With the loss of self through the destruction of racial and cultural identity, history can be rewritten any way the Jews see fit. They have been doing this for ages, unbeknownst to the majority of the Gentile populace. This has already been done with Satanism, humanity's original religion, where the original teachings, priests, priestesses, other spiritual leaders and people with knowledge, along with libraries, were systematically destroyed. The Christian Church has been at liberty to define Satanism any way they see fit, given there is little remaining of the past in regards to knowledge and truth. The Bible is nothing more than a fabricated history of the Jewish people of which they never had. Because of the mass indoctrination and force-fed beliefs, the mass mind has created a powerful thought form that has aided the Jewish people in their quest for world takeover. 7. Human beings will be nothing more than lost souls with no identity, freedom, knowledge or individuality, just a number in total service of a Jewish-run slave state. The above is completely opposite from the intended NWO of the original Freemasons, who were Gentiles. Unfortunately, again, this is playing both sides against the middle for total control. Modern rituals in Freemasonry, which are geared to the second coming of that filthy Messiah and a fusion of all religions of the world, are now quite different from those years ago upon which the records have been removed and sealed in secrecy. 1. It is all too blatant once the spell is broken, how the Jews have wrested control of and abused occult power in their quest to become God. If one does the necessary research and studying, one can blatantly see the correlation between the Judeo-Christian Bible, communism, and the Jewish version of the New World Order. Though the book, Deadly Deception, Freemasonry Exposed by one of its top leaders by James D. Shaw and Tom C. McKenney, was written from a Christian perspective, it contains much useful information regarding modern Freemasonry. Upon reaching the 33rd degree, this nowadays is much different from the original rank where spiritual knowledge was obtained, and the 33 degrees represented the spinal column and the Kundalini. The Freemason is usually invited to join the Illuminati, a communist organization with the goals of a Jewish-run New World Order. The Judeo-Christian Bible is, like the goal of the modern-day Jew, infiltrated Freemasonry. All religions are one. This is quite blatant given everything in the Christian religion has been stolen from religions all over the world, both East and West, and their Nazarene, the psychic connection for the Jewish Messiah, is comprised of some 18+ Gentile pagan gods, like Odin who hung from a tree. 100. Anyone who is familiar with the occult and powers of the mind knows there must be a connection in which to channel the psychic energy. The Jews have infiltrated nearly every Gentile occult organization. The Golden Dawn is chock full of Hebrew symbols, Hebrew angel, God names, Jewish alphabet, and so forth. Wicca is also going this way with the emphasis in some groups on Jewish angels, the Jewish threefold, which is a spin-off of the six-pointed division of Three-Star of David, which the Jews adopted recently within the past 100 to 150 years and was stolen from the Hindu Star of Vishnu. The emphasis on the number one Jewish monotheism, where they, themselves, become God, is unnatural, as it takes two to create, and even asexual creatures must connect to reproduce at some point. The truth is, Gentile psychic power, through Christianity, and on the other side, the Jews play both sides against the middle and control both sides. The occult lodges is being systematically channeled into making the coming of the Jewish Messiah, along with a Jewish-run New World Order, a reality. Because of the total infiltration and control of key positions, many Gentiles, namely Christians, are confused and lump this NWO into one, where it is really two separate ideas. Because of the occult power used, they are blind to the fact that this monster is in their own backyard, so to speak, and they are duped into fervently working for it. The founding fathers of the United States used occult power for benevolent purposes in establishing a free nation where ancient teachings and spiritual knowledge could flourish without fear of reproach. It should also be blatantly obvious, there is nothing spiritual about the Christian religion. It is and always was plain materialism. Christians have no knowledge of the anatomy of their soul, how to heal themselves or others, or anything else of a spiritual nature. The entire so-called religion is nothing but false and counterfeit. Christians who reach the advanced stages of Christianity take on an artificial pasty look, that infamous Christian pasted-on smile. This is because their entire lives revolve around lies, to the point where they begin to take on an artificial appearance and physically resemble the lies they are so steeped in. This is part of their punishment, which will eventually lead to their eternal damnation through the degeneration of their souls due to their rebuking spiritual knowledge, and cursing and blaspheming humanity's true Creator God, whom is none other than Satan. References: 1 Second Messiah, Templars, The Turin Shroud and the Great Secret of Freemasonry by Christopher Knight and Robert Lomas. The Deadly Deception, Freemasonry exposed by one of its top leaders by James D. Shaw. Though the above book was written by a deluded Christian convert, it exposes modern Freemasonry as another communist front for the Jewish New World Order. 101. The Temple of Solomon. Now, for those of you who think modern Freemasonry is of Satan, think again. The Jews indoctrinate Christians into promoting their agenda in many different ways, and because the believing Christian ties into Jewish energy, as Christianity is another Jewish program for Gentiles and a major tool they use, the Christians constantly promote outright lies and misinformation about true Satanism, such as allegations that the Illuminati and New World Order of Communism are of Satan. Nothing could be further from the truth. Satan stands for and supports freedom and rebellion, not enslavement. Modern Freemasonry, which was originally a Gentile order, has been infiltrated and taken over by Jews. Here is an excerpt from the book Rule by Secrecy by Jim Marrs, copyright 2000, pages 58 to 59. This explains how Freemasonry was infiltrated by a Jew. Soon afterwards, many other Jews got inside, and have been destroying Freemasonry from within, removing spiritual knowledge and rituals, and gearing the organization towards advancing communism. This secretive banking dynasty was begun by Mayer Amschel Bauer, a German Jew born on February 23, 1744, in Frankfurt. Young Mayer studied to become a rabbi. He was particularly schooled in Haskalah, a blending of religion, Hebrew law, and reason. The death of his parents forced Mayer to leave rabbinical school and become an apprentice at a banking house. Quickly learning the trade, he became court financial agent to William IX, royal administrator of the Hesse-Kassel region, and a prominent Freemason. He ingratiated himself to William, who was only 1 year older than himself, by joining his interest in Freemasonry and antiquities. Mayer would search out ancient coins and sell them to his benefactor at greatly reduced prices. Considering his rabbinical training, coupled with his serious searches for antiquities, he surely developed a deep understanding of the ancient mysteries, particularly those of the Jewish Kabbalah. It was during this same period that the metaphysics of the Kabbalah began to fuse with the traditions of Freemasonry. The Jews infiltrate every source of Gentile power they can from the inside. Either they gain total control or they seek to rot it out and destroy it, through corruption. Modern Freemasonry is now geared to the advancement of Jewish communism and the Jewish version of rebuilding of the Temple of Solomon. Anyone who knows about the biblical construction of this edifice knows our demons, namely Asmodeus, were viciously abused and coerced into constructing it against their will by the Jew Solomon aka Shlomo. As quoted from Legends of the Jews by Louis Ginsberg, Asmodeus was in chains. As most of us already know, the Goetic Gothic demons, gods of the Gentiles, were bound and degraded for centuries. Asmodeus explained much to me and answered most of my questions. The Jewish Temple of Solomon is an allegory and the underlying theme of the 102 Judeo-Christian Bible. The entire Bible is a subliminal tool using the directed psychic power of the masses, and reinforced with occult power and magic. It goes like this. Solomon had unimaginable vast wealth. The Temple of Solomon symbolizes the Jewish people, Israel as a whole. 1 Kings 4:1. So King Solomon was king over all Israel. 20 Judah and Israel were many, as the sand, which is by the sea, in multitude, eating and drinking, and making merry. 21 And Solomon reigned over all kingdoms from the river unto the land of the Philistines, and unto the border of Egypt. They brought presents, and served Solomon all the days of his life. 22 And Solomon's provision for one day was 30 measures of fine flour, and 60 measures of meal, 23 10 fat oxen, and 20 oxen out of the pastures, and 100 sheep. Beside harts, and roebucks, and fallow deer, and fatted fowl. 24 For he had dominion over all the region on this side the river, from Tiphsah even to Azah, over all the kings on this side the river, and he had peace on all sides round about him. 25 And Judah and Israel dwelt safely, every man under his vine and under his fig tree, from Dan even to Beersheba, all the days of Solomon. 26 And Solomon had 40,000 stalls of horses for his chariots, and 12,000 horsemen. 27 And those officers provided victual for King Solomon, and for all that came unto King Solomon's table, every man in his month, they lacked nothing. 28 Barley also and straw for the horses and dromedaries brought they unto the place where the officers were, every man according to his charge. 29 And God gave Solomon wisdom and understanding exceeding much, and largeness of heart, even as the sand that is on the sea shore. 30 And Solomon's wisdom excelled the wisdom of all the children of the east country, and all the wisdom of Egypt. 31 For he was wiser than all men, than Ethan the Ezrahite, and Heman, and Chalcol, and Darda, the sons of Mahal, and his fame was in all nations round about. 32 And he spake 3,000 proverbs, and his songs were 1,005. 33 And he spake of trees, from the cedar tree that is in Lebanon even unto the hyssop that springeth out of the wall, he spake also of beasts, and of fowl, and of creeping things, and of fishes. 34 And there came of all people to hear the wisdom of Solomon, from all kings of the earth, which had heard of his wisdom. 1 Kings 10:21 And all King Solomon's drinking vessels were of gold, and all the vessels of the house of the forest of Lebanon were of pure gold, none were of silver, it was nothing accounted of in the days of Solomon. 103:22 For the king had at sea a navy of Tarshish with the navy of Hiram, once in 3 years came the navy of Tarshish, bringing gold, and silver, ivory, and apes, and peacocks. 23 So King Solomon exceeded all the kings of the earth for riches and for wisdom. 24 And all the earth sought to Solomon, to hear his wisdom, which God had put in his heart. 25 And they brought every man his present, vessels of silver, and vessels of gold, and garments, and armor, and spices, horses, and mules, a rate year by year. 26 And Solomon gathered together chariots and horsemen, and he had 1,400 chariots, and 12,000 horsemen, whom he bestowed in the cities for chariots, and with the king at Jerusalem. Solomon also had several hundred wives and an overabundance of everything else. Okay, now what becomes of the Gentiles? Read on. 1 Kings 9:20 And all the people that were left of the Amorites, Hittites, Perizzites, Hivites, and Jebusites, which were not of the children of Israel. 21 Their children that were left after them in the land, whom the children of Israel also were not able utterly to destroy, upon those did Solomon levy a tribute of bond service unto this day. 22 But of the children of Israel did Solomon make no bondmen, but they were men of war, and his servants, and his princes, and his captains, and rulers of his chariots, and his horsemen. The Gentiles who were not utterly destroyed by the children of Israel were made into slaves. Get it. The Gentile gods enslaved by the Jews and viciously abused, following with the mass murder and enslavement of the remaining Gentile people. Asmodeus explained to me that the Temple of Solomon is the empire of the Jews. The Nazarene is another allegory where the 12 apostles represent the 12 tribes of Israel and he unites them. The whole damned Bible is nothing more than a powerful subliminal working with an allegory where the Jews create their own fictitious history stolen from Gentile legends and twisted, usurp all of the knowledge. Solomon asked the Jewish God for wisdom, as knowledge is the key to all things, from the Gentiles who were mass murdered and tortured to death as witches and so forth. Those who had occult knowledge, remaining Gentiles, are then enslaved at the hands of the Jews who control all of the wealth and the power. The above biblical scriptures say it all. The Nazarene is also said to be a direct descendant of Solomon. The theme of the entire Christian program is one of debt and owing. Adam and Eve sinned, so humanity must pay. This is just one of numerous examples. Everyone's got to be sorry and pay up. So there is the subliminal on debt and owing. Everyone's 104 got to be sorry. This subliminal trash is drummed into the minds of Gentiles from day one. The power of the united thought of a number of people is always far more than the sum of their separate thoughts. It would be more nearly represented by their product. The Astral Body and Other Phenomena by Lieutenant Colonel Arthur E. Powell. Copyright 1927. Ancient Freemasonry knew of the powers of the soul. Freemasonry, before it was corrupted by the Jews, was very spiritual, and a 33rd degree Mason was one who had his serpent ascended, as the spine has an esoteric 33 degrees. Way back when, accomplished Freemasons communicated with each other telepathically. Rebuilding the Temple of Solomon had to do with the magnum opus and the soul. As we can see in the above, the Jews have taken this concept and have corrupted it to advance their insatiable greed and direct it towards their communist agenda of creating a Gentile slave state. 666 is the Kabbalistic square of the sun. Day 666 is the all-important solar chakra. The true meaning of the Temple of Solomon is the Temple of the Sun. Sol, Om and Dawn are all words for the sun. Day Sol is the Latin word for the sun, and is close to the English word soul. Om is a name given by the Hindus to the spiritual sun, and Dawn is an Egyptian word for Sunday. The symbolism of the Temple of Solomon was stolen by the Jews and made into a fictitious character. As with the fictitious Nazarene and nearly everything in the Judeo-Christian Bible, the true meaning of the Temple of the Sun is spiritual. This symbolizes the perfected soul, where the rays from the solar 666 chakra, which is the center of the soul and circulates spiritual energy, radiates into 8 separate rays. The shining soul is symbolized by the sun. 8 is the number of Ashtaroth. This is also the New Jerusalem. The name of Jerusalem has also been stolen and corrupted into a city in Israel. Jerusalem is a concept. The shining perfected soul is also symbolic as the light. References: The Deadly Deception, Freemasonry exposed by one of its top leaders by James D. Shaw, copyright 1988. Though the above book was written by a deluded Christian convert, it exposes modern Freemasonry as another communist front for the Jewish New World Order. Second Messiah, Templars, the Turin Shroud and the Great Secret of Freemasonry by Christopher Knight and Robert Lomas, copyright 2001. The above book reveals how many important spiritual teachings and rituals have been systematically removed from modern Freemasonry. 105. The truth about Christian charity. Because the churches are tax-exempt, the average citizen pays an additional $925 a year in taxes to support them. According to the Internal Revenue Service, church donations total over $19 billion a year. This does not include profits from businesses, stock holdings, bond holdings, retirement centers or lease-back arrangements. The Mormon Church alone collects at least $4.3 billion a year from its members and another $400 million from its many business enterprises purchased with tax-exempt donated money. The churches own $81 billion worth of tax-exempt real estate in Texas and $1.3 billion in Los Angeles County alone. Consider the prime real estate owned by them in New York City, Chicago, Boston. In every state, the amount involved is staggering. Every tax dollar that the church avoids paying, you as an individual tax payer must make up. Growing in power and ownership, the Christian churches own 20 to 25% of all the real estate in America. Taken from the book Your Church Doesn't Want You to Read, Tom C. Leadham, editor 1993. The house chaplain's salary 1993 was $115,300. The Senate chaplain's salary was about the same with an additional $300,000 budget including pay for secretaries and office space. 1. On the subject of abortion, this is definitely a personal issue, but I want to expose what is being done behind the scenes of the Christian pro-life movements. First off, I want to mention if Christianity had not held us back, there would be effective birth control. Forced abstinence is not healthy and it does not work. As for the Christian Church and the Catholic stance on banning birth control and abortion, this is another huge money-making racket. The children are the ones who pay. The intentions behind this made available to the public as propaganda come with the pretext of goodwill and humanitarianism. Behind the scenes, there is the true story. American atheists did an expose on Mother Teresa some years back. This woman has received millions if not more in donations. Most of the money is unaccounted for. 106. The largest number of victims of the pro-life movement are from third world countries. Most of these countries in Africa, Central and South America and Asia have been exploited and infested with Christianity. Missionaries are forever returning to these areas of the world as prime hosts for their vicious agenda as These people are poor and illiterate. To feed, clothe, and house an individual in most of these places, it costs only 10 cents a day and a bowl of rice. Children are walking around emaciated, in rags, and filthy. The mortality rate is high and the churches use this to rake in millions upon millions in tax-exempt donations to give to these children. The sad fact is, little or nothing ever reaches the children. Because the infant mortality rate is so high due to starvation and disease, the Catholic Church exploits this with a ban on birth control and abortion. This in turn provides the Church with more poster children to use to rake in more money, keeping the unfortunate babies coming. In addition, many of these children are viciously and brutally used for slave labor. The Jewish-owned and operated corporate monopolies want cheap slave labor in the way of disposable human beings who can be systematically worked to death. No different from Jewish communism. With the Western currency markup in each of these countries, the churches could easily afford to have the entire Third World living decently. This is nothing more than a tragic money-making racket. In the rare event these Christian leaders are ever investigated, the dirt found on them is endless. The Christian Church with all of its tax-exempt wealth and funding has organized into a powerful voting bloc. They have tied up so many senators and representatives, having their own religious lobbying groups, that it has been next to impossible to enforce any kind of tax laws or tax violations against them, allowing them to continue to gain in power with unlimited funds. 2. In Mexico, poor barefoot ragged people walk down a burning dusty road for 15 miles to attend a lavish church that takes a percentage of their income while they live in slum-like conditions with dwellings of dirt floors and a corrugated tin for a roof. The churches are lined with gold and continue to tithe from these people. Christian charity is a sham. They give as little as possible up front before the public to keep a humanitarian image, but most of the donations line the pockets of their preachers and are funneled into organized criminal activities, and for the advancement of Jewish communism. The problems people come to them with are rarely if ever alleviated. Drug addicts are told to pray and so forth. They are kept from power meditation, and knowledge of the soul, which would heal their cravings. People remain cripples in the Christian system and are used for exploitation. Newbies who come to Jesus are taken in again and again, but Jesus doesn't last long and the person backslides into worse conditions than before, as in addition to their problems and misfortunate circumstances that brought them in, Jesus shits on them. 107. Most of the Christian donations go to fund war and organized criminal activities. The National and World Council of Churches includes the membership of the Lutheran, Episcopal, Baptist, Presbyterian, Methodist, and other denominations. The World Council of Churches and its affiliate, the National Council of Churches, supported by church-donated dollars, quietly help to finance selected covert operations and wars. Mainline churches support left-wing causes and killings, and fundamentalist churches support right-wing causes and killings. Blood is on the hands of every donor. In chilling testimony given at American University in Washington, D.C., and televised over C-SPAN on December 12, 1989, ex-CIA officer John Stockwell told how the Christian Contras burst into the huts of innocent villagers. He saw them drag a man out of one house and castrate him in front of his wife and children. These savages next raped his wife, then cut off her breasts with their bayonets. Their terrified children were forced to watch. Again, these atrocities were partially financed by the dollars put in the collection plates of the neighborhood churches that tell the faithful that these special collections go to the World Hunger Fund. Compounding the tragedy, the Nicaraguans are wonderful people, love Americans and still cannot understand why America would do this to them. 3. Jesus doesn't heal drug addicts. It is nothing but a huge money-making racket and the exploitation of human beings. Something must be replaced with something, not nothing. The Christian victim usually backslides. People with serious drug habits need to mend the weak areas and holes in their auras and empower themselves with the energy they need so they will not slide into addiction again. The Christian churches provide none of this. They only lure people who are desperate in to exploit them for their money. The victim pays large sums of money and is given new problems he/she did not have before in exchange. The Nazarene and ilk sap the victim's self-esteem, confidence and vital energies, setting him/her up for a relapse into addiction. The relapse is received with the victim being told he/she is a sinner and needs to repent, further lowering self-esteem, personal worth, and confidence in one's abilities, that is so drastically needed to overcome the addiction. This sets up a vicious cycle of human exploitation and cruelty. Satan gives us the strength, self-esteem, and power to beat drug addiction. When one's chakras and aura are healthy, one does not crave these kinds of substances to make up for psychic deficiencies. In closing, the social services with the welfare department and other state/government-run agencies, the Red Cross and so forth, all do hundreds of times over more to aid the underprivileged and poverty-stricken than does the Christian churches. In addition, unlike the Christian churches and missions, they don't demand your freedom, your mind and your soul. 108. References. The book Your Church Doesn't Want You to Read, Tom C. Leadham, editor. 1993. Ibid. The chapter titled The Tax-Free Ride, pages 341 to 349. Ibid. 109. The New World Order and the Christian Churches. We often hear the hysterical ranting of Christians who claim Satan is going about setting up a new world order where human beings will be barcoded like cattle and lose all of their freedoms and rights. This NWO is said to be a one world communist state. Christianity has a history of blaming Satan for everything they do not agree with, or in reality, their own crimes against humanity. This article is written to set deluded individuals straight. With enough research and just plain common sense, Satan has nothing to do with this whatsoever. It is Judeo/Christian inspired, the Catholic Church, National and World Council of Churches, of which most Protestant churches belong to and support, are working for it, funneling the bulk of their contributions into advancing the Jewish program of communism, and are at the uppermost levels abusing occult power to achieve these ends. Of course, with the incessant blame shifting, one will often hear from deluded Christians, "Oh no, that's not my church." The Protestants condemn the Catholics, completely ignoring the fact that their religions in many respects parallel Catholicism, and all Christian sects had their origins in the original Christian Church, the Catholic Church. To summarize, Satanism does not place restrictions upon people. Satan advocates individuality, freedom, and the advancement of the human race. Satan does not represent chaos, as some believe. One must know him to appreciate this. Satan is very consistent. Satan stands for freedom and rebellion, not a communist NWO where ruling Jews enslave the Gentile masses who become only a number and are what they call disposable human beings. Quotes from the Jewish Talmud. Baba Nishia 114, 6. The Jews are human beings, but the nations of the world are not human beings but beasts. Simeon Hadarson, following 56d, when the Messiah comes every Jew will have 2,800 slaves. Nidrosk Talpioth, p. 225, l. Jehovah created the non-Jew in human form so that the Jew would not have to be served by beasts. The non-Jew is consequently an animal in human form, and condemned to serve the Jew day and night. Deluded Christians and others readily blame Satan and Satanists when it comes to the subject of being barcoded like animals. To begin with, if one would look with open eyes, one can see these are not teachings of Satan, but of the Judeo-Christian Bible, where people are referred to as sheep. One's body is the property of God, and one's sex life, one's desires and lusts, who one is having intercourse with, and so many other things that are insignificant to one's spiritual advancement are made issues of in the Judeo-Christian Bible. The Judeo-Christian Bible is nothing more than a foundation for instituting Jewish communism, by weakening the morale and the 110 character of the people, promoting injustice such as turning the other cheek, walking the extra mile and other suicidal advice, and weakening the will to resist. These are all tactics preparing the populace for a communist revolution, and were taught by Vladimir Lenin, Jewish communist leader. Now how about chaos? This is another communist tactic and is very blatant here. In the USA, the Jews who work to institute communism use every means both inside and outside of the courtroom to break down the judicial system, and to establish confusion amongst the populace. The Holy Bible is about the most confusing text ever concocted. Most people never even bother to read it, yet call themselves Christians. Look to the endless contradictions and of course, the teachings of the Nazarene. Jesus stole Luke 19, 29-35, Luke 6, 1-5. Jesus lied Matthew 5, 17, 16, 28, Revelation 3, 11. Jesus advocated murder. Luke 19:27. Jesus demanded one of his disciples dishonor his parents and family. Luke 9:59-62. These are just a small sampling of commandments he not only set a bad example by breaking, but ordered others to do so as well. Contradictions such as these in religious teachings set the stage for confusion and chaos. The number of Christian sects who violently disagree with and condemn each other also speak for themselves, not to mention all of the endless and unnecessary bloody wars that are essential to this NWO. Nearly all were incited by the Jews and their tools of Christianity and Islam. Forgiving one's neighbor endlessly 70 times as the Nazarene taught and turning the other cheek encourages nothing but chaos and crime. People are indoctrinated on how to be prefect slaves and victims. Their own bodies are the property of some alien entity that decides their innermost thoughts, desires, and sexuality. As for the idea of people being bar-coded, don't blame Satan. Satan has always stood for freedom and rebellion. Christians and others are so quick to blame shift, it's the Catholics, oh, no it's the Protestants. They cannot comprehend this sort of thing is and has been for centuries happening in their own churches and is the entire theme of their own Bible. They have been contributing to it financially, psychically and spiritually. Be a slave. It is much easier for them to blame Satan than it is for them to realize they have been deceived by their own God and their own ministry. Satan has been conveniently used both as a distraction and as a scapegoat for centuries by the Christian churches. Just blame everything on Satan, preach to the world that Christianity and the Nazarene are good, humanitarian and above all God. A lie repeated and enforced often enough will eventually be believed, no matter how ludicrous it is. Trillions and trillions of dollars have been channeled into promoting this lie publicly, while their top religious leaders clandestinely work to enslave the world as they have in the past through their root, the Catholic 111 Church. The Protestants are no different with their Salem witch trial murders and compulsory church attendance in colonial America. Freedom is not in any way compatible with Judeo-Christianity. Christianity is not spiritual in any respect. They are in truth a political institution, posing as a religious/spiritual front. Followers are deceived into living for their death, and giving up all occult/spiritual knowledge and power, so they are defenseless and harmless against those who have this knowledge and know how to use it. They are deluded into thinking their God will punish these people, when all along, they have been prepared through generations to be mindless slaves, and their souls have through generations of rejecting true spirituality atrophied in spiritual power. The goal is nearly accomplished and will succeed if these idiots don't wake up. I read where Billy Graham's churches now have DVD and plush loudspeaker systems with stereo. What does this have to do with spirituality? Their front of Christian charity is a joke. Most of the donations, which total in the trillions of dollars, are funneled into the World Council of Churches, where they are used politically, for funding communism, wars, and other terrorist activities. secular. Organizations such as the local county welfare agencies are the ones who in truth do the most for the needy. This comes out of the pockets of the taxpayers, not the Christian churches. The leaders of both Christianity and totalitarian governments themselves are incredibly materialistic. When we look at the Catholic Church through the centuries, we find that as they were bleeding the last bit of money from poverty-stricken families, widows and even generations of families who were targeted by the Inquisition, the Church itself was amassing and hoarding gold, silver, valuable knowledge, artifacts, and precious gems in unbelievable quantities. In addition to taking in and gathering all the gold, silver and other valuables it was able to confiscate, the Catholic Church acquired huge amounts of real estate. Most of this was also accomplished through the mass murders and extortion carried out by the Inquisition. The Catholic Church today is undoubtedly the most exceptionally wealthy institution on the face of the earth. The amount of money, land, treasures, artifacts, and other material holdings of the Catholic Church alone is beyond the stretch of the imagination. Even through the Dark Ages when poverty was widespread, mostly because of Christianity itself, we find these huge and fabulously wealthy cathedrals, built in the midst of the extreme deprivation of the populace, with altars and apses made of gold with ornately decorated vaults, columns and walls. Magnificent basilicas, cathedrals, abbeys, baptistries, monasteries, convents, and churches were built. Practically all of these were so lavish and so huge in comparison with the meager surroundings of the times, that they flamboyantly stood out as the main 112 repository of all the material wealth, gold, silver and architectural lavishness of both their era and their geographical location. The Catholic Church during the Dark Ages established itself as the unconditional ruler over all of Europe. The Catholic Church had complete dominion over kings and queens, the military, and ruled by terror. No one was free in any respect. Knowledge was destroyed and or removed from the populace, because to create a perfect slave state, slaves must be illiterate and without power. Christianity and communism are very close spiritually and ideologically. This is a fairly well-known concept that has been adopted by various thinkers, from Thomas More to Lev Tolstoy. Few people know that the world's first socialist state was established in Paraguay and was based on the ideas of Catholic Jesuits before Marx created his teachings. The Society of Jesus, the Jesuit religious order, in the Catholic Church was roughly equivalent to the KGB in the Soviet Union. Above quotes taken from Pravda, the main Communist Party newspaper and leading newspaper of the former Soviet Union. From the article, Is There Any Difference Between Christianity and Communism? 30/04/2013. The mass murders committed by Joseph Stalin, Zhu, Mao Zedong, and other communist dictators were repeats of the Christian Inquisition. The names and the faces change, but it is still the same agenda with the same people. Mao marched on Tibet, murdering and torturing native Tibetans en masse. The Chinese army, under orders from Mao, traversed steep mountains and dangerous terrain for the Primary purpose of destroying ancient knowledge, regardless of what the history books claim. The Tibetan monasteries, because of the surrounding Himalayan mountains, have been secluded from the rest of the world and as a result were able to keep ancient knowledge out of the control of the destructive Christians. Anyone who has any serious knowledge or spiritual power is a threat to the state. Slaves must neither possess knowledge nor have access to occult power. Knowledge and power are kept in the hands of the controlling few. Of course, Billy Graham's Eastgate Ministries was permitted to flood China with Bibles, a project that totaled in the millions of dollars, all tax-exempt. The concept of world domination by a select group who rule with an iron fist and use mass murder and terror to achieve their ends is spelled out through the entire Judeo-Christian Bible. Concepts: the state owns and controls all property. Listed below are parallels and teachings in the Judeo-Christian Bible. Your body isn't your own, it is the property of God. Don't have sexual urges. If you do, the owner of your body will do as he pleases with it and cast it into hell ruled by terror. Matthew 5:27-30. 113. The Lord has control over all of your personal relationships. Matthew 19:9. No freedom of speech. Matthew 5:33-37, 12:36. Let them throw you in prison. Matthew 5:25. Don't defend yourself or fight back. Be the perfect slave. Matthew 5:39. 44. Luke 6:27-30, 6:35. The meek make the best slaves. Meek means submissive. Matthew 5:5. Live for your death, never mind the life you have now. This is a classic on how to run a slave state. Life is not worth fighting for. Matthew 5:12. Break up the family unit to create chaos. Matthew 10:34-36, Luke 12:51. 53. Let the chaos reign. Matthew 18:21-22. Don't own any property. Matthew 19:21-24, Mark 12:41-44, Luke 6:26. 24, 6:29-30. Forsake your family, father, mother, sisters and brethren. This is what a totalitarian state demands of and rewards children for who turn in their parents to be executed. Matthew 19:29. More slavery and servitude. Exodus 21:7, Exodus 21:20-21, Leviticus 25:44, 46, Luke 6:40. The state is perfect. Luke 12:47, Ephesians 6:5. Colossians 3:22, 1 Timothy 6:1, Titus 2:9-10, 1 Peter 2:18. The Nazarene, much like the teachings in the Old Testament, demanded complete and total obedience and enforced this concept through fear and terror. Preachers delude their congregations into believing Jesus loves you. They scream and whine out of context, but they are the ones who miss the entire message and are out of context. The Nazarene never taught humanity anything for independence or advancement. Christians rave about how this entity healed the afflicted. But he never taught anyone how to heal themselves or to even understand the nature of disease. He surrounded himself mainly with the ignorant and the servile. The Christian religion holds the mentally retarded in high regard. The true evil one is the master of deception and lies, he deceiveth the world. Paying for one's own damnation is a common theme here. His name is not Satan/Lucifer, but Yahweh/Jehovah. Christians have stripped themselves of all occult power and understanding, have financed and worked for all of this for centuries, and now they blame it all on the devil. They cannot see it is their own God and Nazarene. Occult knowledge can be used by anyone for any purpose. Any fool can readily see the above is not of Satan, nor does it have anything to do with him, and these so-called occult groups are infiltrated from top to bottom by Catholic Jesuits and others who wish to delude those who might be Luciferian or pagan and keep them under their control. This can be seen with their Judeo/Christian occult symbols, Jehovah/YHVH God names, and angels. 114. It is obvious in addition to all of this, the Catholic Church was enraged by the revelation of the pedophilia scandals. These actions were planned and deliberate. The Pope and high-ranking clergy acted indignant and spiteful when their child molestations and abuses were exposed to the world. They were anything but sorry. We all know child rape makes for unstable adult personalities, and the victims are needed to add to the chaos for fulfillment of the Jewish/Christian communist objectives, making for deluded individuals who are spiritually and psychologically lost. References: Vatican Assassins, Wounded in the House of My Friends, The Diabolical History of the Society of Jesus, including its Second 30 Years' War 1914–1945, its Cold War 1945–1990, and its assassination of America's first Roman Catholic President, John Fitzgerald Kennedy 1963 by Eric John Phelps, 2001. The Secret History of the Jesuits by Edmund Paris, translated from the French. 1975. An Atheist Speaks by Madalyn Murray O'Hair, 1986. Billy Graham and His Friends by Dr. Kathy Burns 2001. Our Constitution, The Way It Was by Dr. Madalyn O'Hair, Revised Edition, 1988. An Atheist Speaks by Madalyn Murray O'Hair, 1986. The Cross and the Sickle Superchurch by Billy James Hargis and Bill Sampson, 1982. The Book Your Church Doesn't Want You to Read, Tom C. Leadham, Editor. 1993. 115. Murderers, Thieves, and Liars. Christianity has nothing of its own. The Judeo/Christian Bible certainly doesn't appear to be as old as it is believed to be, and neither is that foul program they call a religion. The truth can be seen in the Gothic cathedrals for one. They were originally pagan. Regardless of what the popular history books claim, and many support the Jewish lie of Christianity, it appears that Christianity arrived on the scene with the Inquisition, especially in Europe. This is nearly identical in every aspect to a communist take over, where mass murder, torture and deprivation of even the most basic of human rights are instituted. Christianity and communism are very close spiritually and ideologically. This is a fairly well-known concept that has been adopted by various thinkers, from Thomas More to Lev Tolstoy. Few people know that the world's first socialist state was established in Paraguay and was based on the ideas of Catholic Jesuits before Marx created his teachings. The Society of Jesus, the Jesuit religious order, in the Catholic Church was roughly equivalent to the KGB in the Soviet Union. Above quotes taken from Pravda, the main Communist Party newspaper and leading newspaper of the former Soviet Union. The Jews and their Christian cohorts have destroyed ancient records and texts, and have rewritten a fictitious history in compliance with their agenda. They try to claim that some paganism was kept to ease the populace into Christianity, but I strongly question this, as should any intelligent thinking person, as everything they have was stolen from pagan religions predating Christianity. The Jehovah's Witnesses know of all the pagan elements in the Christian religion, but they are deluded to the Nazarene. Nazarene was stolen and corrupted as well from some 18+ pagan gods who represented a concept. Like the Jews, the Christian religion has nothing of its own. Check out Vatican Square, the Egyptian obelisk in the middle of the Satanic Wheel of the year 116. Here is another one of the ceiling of the Vatican staircase. Note the design of the runic Galdra staves. Yet the Druids and other pagan priests were mass murdered by the Inquisition. The penalty for using runes or even having knowledge of runes was automatic death. Note all of the Egyptian gods in the Vatican Museum. If one cares to do the necessary research, it is obvious that nearly everything the Vatican has been stolen. Egypt is condemned in the Judeo-Christian Bible, and yet, if you read through everything on this website and do more research, it is apparent just how much the Judeo-Christian religion has stolen and corrupted from Egypt. These gods wound up in what is known as the Goetia in the Jewish written grimoires of blasphemy. Satan's kingdom was stolen from him. Egyptian gods in the Hall of Statues. Anubis Sekhmet 117. More photos of pagan gods in the Vatican. Apollo. Many images of Apollo, such as the one below, were passed off as the Nazarene. Many images passed off and assumed to be the Nazarene contain a male figure with a halo, either with the rays as shown in the above photo, or 4 quadrants depicting the crown and temple chakras. People have been indoctrinated to believe these are of the Nazarene, when in reality all these are of is a model of a human male with his Kundalini ascended. This is a concept. This concept was stolen from pagan gods and is of Satan. The risen Kundalini is what is termed to be raising the devil and is what manifests in the halo seen in so many old paintings. Once everyone understands the real meaning of all of those symbols, the veil is dropped and the Jews can no longer pull off their bullshit. This is the main reason the Judeo-Christian Bible threatens anyone who studies the occult or practices anything of the occult with burning in a lake of fire. Paintings in the catacombs, which date back to the 3rd and 4th centuries CE, have this same male image. Some images are of Marduk. 118. Some are of Apollo and other pagan gods. The book The Unknown Catacomb is interesting and reveals much about the pagan art scene in the catacombs. Now, here are the so-called Christian burial grounds, aka as the catacombs. Here is some image labeled as a saint. In reality the shepherd was stolen from Hermes, also known as Thoth. Note the 4 quarters again. Here is another typical painting of which everyone is told it is Paul. It is only an image of a man. It certainly does not have the name of the man on or near the painting. People are sheep, most believe whatever they are told without question, and are incessantly warned to trust and have faith. As for the images with the lamb represents Aries, and when the sun is in Aries, this is the best time to begin the great work of alchemy and has nothing whatsoever to do with Christianity. Look at this deadbeat Jewish asshole and his replica of the Egyptian pharaoh's headdress. Shame on him. 119. The pagan green man is seen in cathedrals all over Europe. Gargoyles, which are lesser demons, are also seen lining nearly every major cathedral in Europe. This statue located in Strasbourg Cathedral appears to be an Assyrian genie. There is so much more and it is endless. Many history texts call these 3 great religions, meaning Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. Now, if they are so great and so original, why is it they have nothing of their own? Islam won't even allow the human figure to be painted. This conforms to the communist agenda of removing history and knowledge from the general populace so people can be disposable slaves. That was then, this is now. History is being destroyed and rewritten with lies. 120. 121. The Stolen Year. Our Gentile satanic/pagan sun wheel was stolen and is at the center of the Vatican. For more information see, Christianity has nothing of its own. With the arrival of Christianity, pagan temples and important religious centers were destroyed and razed to the ground. These structures were built upon powerful ley lines to align with the powers of the earth. Christian churches were then built over the destroyed pagan temples and places of learning. Anything of Gentile origins was cursed and condemned as evil. This step ensured that psychic energy could then be harnessed and directed toward the worship of the Jews and to enforce a plethora of lies. The Eve of Beltane, aka Walpurgisnacht, the Feast of Valborg, the Feast of Beltane, May Day, an ancient and important Gentile/pagan. Gentile is a word meaning pagan holiday. The feast is in honor of Baal/Beelzebub. Beltane/May Day has been replaced with the Christian version of Easter. Instead of our original gods and customs, a Jewish-invented Nazarene is the focus of slavish worship and psychic energy. May 1st has also been replaced a step further with a major day of celebration for Jewish communism. Easter originated with Astaroth and was originally known as Ashtar. This Holiday coincides with the vernal equinox of spring when day and night are of equal length, and was known as Easter to the Anglo-Saxons. As the goddess of fertility, she was associated with rabbits and eggs. Other names include 122. Easter, Easter, Eos Eostra, Esther, Estrus. Estrus is when an animal goes into heat, mating season. Estrus, Oistros, and Ostera. Again, the Lamb of God was stolen from the zodiac sign of Aries, the ram that occurs every spring. All of the above has been stolen and corrupted into focusing upon and worshipping a fictitious Jew, which creates a powerful psychic link. Quote from the Jewish Talmud. Simeon had arson, following 56d, when the Messiah comes every Jew will have 2,800 slaves. The pagan summer solstice was stolen and replaced with St. John's Day, in honor of St. John the Baptist, another Jewish invented character stolen from a Hindu alchemical concept, for Gentiles to slavishly worship and focus psychic energies upon. Lammas Day / Lughnasadh was replaced with Assumption Day again, to focus upon the fictitious Jewish Virgin Mary, for Gentiles to slavishly honor and focus their psychic energies into reinforcing a lie. Halloween / Samhain was replaced with All Saints' Day. The Yule season and winter solstice have been replaced with Christmas. This is the ultimate blasphemy. Again, there is total focus upon the Jewish invented Nazarene and his phony birth, phony Jewish parents, and phony everything else. These lies are drummed into the minds of Gentiles all over the world, creating a massive psychic vortex of energy that insidiously destroys our cultural heritage and memory, and promotes our own damnation. The entire Yule season has been infested with fictitious Nazarene story, from Advent to the circumcision of the Jewish Nazarene on the 8th day in the synagogue by a rabbi. Imbolc was replaced with Ash Wednesday, which was stolen from an ancient Hindu rite of applying ashes upon the spot of the third eye in the middle of the forehead. Christian fundamentalists have been working overtime to eradicate all traces of the pagan origins of these holidays in order to reinforce and keep the lie of Christianity going strong. As I have stated repeatedly, history has been and is being rewritten. Truth is replaced with lies that promote Jewish supremacy and their agenda of a communist New World Order where they will be God. Rebellion, which has always been associated with Satan, is intensely discouraged, in order to establish this new Jewish world order where all Gentiles will barcoded and be slaves. 123. In addition, Gentile/pagan culture is being relentlessly attacked subliminally in the many movies created through Jewish Hollywood, and by having deluded Gentiles in many cases forced to curse and condemn our own people and praise the Jews. The Jews have had a history of fooling Gentiles into doing their dirty work for them, such as fighting their wars and damning ourselves. A blatant example was the war in Iraq, which was fought for Israel by nearly all Gentiles, as only 4 Jewish soldiers were reported to have died in the war. The robotic songs and prayers exalting the Jews and Israel, corrupted from Far Eastern mantras, are sung and repeatedly recited in the Christian churches. along with the trillions of dollars raked in through tithing and such, condemn us. Gentiles. Gentiles sing and pray for their own damnation. It is stated in the Talmud that Gentiles shit before their God. Satan is God. This past Halloween, I noted in a Halloween store, the supply of extremely hideous masks of the devil, portraying our creator God Satan. Halloween is my favorite holiday with dressing up, partying, and such, but what has been to our Creator God is another matter. It is not only a major insult to our Creator God, but a huge slap in the face for all Gentiles. The Easter Bunny, which predates Christianity, has been attacked relentlessly by fundamentalist Christians, along with Santa Claus, aka known as Nick and Nicholas. Santa is an anagram of Satan, and the red, the white and the black, are the colors of the main nadies of the soul. Nick is another name for Satan as well. The Jews use deluded Christians to do their dirty work for them, and they laugh at their stupidity. They, themselves know the Nazarene isn't real and was only invented and relentlessly pushed to enslave the Gentiles and create a massive vortex of Gentile psychic energy into bringing their Messiah into reality. Quote from the Jewish Talmud. Simeon Hadarson, following 56d, when the Messiah comes, every Jew will have 2,800 slaves. Because it is false, Christianity is a stepping-off point to Jewish communism, where any and all traces of spiritual knowledge are forcibly removed, as was done with the Inquisition. This ensures that all occult knowledge and power is kept in the hands of the Jews to completely enslave and control the masses and establish them as God. 124. 125. Why Christianity attacks sexuality. The Christian Church has done everything in its power to suppress and control sexuality. Sexual energy is the creative life force that liberates the Kundalini, and is a direct threat to their agenda for enslaving humanity. There is nothing spiritual about Christianity. Christianity is a tool to remove all spiritual knowledge and spirituality. This has been effectively accomplished by attacking the second chakra, which is the sexual chakra, thus keeping the Kundalini serpent bound in the base. In order for the Kundalini energy to ascend and ascend safely, all of the chakras must be free and open. Psychological hang-ups manifest themselves in the chakras, which are the key components of the soul, and create blocks that prevent the ascension and circulation of spiritual energy, both in the 7 main chakras and in the 144,000 nadis. Christianity, Islam, and other related programs to destroy spirituality vehemently attack sexuality in any way they can, whether it is heterosexuality, homosexuality, etc. They work to instill sexual inhibitions, guilt, shame, and turn something beautiful and spiritually empowering into something ugly. Few, if any, Christians or Muslims are even aware of what spirituality really is. All of these nefarious programs have replaced spiritual concepts with impostor Jewish characters, Jewish places, and other fictitious Jewish archetypes, such as Jesus, the Nazarene. Jesus has been used as a diversion and distraction, keeping followers from accessing true spirituality and working on their souls. Truth be known, we save our own souls. Jesus is a fictitious Jewish character that is nothing more than an impostor to a concept. Kundalini liberates the soul and also opens up the psyche. The Christian Church has also done everything in its power to keep us from communicating with beings such as Satan and his demons, and deliberately cut us all off from any knowledge and power. This keeps us all in the dark, and has cut us off from our true Creator God. We shall destroy God protocols of the learned elders of Zion. The sexual suppression creates an imbalance in the base and second chakras, which bleeds over into the emotional level chakra. This extends to the next chakra, and from here, we have a further imbalance, creating fear and guilt, and other emotional and psychological disorders. Because of the cutoff, there is no outlet, and humanity degenerates spiritually from generation to generation. Each generation has been indoctrinated and conditioned to view sexuality in the Judeo-Christian-Muslim way. Those of us who are completely free from this influence are few. Sexuality equal life, liberation, and spiritual advancement. The Church knows this and has denied the general population this knowledge for centuries. 126. Now, when I mention the Church, I am referring to those on top, not the average pedophile priest or minister. The Catholic priesthood is a prime example of the level of indoctrination, ignorance, and stupidity all the way down the line with blind obedience. The child raping and molestations are chief illustrations of what occurs when one consciously suppresses the powerful sex drive, which is the life force itself. Because of the suppression of this knowledge, humanity is operating at 1/5th, 1/10 of the total potential. The energy centers remain closed and dormant, cutting the world off from other dimensions, blocking spiritual, mental, emotional, and physical potential, in order to keep power in the hands of a chosen few. All of this is the use of black magic at the top levels that has been handed down through the centuries. The New Age movement teaches helplessness, and strongly discourages any forms of black magic to ensure this power only remains in the hands of a few. Justice and righteousness are strongly discouraged and attacked. People are being indoctrinated to be victims and slaves. Fear is used incessantly, no different from Jewish communism, which is where Christianity eventually leads. The New Agers who dabble in magic are also imbalanced. The ancient Egyptians knew that to be adept, one must be versed in both the white and black aspects of magic. Black magic is suppressed and controlled by the few in power at the top who make liberal use of it. The average person is not only ignorant to this fact, but helpless against it. The denigration and exclusion of women in RHP religions is also for a specific purpose. As Thoth stated, everything comes in twos for balance and harmony. Two is the creative force. The female energy within us all is the subconscious and the psyche. The female aspect connects us to the higher dimensions of the mind and balance to the male logical side of the brain. The two ideally should work together in harmony. The Kundalini energy is of the female part of the soul. By attacking and denigrating women, this further suppresses this energy. Subliminally, destroying this female energy is fundamental to the enemy agenda. Once this feminine energy is completely subdued, the intuition and higher consciousness are switched off and become dominated by the lower consciousness. The chakras below the heart, which is the switch-off point and connector of the 7 chakras, remain disconnected and a serious imbalance results. The Church and its controlling cohorts are well aware of the imbalance that occurs when this female energy is cut off. The chakras all work together. What then occurs is a total loss of a much-needed sense, also known as the sixth sense. Humanity is spiritually blind and through this, have become total victims. This is the goal of the Christian Church, to prepare Gentiles to be ignorant and unquestioning slaves who are unable to fight back at the hands of 127 Jewish masters, the communist state. For example, when an adept Jew throws a curse, the Gentile victim who has been indoctrinated with the lies of Christianity is helpless and succumbs to it. She can't even see it coming, and doesn't even know. This way, the Jews become God. Quote from the Jewish Talmud. Simeon had arson, following 56d, when the Messiah comes every Jew will have 2,800 slaves. 128. 129. The Inquisition. A history of Christian torture, mass murder and destruction of human life. The Christian resolve to find the world evil and ugly, has made the world evil and ugly. Friedrich Nietzsche. Today, the Christian Church does not have the power it once had, yet, we have witnessed the Christian abuses of children, child rape, molestation and other vile acts that reveal the true nature of many Christians and the effects their God has upon his followers. The pedophilia scandals are just a small sample of what Christians are capable of. This is due to the evil energy they tie into God and the devil are backwards. This can be plainly seen in the Old Testament where that God of Christianity was a murderer and a liar from the beginning. Years ago, when the Christian Church had complete control over government, human life and spirit, we can see from the Inquisition, just how sick these people are and just what lengths they will go to get you to accept Jesus. Just as is seen in the numerous Christian abuses of children today. Years ago, with the Inquisition, girls as young as 9 and boys as young as 10 were tried for witchcraft. Children much younger were tortured to extract testimony against their parents. Children were then flogged while they watched their parents burn. The Inquisition was early communism. The Catholic Church was the NKVD and KGB of the Middle Ages. For more detailed information, read The Gulag Archipelago by Alexander Solzhenitsyn. http://en.wikipedia.org/wiki/the_gulag_archipelago. The Inquisition and Communism, both Jewish programs, are both nearly identical systems of mass murder, torture, and enslaving the masses. Christianity and communism are very close spiritually and ideologically. This is a fairly well-known concept that has been adopted by various thinkers, from Thomas More to Lev Tolstoy. Few people know that the world's first socialist state was established in Paraguay and was based on the ideas of Catholic Jesuits before Marx created his teachings. The Society of Jesus, the Jesuit religious order, in the Catholic Church was roughly equivalent to the KGB in the Soviet Union. Above quotes taken from Pravda, the main Communist Party newspaper and leading newspaper of the former Soviet Union. From the article, Is There Any Difference Between Christianity and Communism? 30/04/2013. Truth be known, many of the inquisitors and high-ranking Catholic clergy were Jews. 130. A documented case in the Silesian town of Nysa reveals a huge oven was constructed, which over a 10-year period, more than 1,000 condemned witches, some as young as 2 years old, were roasted alive. Many victims were also extremely old, some in their 80s. This made no difference to the Church. The Christian Church murdered, tortured, mutilated and destroyed millions and millions of lives, both directly through the Inquisition and indirectly through all of the wars they incited. The damage and destruction this foul religion has perpetrated against humanity is almost beyond comprehension. Most people aren't even aware of the facts. Between the years of 1450 to 1600, the Christian Church was responsible for the torture and burning of some 30,000 alleged witches. During the reign of the Roman Emperor Constantine CE 306 to 337, the doctrines of the Christian Church were regarded as the foundation of law. For heretics, persons who opposed church teachings, or who were even accused of such, were sought out, tortured and eventually murdered. Heresy was an offense against the state, as well as the Church. For hundreds of years, civil rulers tried to stamp out all heresy. As early as CE 430, the Church leaders declared heresy punishable by death. In CE 906, the Canon Episcopi was the first church body to expressly forbid the use of witchcraft. 5. Before the Inquisition was fully underway, the Church accepted heretics back into the fold, under terms it considered reasonable. The following is an example. For 3 Sundays, the heretic was stripped to the waist and whipped from the entrance of the town/village all the way to the church door. He/she was to permanently deny him/herself meat, eggs, and cheese except on Easter, Pentecost, and Christmas, when he/she is to eat of them as a sign of his/her penance. For 20 days, twice a year he/she was to avoid fish, and for 3 days in each week fish, wine and oil, fasting, if his/her health would permit. He/she was to wear monastic vestments with a small cross sewn on each breast. He/she was to hear Mass daily, 7 times a day. He/she was to recite the canonical hours and in addition, at Paternoster 10 times each day and 20 times each night. He/she was to observe total abstinence from sex. Every month she was to report to a priest who was to keep the heretic under close observation. She was to be segregated from the rest of the community. 6. There is no precise date for the beginning of the Inquisition. Most sources agree. It manifested during the first 6 years of the reign of the Catholic Pope, Gregory IX, between 1227 and 1233. Pope Gregory IX, who ruled from 1227 to 1241, is often referred to as the father of the Inquisition. 131. The Inquisition was a campaign of torture, mutilation, mass murder, and destruction of human life, perpetrated by Christians and their Jewish root. The Church increased in power until it had total control over human life, both secular and religious. The Vatican wasn't satisfied with the progress made by regional leaders in rooting out heresy. Pope Innocent III commissioned his own inquisitors who answered directly to him. Their authority was made official in the Papal Bull of March 25, 1199. 7. Innocent declared, anyone who attempted to construe a personal view of God which conflicted with the Church dogma must be burned without pity. 8. In 1254, to ease the job of the inquisitors, Pope Innocent IV decreed that accusers could remain anonymous, preventing the victims from confronting them and defending themselves. Many churches had a chest where informants could slip written accusations against their neighbors. 3 years later, he authorized and officially condoned torture as a method of extracting confessions of heresy. 9. Victims were tortured in one room, and then, if they confessed, they were led away from the chamber into another room to confess to the inquisitors. This way it could be claimed the confessions were given without the use of force. The inquisitional law replaced common law. Instead of innocent until proven guilty, it was guilty until proven innocent. Inquisitors grew very rich, accepting bribes and fines from the wealthy who paid to avoid being prosecuted. The wealthy were prime targets for the Church, who confiscated their property, land and everything they had for generations. The Inquisition took over all of the victims' possessions upon accusation. There was very little if any chance of proving oneself innocent, so this is one way the Catholic Church grew very wealthy. Pope Innocent stated that since God punished children for the sins of their parents, they had no right to be legal heirs to the property of their parents. Unless children came forth freely to denounce their parents, they were left penniless. Inquisitors even accused the dead of heresy, in some cases, as much as 70 years after their death. They 132. Exhumed and burned the victims' bones and confiscated all property from their heirs, leaving them with nothing. 10. The actions of the inquisitors had devastating effects on the economy that left entire communities totally impoverished while the Church glutted with wealth. They also crippled the economy by holding certain professions Suspect. Inquisitors believed the printed word to be a threat to the Church and interfered with the communication brought about by the invention of the printing press in the 15th century. Maps, cartographers, traveling merchants and traders were all placed under intense suspicion, a threat to the Church. Although the Church had begun murdering people it deemed heretics in the 4th century and again in 1022 at Orleans, papal statutes of 1231 insisted heretics suffer death by fire. Burning people to death prevented the spilling of blood. John 15:6 If a man abide not in me, he is cast forth as a branch, and is withered, and men gather them, and cast them into the fire, and they are burned. The pedophilia witnessed today is just a small example of the insanity and the twisted, warped minds of most Christians, and where any power that they obtain leads to. The witch hunts, 1450 to 1750, were what R. H. Robbins, the Encyclopedia of Witchcraft and Demonology, called the shocking nightmare, the foulest crime, and deepest shame of Western civilization. In this 300-year period, the Church stepped up the mass murder and systematic torture of innocent human beings. Torturers were allowed as much time as they needed to torture their victims. Most courts demanded that prior to the torture, the victim be thoroughly shaved, claiming that any demon left undetected in the victim's body hair might intervene to deaden the pain that the torturers inflicted or answer for the victim. 11. Doctors would be in attendance if it seemed the victim might die from the torture. The victim would then be allowed to recover a little before more torture was applied. If the victim died during the torture, inquisitors claimed the devil intervened with the purpose of sparing the victim further pain or preventing them from revealing his secrets. 12. Those who fainted had vinegar poured into their nostrils to revive them. The victims' families were required under law to reimburse the courts for the costs of torture. Entire estates were seized by the Church. Priests blessed the torture instruments prior to their being used. Certain 133 devices were employed to inflict the maximum pain, indisputable evidence of the sick Christian mind. Judas cradle. The victim was pulled up by a rope or chain and then lowered to the point. The torturer controlled the pressure by attaching weights to the victim or rocking or raising and dropping the victim from various heights. Brodequin. The boots. The brodequin was used to crush the legs by tightening the device by hand, or using a mallet for knocking in the wedges to smash the bones until the bone marrow spurted out. People who passed out were further condemned as the losing of consciousness to be a trick from the devil in order to escape pain. Burning the feet. Oil, lard, and grease were applied to the feet before roasting them over a fire. A screen was used to control or increase the pain as exposure to the fire was applied on and off for maximum suffering. Also, as a variation, some victims were forced to wear large leather or metal boots into which boiling water or molten lead was poured. 134. Hanging and the strap paddo. The victim's hands were bound behind the back. They were then yanked up to The sealing of the torture chamber by a pulley and a rope. Dislocation ensued. Christians preferred this method, as it left no visible marks of torture. Heavy weights were often strapped to the victim to increase the pain and suffering. Squassation was a more extreme form of the torture. This method entailed strapping weights as much as hundreds of pounds, pulling limbs from their sockets. Following this, the Christian inquisitor would quickly release the rope so they would fall towards the floor. At the last second, the Christian inquisitioner would again yank the rope. This dislocated virtually every bone in the victim's body. 4 applications were considered enough to kill even the strongest of victims. Many were hung upside down as well until strangulation ensued. 135. Heretic's fork. This device was often used to silence the victim on the way to the burning stake, so they could not reveal what had occurred in the torture chamber or defend themselves in any way. Ripping the flesh. Christian clergy delighted in the tearing and ripping of the flesh. The Catholic Church learned a human being could live until the skin was peeled down to the waist when skinned alive. Often, the rippers were heated to red hot and used on women's breasts and in the genitalia of both sexes. Breast rippers. 136. The iron torture chair was studded with spikes. The victim was strapped in nude, and a fire was lit beneath the chair. Heavy objects were also be used. They were placed upon the victim to increase the pain of the spikes. Blows with mallets were also inflicted. Often, other torturous devices were applied with the chair, such as the flesh-ripping pincers, shown above, and leg-crushing vices. Skull crusher. This one speaks for itself. Christian clergy preferred this device because it did not leave visible marks, unless the skull was completely crushed, which happened. 137. The rack. The rack, aka the ladder, was another device that was used extensively. The procedure was to place the nude or near-nude victim horizontally on the ladder or rack. Ropes were used to bind the arms and legs like a tourniquet. The knot could be steadily twisted to draw tight the ropes and stretch the victim to where the muscles and ligaments tore and bones broke. Often, heavy objects were placed upon the victim to increase the pain. This was considered by the Church to be one of the milder forms of torture. The wheel. The nude victim was stretched out, lying face downward on the ground or on the execution dock, with his or her arms and legs spread, and tied to stakes or iron rings. Wooden crosspieces were placed under the wrists, elbows, ankles, knees and hips. The inquisitor then smashed limb after limb and joint after joint, including the shoulders and hips, with the iron-tired edge of the wheel, taking care not to bring about the death of the victim. There were splinters of smashed bones, blood spurted everywhere, and the victim's entire skeleton was crushed and smashed. Thereafter the shattered limbs were braided into the spokes of the large wheel. The wheel has to be one of the most gruesome of all torture devices. The idea is that the victim's limbs are shattered and entwined around the spokes of the wheel, attaching them to it. The thumbscrew. The thumbscrew was a device where the victim's thumbs were placed and systematically crushed. Similar devices were used on the toes. Thumb screws were often applied at the same time as the strap pado and other torture devices to inflict more pain. 138. The water torture. The victim was stripped and bound to a bench or table, and a funnel was inserted and pressed down into his throat. Water was poured into the funnel in jugs full, with his/her nose being pinched, forcing him/her to swallow. After this was repeated enough times to where the victim's stomach was almost to burst, the bench or table was then tilted, with the victim's head pointing to the floor. The water in the stomach put painful pressure on the victim's lungs and heart. There was not only the incredible pain with this, but also the feeling of suffocation. Inquisitors would also beat upon the stomach with mallets to the point of internal rupture. In another variation, the victim was forced to swallow large quantities of water together with lengths of knotted cord. The cords were then violently yanked from the victim's mouth, resulting in disemboweling. The Iron Maiden, also known as the Virgin Mary. Covering the front side of this device was a statue of the Virgin Mary. Inside were spikes, sharp knives or nails. Levers would move the arms of the statue, crushing the victim against the knives and nails. Other devices and methods. Forced feeding of overly salted foods that resulted in extreme thirst, then the denial of water. Immersion in scalding water laced with lime. Yanking back and forth by 2 or more inquisitors with ropes attached to a spiked iron collar. This tore the flesh on the victim's neck. Variations used. Screws that could be tightened. The prayer stool. A spike board on which the victim was forced to kneel. 139. Stocks which were fitted with iron spikes. Slowly roasting victims over fire. Walking, which entailed forcing a victim to walk back and forth for days on end until completely exhausted. A variation of this was having the victim sit cross-legged upon a wooden stool, being deprived of movement or sleep. Some victims were as much as 80 years old. Throwing. Similar to the spiked iron collar, only a rope was tied tightly around the head and the victim was yanked back and forth. Turkas. These were a variation of pincers used to pull out fingernails. Many were thrown in filthy dungeons with no light or human contact, in addition, often being chained, or confined in the stocks. Scoring above the breath, the ancient belief that bleeding a witch above the mouth and nose would break a spell incited inquisitors to tear flesh. Stick with needles and other instruments upon the victim's face. Galileo Galilei, the famous Italian astronomer and physicist, was one of the most noted victims of the Inquisition. A letter in which he attempted to demonstrate the Copernican theory, that the Earth is not the center of the universe, was forwarded by some of his enemies to the inquisitors in Rome. He was tried in 1633 and found guilty of heresy. He was forced to recant publicly withdraw his statement and was sentenced to life imprisonment under house arrest. In 1979, Pope John Paul II declared that the Roman Catholic Church may have been mistaken in condemning him, and he established a commission to study the case. 13. In 1993, the Catholic Church officially pardoned Galileo. In other words, they forgave him for teaching that the planets revolve around the Sun, not the Earth. Loss of human life. Salzburg, Austria, 1677 to 1681. Over 100 murdered. Basque region of the Pyrenees, 1608, lawyer Pierre de Lancret was sent to the region to root out and destroy those who worshipped pagan gods. Over 600 tortured and murdered, which Judge Henri Boguet c. 1550 to 1619 sent some 600 victims to their deaths in Burgundy, many of them young children who were systematically tortured and then burned alive. 140. A pregnant woman was burned alive, and from the trauma, she gave birth. Before she died, the baby was tossed back into the flames. Swedish town of Mora, 1669, more than 300 murdered. Among them, 15 children. 36 children between the ages of 9 and 15 were made to run the gauntlet and were beaten with rods upon their hands once a week for an entire year. 20 of the youngest children, all under the age of 9, were whipped on their hands at the church door for 3 Sundays in succession. Many more were severely beaten for witchcraft offences. In Scotland, under the rule of Oliver Cromwell, a total of 120 in a single month were murdered in 1661. Estimates of the total dead have been as high as 17,000 between 1563 and 1603. In Würzburg, Germany, the Chancellor wrote a graphic account in the year of 1629. There are 300 children of 3 or 4 years, who are said to have had intercourse with the devil. I have seen children of 7 put to death, and brave little scholars of 10, 12, 14, and 15 years of age. Between the years of 1623 and 1633, some 900 witches were put to death throughout Würzburg. This was largely maintained by the Jesuits. The Chronicler of Treves reported in 1586 that the entire female population of 2 villages was wiped out by inquisitors. Only 2 women were left alive. Noted cases included the Knights Templar, Joan of Arc, who was chained by the neck, hands, and feet and locked in a cramped iron cage, Galileo, who stated that the Earth revolved around the Sun and was not the center of the universe as the Church taught. See above. The above accounts were taken from Castle Dictionary of Witchcraft by David Pickering. On Sunday, March 12, 2002, the Pope John Paul II apologized for the errors of his Church for the last 2,000 years. References: The Dark Side of Christian History by Helen Ellerbe, page 124. Castle Dictionary of Witchcraft by David Pickering, article on Germany, page 108. Castle Dictionary of Witchcraft by David Pickering, article on Inquisition, page 146. 4 World Book Encyclopedia article on Inquisition. Copyright 1989. 141. 5 Wizards and Sorcerers by Tom Ogden, article on Inquisition. 6 The Dark Side of Christian History by Helen Ellerbe, page 77. 7 Wizards and Sorcerers by Tom Ogden, article on Inquisition. 8 The Dark Side of Christian History by Helen Ellerbe, page 77. 9 Wizards and Sorcerers by Tom Ogden. 10 The Dark Side of Christian History by Helen Ellerbe, page 80. 11 Castle Dictionary of Witchcraft by David Pickering, article on torture. 12 Castle Dictionary of Witchcraft by David Pickering, article on torture. 13 World Book Encyclopedia article on Galileo. Copyright 1989. 142. 143. The Christian Program and Purpose. Quote from the Talmud. Libri David 37, to communicate anything to a goy about our religious relations would be equal to the killing of all Jews, for if the goyim knew what we teach about them, they would kill us openly. With enough research, Christianity and its cohorts can be summed up, revealing its true purpose. Jehovah's Witnesses know of all the pagan origins of the holidays, such as Christmas and Easter. They are deluded as to the Nazarene, as the Nazarene is also a stolen concept, from some 18+ crucified pagan gods who hung from a tree, such as Odin. Everything in the Christian program is false, stolen, corrupted, and counterfeit. The entire purpose of Christianity is to prepare Gentiles to be slavishly obedient and worshipping of their Jewish masters in a new world order, where the Jews will have total and complete control, unless people wake up and this is stopped. As can be seen from the articles on this website, the pantheon of Gentile/pagan gods' subliminal worship was replaced with fictitious Jewish archetypes with the program of Christianity. Along with this, the Jews achieved a special status they did not deserve, being the chosen of God. All of this is subliminal in that it creates the mindset of slavish, self-sacrificing, servile mentality in its victims, that readily accepts the Jews to be in charge. The fictitious Jewish archetypes such as the Nazarene create a powerful subconscious association with what is known as the God part of the brain and act to transfer this mindset of worship to the Jews, who intend upon ruling the world. There is nothing at all spiritual about Christianity. The Bible is nothing more than a fictitious history of the Jews, and intense blasphemy against the Gentile gods and our true creator God Satan, which means enemy in Hebrew. We prove all of this on this website. Quote from the Jewish Talmud. Simeon had arson, following 56d, when the Messiah comes every Jew will have 2,800 slaves. In addition to the subliminal workings, Gentiles are severely threatened with delving into the occult in order to remove all powers of the mind and soul and to keep these powers within the circle of ruling Jewish masters for total abuse and exploitation of the Gentiles. Because sexual orgasm is the doorway to the power and advancement of the soul, the Christian doctrines have always worked relentlessly to suppress it. Christianity drums into its victims' minds that they are nothing more than property. Their minds, souls and bodies all belong to Jehovah, which in reality is the top ruling Jews who are masters of occult power. 144. Quotes from the Talmud. Nidrosk Talpioth, p. 225, l. Jehovah created the non-Jew in human form so that the Jew would not have to be served by beasts. The non-Jew is consequently an animal in human form, and condemned to serve the Jew day and night. Seth. J.P. 92, 1. God has given the Jews power over the possessions and blood of all nations. The denigration of women in these programs is a sick, twisted, and perverted attempt, again, subliminal, like the suppression of human sexuality, to deprive Gentiles of occult power. This has its origins in the Far Eastern teachings of Shakti, which represents the female subconscious and Kundalini power aspect of the human soul. The male aspect is the left-brained logical side. Both must work together to achieve material results, which is the purpose of yoga. By suppressing the female side of the brain, one's powers of mind and soul are completely dormant and inaccessible. Ouija boards, astrology, and other forms of divination have also been strictly suppressed in attempts to deprive Gentiles from communicating with our own true gods, who have been shamefully and hideously blasphemed and labeled as evil. Our gods have been the victims of Jewish horror and gore Hollywood flicks and other denigrating and insulting themes, where Gentiles are fooled into mocking, cursing, and fearing them, while working for their own damnation and paying out the ass for it, not only to the tune of trillions and trillions of dollars, but also with psychic energy. The Jews have had a long history of deluding the Gentiles into paying for their own damnation and ruin. The war in Iraq was a blatant example, where thousands of young American men and women died or are permanently disabled, all for Israel. Gentiles need to wake up. 145. The Bible, a Jewish conspiracy and hoax on the Gentiles. The Bible is a Jewish conspiracy. Christians are deluded under a powerful spell. Christianity is nothing more than a vicious program, with the goals of forcing the Gentiles to give up all occult knowledge and power, so all psychic power is in the hands of select Jews for total control. Indoctrinating the Gentile masses into pacifism and a slave-like mentality of servitude. Encouraging the Gentiles into giving up all money and worldly goods, which is funneled into the hands of the ruling Jews and their Gentile lackeys like Billy Graham. Preparing the Gentile masses for a one-world communist slave state with the ruling Jews in control. Channeling Gentile psychic energy and prayers into the second coming of Christ, which is in reality the Jewish Messiah, as any working of the mind must have a connection. Cutting us Gentiles off from our own tribal gods and demigods, whose identities have been altered and replaced with fictitious Jewish characters. Our true Creator God has been denigrated, viciously and heinously insulted and blasphemed and relegated to the enemy of humanity. May his name and memory be blotted out. The Jewish Talmud. We shall destroy God. Quote from the Protocols of the Learned Elders of Zion. The list is endless, and it is so glaringly obvious what was done. Now, we all know the Nazarene is fictitious. The Jews themselves know it and don't believe in him, as he is a lie based upon some 20+ crucified saviors stolen from Gentile pantheons around the world. I have put a lot of effort and time into researching the Bible, as so many people have serious hang-ups because of intense indoctrination with Christianity and the psychic power that has gone into it. It is obvious the Bible is a hoax and a lie. We shall now endeavor to answer the question which must naturally arise in the minds of all who see for the first time the similarity in the legends of the Hebrews and those of other nations, namely, have the Hebrews copied from other nations? Or, have other nations copied from the Hebrews? To answer this question we shall first give a brief account or history of the Pentateuch and other books of the 146 Old Testament from which we have taken legends, and show about what time they were written, and second, show that other nations were possessed of these legends long before that time, and that the Jews copied from them. Bible Myths and Their Parallels in Other Religions by T. W. Doan, copyright 1882. Page 92. The Creation. Structurally, Genesis 1–11 presents a fascinating insight into how the Bible evolved from a collection of polytheistic myths and legends from various cultures into a mostly coherent monotheistic account of Israelite history. 101 Myths of the Bible by Gary Greenberg, copyright 2000, page 3. In summary, every character in the Bible was stolen from pagan Gentile religions and replaced with a Jewish character. Jewish monotheism was stolen from Egyptian Akhenaten. The Jewish creation was stolen from the Egyptian creation. The Jewish Yahweh's use of the word to create was stolen from the Egyptians. Jewish Yahweh replaces Te. Let there be light was stolen from the Theban creation epic. The firmament in the midst of the waters was stolen from the Egyptian creation. 4. Adam and Eve were stolen from the Egyptian Geb and Nut. 5. Eve coming from Adam's rib was stolen from the epic of Enki. And 9. Her sag, my brother, what hurts thee? My rib hurts me. Anet. 41. Ninti, whose name means Lady of the Rib, cured Enki's rib. 6. Adam and Eve's punishment and loss of immortality were stolen from the Mesopotamian story of Oedipus. Jewish Yahweh replaces Sumerian Enki. 7. Jewish Cain, Abel, and Seth were stolen from Osiris, Set and Horus. 8. The conflict between Cain and Abel was stolen from Set and Osiris, and as the story goes on, it is later based upon the Sumerian Dumuzi and Enkidu. 9. Jewish Samson was stolen from Heracles. The putting out of his eyes is based on Oedipus. 147. The pulling down of the pillars was stolen from the Egyptian tale about Herakt. 10. The Jewish story of Jacob and the ladder was stolen from the Egyptian funerary rituals for the deceased king. Hail to thee, O ladder of God! Hail to thee, O ladder of Set! Stand up, O ladder of God! Stand up, O ladder of Set! Stand up, O ladder of Horus! Whereon Osiris went forth into heaven. The Egyptian ladder, consisting of the bodies of 2 Egyptian deities upon which Osiris ascends into heaven, has been replaced by a ladder with several supernatural beings, angels, climbing up and down between earth and heaven. 11. Jewish Moses was stolen from several gods and kings, depending on what stage of his life story. Sargon, the birth and abandonment in the river, being rescued by royalty, etc. The wanderings in the desert were based upon the sun god Bacchus as seen in the hymns of Orpheus 12. The Hebrew stint of 40 years in the desert claimed in the Jewish book of Exodus and the subsequent 40-day and 40 nights wanderings in the desert of the Jewish Nazarene were stolen from. The struggle of Set and Horus in the desert lasted 40 days, as commemorated in the 40 days of the Egyptian Lent, during which time Set, as the power of drought and sterility, made war on Horus in the water and the buried germinating grain. These 40 days have been extended into 40 years, and confessedly so by the Jews. 13. Jewish Joshua was stolen from the Egyptian deities Shu and Nun. 14. Jewish Deborah was stolen from the Egyptian goddess Neith. 15. Jewish Noah was stolen from Sumerian Ziusudra. The fictitious Jewish god Yahweh in the Noah story replaced the Sumerian god Enlil, aka Beelzebub. Noah's son Jewish Ham was stolen from Belus. 16. Jewish Nimrod was stolen from the Egyptian pharaoh Sesostris. 17. Jewish Abraham was stolen from King Harischandra of the Hindu Sankhya Sutras. Jewish Isaac was stolen from King Harischandra's son Rahuda. The fictitious Jewish god Yahweh in this story replaced the Hindu god Varuna. 18. Jewish character Daniel was stolen from Egyptian Nefertiti. 19. 148. Jewish Jonah and the whale. Jonah was stolen from the Hindu character Sakti Deva found in the Somadeva Bhatta. The 12 tribes of Israel, like the 12 disciples of Christ, are based upon the 12 signs of the zodiac. Jewish Lot and his wife were stolen from the Greek Orpheus and Eurydice. Jewish Yahweh replaces the Greek god Hades. Jewish Jacob and Jewish Esau were stolen from Horus and Set. 20. Jewish Rebekah was stolen from the Egyptian goddess Isis. 21. Jewish Joseph with the 11 brothers was stolen from Egyptian Samodicius. 22. Jewish story of Joseph and Potiphar's wife stolen from Egyptian Anubis and Bata. 23. The 10 plagues against Egypt were grossly exaggerated and altered and stolen from the Ipuwer Papyrus. 24. The 10 Commandments was stolen from the Code of Hammurabi. Jewish Yahweh replaces the Sumerian sun god Shamash aka Azazel. 25. Jewish David killing Philistine Goliath were stolen from Thor throwing a hammer at Hrungnir and striking him in the forehead. 26. The Jewish Job was stolen from Ugaritic Kiret, and Jewish Yahweh replaces the god Elevation. The Jewish Job was stolen from a story written in the Ugaritic language, cuneiform script, composed circa 1400 BCE by Elimilco the scribe. This epic involves Kiret and the god Elevation, not Job and Jehovah. Kiret's family tragedies and illness are comparable with the story of Job. In the original tale, Satan never even entered into the picture. Here, Jewish Jehovah replaces L27 by creating opposing gods, one good and the other evil. The Jews have been able to manipulate the world beyond belief. The Jewish book of Proverbs, along with the writings in the book of Ecclesiastes, were stolen from the teachings of Egyptian Ptahhotep. 28. Many of the writings in the Jewish book of Joshua were stolen from the Amarna letters. 29. 149. The Jewish book of Judges is comprised of material stolen from the story of Akkad, the diary of Wen Aman, the Gezer Almanac 30. The Jewish books of Samuel and Kings contain stolen material from the Mari prophecies, the stele of Mesha, the Karatepe inscription, the Annals of Shalmaneser 3, the Black Obelisk of Shalmaneser 3, the Annals of Tiglath-Pileser 3, the Annals of Sargon 2, the Siloam inscription, the Yafnyam inscription, the Lachlish letters, the Arad Ostraka, the Annals of Sennacherib, the Annals of Nebuchadnezzar 2. More stolen material in the biblical books of Ezra and Nehemiah from the Cylinder of Cyrus. 31. Jewish Mordecai stolen from the Babylonian god Marduk. 32. Jewish Esther and the Jewish Book of Esther was stolen from Ishtar, aka Astaroth, Astarte, Ashtar. 33. The Jewish Virgin Mary Queen of Heaven was stolen from Astaroth. Jewish John the Baptist stolen from Anub, baptizer of Horus, both lost their heads. 34. Jewish Judas was stolen from Set. 35. Jewish Matthew was stolen from Thoth. 36. Jewish Thomas was stolen from Tammuz. 37. Like Jesus, the Greek god Hermes was also wrapped in swaddling clothing and placed in a manger, as was Dionysus. 38. 150. The pagan gods wound up in the grimoires of blasphemy. This excerpt quote from the Catholic Encyclopedia is very revealing. In the same way the Greeks and Romans may have worshipped their divinities, fondly believing them to be good. But the Christian scriptures declare that all the gods of the Gentiles are demons. Catholic Encyclopedia, Devil Worship. http://www.newadvent.org/cathan/04767a.hdm. Demons are the gods of the Gentiles. No other people have ever been so conscious of ultimate primacy through supernatural intervention. This has given them cohesion and courage to persevere in the face of persecution and decimation. The conviction that every Jew will one day share in his divine destiny as a member of the world's ruling race has made him proud and has enabled him to survive unassimilated among the nations of the earth. Included in the promised inheritance was a deliverer or Messiah to bring about the kingdom. This Messiah would be either a temporal, human leader who with his armies would overthrow the enemies of Israel, or a supernatural being who would do likewise, establishing an everlasting Jewish kingdom as well. The Jewish imperialism would thus come as the awaited deliverer destroyed the enemies and gave their booty to Israel. As Larson says, this Messiah shall bring judgment upon the Gentiles and they shall become the slaves of Judah. The above two paragraphs were excerpts taken from the Christ Conspiracy, the greatest story ever sold by Acharya S. Copyright 1999, taken from pages 325 and 326. The purpose of the Bible was to give the Jewish people a history they never had. To give the Jewish people a special status as the chosen of God. to enable the Jewish people to advance in their quest for world domination. The Gentiles have been disarmed and spoon-fed a pacifistic, anti-life philosophy with Christianity. To keep all spiritual, psychic and mind power under the control of the Jews and disarm the Gentile populations psychically. For the Jewish secret cabal to seize and direct as much psychic energy as possible into the coming of their Messiah, who will unite the Jews and rule the world. This is the fictitious Christ, the Jews themselves know. Christ is fictitious, the Temple of Solomon and various other faces of the same theme. Because the multitude of characters, numbers, and stories were stolen and altered from Gentile sources, they are strong enough in the Gentile racial memory to use as a powerful psychic tool for manipulation. 151. Bible Myths and Their Parallels in Other Religions by T. W. Doan. Copyright 1882. In closing, in the Al-Jilwa and Qur'at al-Yazid, Satan makes it very plain concerning these lies. There is no God but myself. Knowing this, who dares worship the false gods of the Quran and Bible? Satan. From the Qur'at al-Yazid. Satan, enemy in Hebrew. We shall destroy God. Quote from the Protocols of the Learned Elders of Zion. References: 101 Myths of the Bible by Gary Greenberg. Copyright 2000, pages 3 to 24. Ibid, pages 11 to 13. Ibid, page 14. 4 Ibid, page 17. 5 Ibid, pages 43 to 44. 6 Ibid, page 55. 7 Ibid, pages 56 to 57. 8 Ibid, page 9. 9 Ibid, pages 68 to 69. 10 Bible Myths and Their Parallels in Other Religions by T. W. Doan. Copyright 1882. Chapter 8 Samson and His Exploits, pages 62 to 76. 11 Page 144, 101 Myths of the Bible. 12 Page 51 Bible Myths and Their Parallels in Other Religions. 13 The Christ Conspiracy, the greatest story ever sold by Acharya S. Copyright 1999. Page 244. 14 101 Myths of the Bible, pages 254 to 255. 15 101 Myths of the Bible, pages 258 to 62. 16 101 Myths of the Bible, pages 103 to 104. 17101 Myths of the Bible, pages 103 to 104, pages 101, 102. 18 Bible Myths and Their Parallels in Other Religions, page 39. 19 Old Testament Parallels, Laws and Stories from the Ancient Near East by Victor H. Matthews and Don C. Benjamin, and 3169, 1991, pages 235 to 240. 2101 Myths of the Bible, pages 135 to 137. 21 101 Myths of the Bible, page 138. 22 101 Myths of the Bible, page 175 to 179. 23 101 Myths of the Bible, pages 180 to 181, and Old Testament Parallels, pages 41. 45. 24 101 Myths of the Bible, page 206. 25 Old Testament Parallels, pages 62 to 67. 152. 26 Bible Myths and Their Parallels in Other Religions, pages 90 to 91. 27 Old Testament parallels pages 201 to 211. 28 Old Testament parallels pages 184 to 188. 29 Old Testament parallels pages 77 to 80. 30 Old Testament parallels pages 85 to 105. 31 Old Testament parallels pages 109 to 143. 32101 Myths of the Bible page 292. 33101 Myths of the Bible pages 292 to 293. 34 The Christ Conspiracy, the Greatest Story Ever Sold page 177. 35 The Christ Conspiracy, the Greatest Story Ever Sold page 171. 36 The Christ Conspiracy, the Greatest Story Ever Sold page 171. 37 The Christ Conspiracy, the Greatest Story Ever Sold page 172. 38 The Christ Conspiracy, the Greatest Story Ever Sold page 191. Other references. Popular Dictionary of Assyrian and Babylonian Terminology by F. C. Norton. Copyright 2003. The Literature of Ancient Egypt, an anthology of stories, instructions, and poetry, edited by William Kelly Simpson. Copyright 1972. Religions of the Ancient Near East, Sumero-Akkadian Religious Texts and Ugaritic Epics, edited by Isaac Mendelson. Copyright 1955. The Ancient Near East Volume I, an anthology of texts and pictures, edited by James Pritchard. Copyright 1958. 153. The Subliminal Message of the Judeo-Christian Bible. Jewish Supremacy over Gentiles. There is a secret Jewish cabal that goes back thousands of years. This cabal controlled and always had a much higher level of knowledge, way beyond anything the majority knew. When new societies were established, this Jewish cabal would usurp the positions of religious and political power and ensure that any advanced knowledge in circulation was removed from the public domain and into their secret schools and organizations. The ruling hierarchy of the Vatican are nothing more than organized criminals who have caused humanity untold destruction, misery, suffering, and grief. The Catholic Church and Christian religion are staffed with at the higher levels, and tools of the Jews who are their masters. The Jews are the ones who control the Christian churches, especially the Vatican, from which all other Christian sects evolved. At the upper levels, they know the true power of the sun, numerology, the mass mind, the effects of planets on human behavior, how to manipulate time, energy. They have used their secret organizations to create institutions in the public arena, such as religions and political parties, to remove occult knowledge and keep it out of circulation. The Inquisition was a prime example, for even to speak of anything occult or esoteric was to sign one's own death warrant. In order to maximize power for their agenda, Christian churches were built upon ley lines. Ley lines are areas within the earth that have increased geomagnetic energy. The human body is composed of and runs on bioelectricity. Our thoughts are made up of electrical impulses. Through meditation and working with our own energy centers, we can hone our thoughts to have a stronger electrical output and to affect our environment. When one who is Knowledgeable uses earth energy in addition to this directed thought energy. This greatly amplifies the power behind the thoughts and direction of the energy. Through the will, pagan temples were destroyed and Christian churches were erected in their place. Special rituals were also conducted at these energy crossings within the earth grid. Human/animal sacrifices and such produced extreme fear in intended victims. This directed fear energy that they used to control was pumped into these vortexes of earth energy. What happens is this energy, magnified thousands of times, creates a state of vibration within the earth field in which we all live. From what I understand, it encircles the earth like a spider web. This is one reason why Christianity has such a powerful hold on many. Fear is the four-letter word that controls the world, and it is very effective. In addition, the lying preaching, chock full of emotion, and the doctrines that were repeated endlessly inside of these structures had all the power they needed to do their job. Along with using the energy of the ignorant congregation, a constant and powerful supply of energy was and has been available to be directed and manipulated by enemy adepts for the control of and the damnation of the 154 populace. Ancient works of art through the Renaissance are proof of the control the Christian Church had upon the people in every aspect of their lives. There are very few paintings, sculptures and other works of art that do not depict the Nazarene or the Virgin Mary and their ilk. This also goes for music during the time period. To create any number of non-Christian works was to subject one's self to be condemned as a heretic. The prayer energy alone, that has gone into this foul institution, is beyond the imagination. One person alone who fixates upon a thought or idea generates thought energy. Think what millions can do. Unfortunately, given the greed, this has not been enough for the nefarious aliens and their human slaves who run this ring of destruction. There had to be war. The human energy output is most powerful in times of great fear, when facing death or when dying. The more violent, the better. Anyone who is familiar with the Old Testament of the Bible should be well aware of the endless wars and genocide of Gentiles promoted by the so-called Jehovah, which is Jewish domination over, and mass murder, torture, and genocide of Gentiles. This sick, perverted filth is forcibly drummed into the minds of Gentiles from day one, creating a powerful subliminal thought form, which has manifested into reality. 155. The ubiquitous Nazarene. The Nazarene is made up of nothing but stolen legends, stolen identities and a bunch of meaningless, worthless, hypocritical and contradictory teachings. I don't think there has been a character in all of history that is as fictitious as this Nazarene idiot, and because he is a lie, he can change according to the times. He was invented to be nothing more than a distraction for the masses, with the intention of removing all spiritual knowledge and power from the populace and placing it in the hands of a controlling few to the detriment of the all. Christianity has survived because it always adapted to the times, just as it is doing today. The Christian Church finally admitted insidiously that the earth is not flat. If they hadn't, they would have never survived. That is just one of numerous examples. Now, the Nazarene has put on a new age face. The teachings of the original gods and ancient knowledge are all of a sudden attributed to the Nazarene. This is whether they come from Egypt. Some double-digit IQ individuals have the stupidity to claim he was a pharaoh. In the 1960s and 70s, he was the ideal hippie. Now he is the great teacher of this new age crap and the threefold joke, which of course includes those nefarious angels and Judeo-Christian mysticism. During the Crusades, he was the Christian warrior, leading the Christian armies to slaughter everyone in their path, onward Christian soldiers. With Islam, he still exists, but this time, as not the Son of God but as a prophet. He seems to be everywhere and conforms to every trend, and every culture. Just slap the ragged poor professional victim on two crossed sticks of wood and there he is. The only thing that is real concerning this ubiquitous clown is the suicidal teachings designed to turn the whole of society into malleable slaves. The underlying message never changes. This is analogous to a harmless-looking rodent that brings in lethal parasites that infest the locale, like what happened with the bubonic plague of the Middle Ages. Because he is fictitious, he can be made into whatever they please as long as it is done insidiously. He can be anything at any time and anywhere. On the one hand, he is celibate and the Son of God. On the other hand, in order to adapt with the sexual openness of today, he now has sexual relations with Mary Magdalene. Because new knowledge has come from the Far East, of course, he was there from age 13 until 30, as there is no written record, so they can make up anything they wish. This way, they can attribute many of the Eastern teachings to 156 him and claim the all is one. Yet, the all is one until someone mentions Satan, and either there is denial or defensiveness out of these jokers. The all is one statement strongly smacks of Jewish communism. Because homosexuality is becoming more open, now parts of the Gospel of St. John, which were conveniently deleted, claim he had sexual intercourse another male. He can be anything at any time and anywhere. The Nazarene never gave any direct answers to anything. This way, any Bible thumper is free to quote here and there, as they see fit. His parables fit any situation at any time and say nothing. They can be interpreted 100 different ways. Just put him on a stick and start pounding away. 157. Jesus Christ, the Nazarene, the worst sinner of them all. Christians believe the Nazarene to be perfect, a peaceful, loving, healing, and understanding being. Most are too lazy to read the facts. The Bible may be the most purchased book, but it is the least read. The Nazarene was slothful, indolent, and lazy. He never worked like everyone else. He freeloaded and lived off the work and labors of others. He was a rude and inappreciative guest who often insulted his hosts. He stole and ordered others to do so. He condoned and advocated murder. He is one of the worst hypocrites who ever existed. The 7 deadly sins. Pride. The Nazarene was a very arrogant, selfish, and conceited individual. His overwhelming sense of negative pride and self-exaltation was seen in many of the scriptures. He was arrogant enough to insult his host and leave her with the burden of work, while he hogged all of the attention, indicating an extreme sense of self-importance. Luke 10, 38-42. 38 Now it came to pass, as they went, that he entered into a certain village, and a certain woman named Martha received him into her house. 39 And she had a sister called Mary, which also sat at Jesus' feet, and heard his word. 40 But Martha was cumbered about much serving, and came to him, and said, Lord, dost thou not care that my sister hath left me to serve alone? Bid her therefore that she help me. 41 And Jesus answered and said unto her, Martha, Martha, thou art careful and troubled about many things. 42 But one thing is needful, and Mary hath chosen that good part, which shall not be taken away from her. Anyone who does not love him more than their own parents is not worthy of him. What happened to honor thy father and mother? Here, the Nazarene is placing himself above the family members of his followers, again, indicating pride and extreme arrogance. Matthew 10, 37. 37 He that loveth father or mother more than me is not worthy of me, and he that loveth son or daughter more than me is not worthy of me. This is also the sin of envy. He is so jealous of anyone who might share their love for another. 158. The pleasure of being massaged with expensive ointment was more important than selling the ointment and giving the money to the poor. Mark 14, 3-7. 3 And being in Bethany in the house of Simon the leper, as he sat at meat, there came a woman having an alabaster box of ointment of spikenard, very precious. And she brake the box and poured it on his head. 4 And there were some who had indignation within themselves and said, Why was this waste of the ointment made? 5 For it might have been sold for more than 300 pence, and have been given to the poor. And they murmured against her. 6 But Jesus said, Let her alone, why trouble ye her? She hath wrought a good work on me. 7 For ye have the poor with you always, and whensoever ye will, ye may do them good, but me ye have not always. The Nazarene calls other human beings dogs and swine, indicating they are way beneath him. Matthew 7, 6. 6 Give not that which is holy unto the dogs, neither cast ye your pearls before swine, lest they trample them under their feet, and turn again and rend you. He stated he was greater than Jonas and Solomon. Matthew 12, 41-42. 41 The men of Nineveh shall rise in judgment with this generation, and shall condemn it, because they repented at the preaching of Jonas, and, behold, a greater than Jonas is here. 42 The queen of the south shall rise up in the judgment with this generation, and shall condemn it, for she came from the uttermost parts of the earth to hear the wisdom of Solomon, and, behold, a greater than Solomon is here. Envy. The Nazarene was so envious of any devotion or affections shown for anyone other than himself, even close family members, he demanded that his disciples leave their families behind. Luke 9, 59–62. 59 And he said unto another, Follow me. But he said, Lord, suffer me first to go and bury my father. 60 Jesus said unto him, Let the dead bury their dead, but go thou and preach the kingdom of God. 61 And another also said, Lord, I will follow thee, but let me first go bid them farewell, which are at home at my house. 62 And Jesus said unto him, No man, having put his hand to the plough, and looking back, is fit for the kingdom of God. 159. There are many more scriptures that blatantly expose the envious, resentful character of the Nazarene. These are indicated in this article. Wrath. Because of an excessive sense of pride, exaggerated self-importance, arrogance, and an overwhelming belief of being first and being entitled, the Nazarene was often subject to the sin of wrath. Matt. 11, 20–24. 20 Then began he to upbraid the cities wherein most of his mighty works were done, because they repented not. 21 Woe unto thee, Chorazin! Woe unto thee, Bethsaida! For if the mighty works which were done in you had been done in Tyre and Sidon, they would have repented long ago in sackcloth and ashes. 22 But I say unto you, it shall be more tolerable for Tyre and Sidon at the day of judgment, than for you. 23 And thou, Capernaum, which art exalted unto heaven, shalt be brought down to hell, for if the mighty works, which have been done in thee, had been done in Sodom, it would have remained until this day. 24 But I say unto you, that it shall be more tolerable for the land of Sodom in the day of judgment, than for thee. The Nazarene is forever condemning, insulting, and threatening others. Matt 23:33. 33 Ye serpents, ye generation of vipers, how can ye escape the damnation of hell? Mark 3:5. 5 And when he had looked round about on them with anger, being grieved for the hardness of their hearts, he saith unto the man, Stretch forth thine hand. John 2:15. 15 And when he had made a scourge of small cords, he drove them all out of the temple, and the sheep, and the oxen, and poured out the changers' money, and overthrew the tables. In the above verse, the Nazarene is condemning money-making in the temple and greed, but by his actions and demands, the Nazarene is the greediest of them all. The Nazarene makes it plain he comes to bring war on earth and conflict, hatred, and enmity among family members, breaking up the family unit and home. Matthew 10:34–36. 34 Think not that I am come to send peace on earth, I came not to send peace, but a sword. 35 For I am come to set a man at variance against his father and the daughter, against her mother and the daughter-in-law against her mother-in-law. 160. 36 And a man's foes shall be they of his own household. He showed impatience and upset by the presence of a father whose child could not speak, that petitioned him for help. His personal time and energy were more important than spending a few seconds to help a small child who was handicapped. He also insulted his disciples and those around him who he spoke to in reply to the asking for help. Mark 9:19. 19 O faithless generation, how long am I to be with you? How long am I to bear with you? Bring him to me. Greed. The Nazarene's distaste for labor was highly impractical. Because he lived off of the charity of others, there were times when charity couldn't satisfy his needs, so he stole. On the Sabbath, he and his disciples helped themselves to a farmer's corn. When asked why he violated the law by eating on the Sabbath, he justified stealing by calling himself Lord of the Sabbath. Luke 6, 1-5. 1 And it came to pass on the second Sabbath after the first, that he went through the cornfields, and his disciples plucked the ears of corn, and did eat, rubbing them in their hands. 2 And certain of the Pharisees said unto them, Why do ye that which is not lawful to do on the Sabbath days? 3 And Jesus answering them said, Have ye not read so much as this, what David did, when himself was an hungered, and they which were with him? For how he went into the house of God, and did take and eat the showbread, and gave also to them that were with him, which it is not lawful to eat but for the priests alone. 5 And he said unto them, that the Son of Man is Lord also of the Sabbath. The Nazarene's sloth and greed often led to more theft. He sent 2 disciples to steal an ass and a colt. He had no consideration as to whether taking the animals for himself would place any hardship upon whom he stole them from. Here, in addition to the act of stealing, the Nazarene does not have the nerve to go and steal these animals himself, he orders others to do so. Luke 19, 29-35. 29 And it came to pass, when he was come nigh to Bethphage and Bethany, at the mount called the Mount of Olives, he sent 2 of his disciples. 30 Saying, Go ye into the village over against you, in the which at your entering ye shall find a colt tied, whereon yet never man sat, loose him, and bring him hither. 31 And if any man ask you, Why do ye loose him? Thus shall ye say unto him, Because the Lord hath need of him. 161. 32 And they that were sent went their way, and found even as he had said unto them. 33 And as they were loosing the colt, the owners thereof said unto them, Why loose ye the colt? 34 And they said, The Lord hath need of him. 35 And they brought him to Jesus, and they cast their garments upon the colt, and they set Jesus thereon. Sloth. The Nazarene has always been known for his hatred of physical labor. The Nazarene also hated washing and bathing. Here, the Nazarene encourages not washing. Matt 15, 1-20. 1 Then came to Jesus scribes and Pharisees, which were of Jerusalem, saying, 2 Why do thy disciples transgress the tradition of the elders? For they wash not their hands when they eat bread. 19 For out of the heart proceed evil thoughts, murders, adulteries, fornications, thefts, false witness, blasphemies. 20 These are the things which defile a man, but to eat with unwashen hands defileth not a man. Mark 7, 1-9. 1 Then came together unto him the Pharisees, and certain of the scribes, which came from Jerusalem. 2 And when they saw some of his disciples eat bread with defiled, that is to say, with unwashen hands, they found fault. 3 For the Pharisees, and all the Jews, except they wash their hands oft, eat not, holding the tradition of the elders. 4 And when they come from the market, except they wash, they eat not. And many other things there be, which they have received to hold, as the washing of cups, and pots, brazen vessels, and of tables. 5 Then the Pharisees and scribes asked him, Why walk not thy disciples according to the tradition of the elders, but eat bread with unwashen hands? 6 He answered and said unto them, Well hath Esaias prophesied of you, hypocrites, as it is written, This people honoureth me with their lips, but their heart is far from me. 7 Howbeit in vain do they worship me, teaching for doctrines the commandments of men. 8 For laying aside the commandment of God, ye hold the tradition of men, as the washing of pots and cups, and many other such like things ye do. 9 And he said unto them, Full well ye reject the commandment of God, that yet may keep your own tradition. Also, the stretch in the desert speaks for itself. Matthew 4, 1–2. 162. Gluttony. Gluttony is an inordinate desire to consume more than that which one requires. Although the Nazarene preached abstinence, he did not intend this for himself. He gets defensive about complaints directed at him and his followers who are always seen eating and drinking. Luke 5, 33, 34. 33 And they said unto him, Why do the disciples of John fast often, and make prayers, and likewise the disciples of the Pharisees, but thine eat and drink? 34 And he said unto them, Can ye make the children of the bride chamber fast, while the bridegroom is with them? 35 But the days will come, when the bridegroom shall be taken away from them, and then shall they fast in those days. He was known as a glutton and a drunkard. Luke 7:34. 34 The Son of Man is come eating and drinking, and ye say, Behold a gluttonous man, and a wine-bibber, a friend of publicans and sinners. The Nazarene was wrathful when his sources for free meals were not readily available. Once he cursed a fig tree for not having any fruit. The tree died. Mark 11, 12, 14, 20–22. 12 And on the morrow, when they were come from Bethany, he was hungry. 13 And seeing a fig tree afar off having leaves, he came, if haply he might find anything thereon, and when he came to it, he found nothing but leaves, for the time of figs was not yet. 14 And Jesus answered and said unto it, No man eat fruit of thee hereafter for ever. And his disciples heard it. 20 And in the morning, as they passed by, they saw the fig tree dried up from the roots. 21 And Peter calling to remembrance saith unto him, Master, behold, the fig tree, which thou cursedst is withered away. 22 And Jesus answering saith unto them, Have faith in God. Lust. Lust is an inordinate craving for the pleasures of the body. The Nazarene preached celibacy for his followers, but being the hypocrite that he is, he did not apply these teachings to himself. Both men and women put out sexual favors for him as did others in the way of food, shelter and other needs. Luke 8, 1, 3. 1. And it came to pass afterward, that he went throughout every city and village, preaching and shewing the glad tidings of the kingdom of God, and the 12 were with him. 2. And certain women, which had been healed of evil spirits and infirmities, Mary, called Magdalene, out of whom went 7 devils. 163. 3. And Joanna the wife of Chuza Herod's steward, and Susanna, and many others, which ministered unto him of their substance. There are deleted passages in the Gospel of Mark. The Nazarene had intercourse with one of his disciples while the others slept in the garden before his crucifixion. The Nazarene advocated and encouraged murder for selfish reasons. Luke 19:27. 27. But those mine enemies, which would not that I should reign over them, bring hither, and slay them before me. The Nazarene not only advocated slavery, but encouraged and condoned the abuse of slaves. Luke 12:47. 47. And that servant, which knew his Lord's will, and prepared not himself, neither did according to his will, shall be beaten with many stripes. In addition to the Sermon on the Mount being anti-life and against nature artificial, the Nazarene's actions speak much louder than his words and reveal his true nature, that of a big hypocrite. Matthew 5:1. And seeing the multitudes, he went up into a mountain, and when he was set, his disciples came unto him. 2. And he opened his mouth, and taught them, saying, 3. Blessed are the poor in spirit, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven. The Nazarene was anything but poor in spirit. He was arrogant, self-righteous, and always put his own needs and desires before that of others. Luke 10:38-42. Matthew 10:37. See above scriptures. 4. Blessed are they that mourn, for they shall be comforted. Matthew 8:21-22. 21. And another of his disciples said unto him, Lord, suffer me first to go and bury my father. 22. But Jesus said unto him, Follow me, and let the dead bury their dead. 5. Blessed are the meek, for they shall inherit the earth. Meek means humble. Read the above paragraph of scriptures revealing the Nazarene's pride and arrogance. 6. Blessed are they which do hunger and thirst after righteousness, for they shall be filled. 164. The Nazarene openly advocated and encouraged chaos and lawlessness. These unethical, suicidal, anti-life teachings have worked to undermine and destroy legal systems, resulting in the punishing of the victim, while criminals are rewarded and encouraged in their behavior. The end result is the collapse of civilization. Any species that fails to defend itself will end up extinct. If the human body ignored the germs, bacteria, and viruses that invaded it, nearly all people would be dead in less than a day. These teachings are anti-life and designed to destroy human lives. Matthew 5:38-44. 38. Ye have heard that it hath been said, an eye for an eye, and a tooth for a tooth. 39. But I say unto you, that ye resist not evil, but whosoever shall smite thee on thy right cheek, turn to him the other also. 40. And if any man will sue thee at the law, and take away thy coat, let him have thy cloak also. 41 And whosoever shall compel thee to go a mile, go with him twain. 42 Give to him that asketh thee, and from him that would borrow of thee turn not thou away. 43 Ye have heard that it hath been said, Thou shalt love thy neighbor, and hate thine enemy. 44 But I say unto you, love your enemies, bless them that curse you, do good to them that hate you, and pray for them which despitefully use you, and persecute you. 7 Blessed are the merciful, for they shall obtain mercy. The Nazarene was anything but merciful. He is forever condemning, threatening and damning people. 8 Blessed are the pure in heart, for they shall see God. The Nazarene was anything but pure of heart. He lied. John 5:31. 31 If I bear witness of myself, my witness is not true. The Nazarene told his disciples that they would not die before his second coming. Matthew 16:28. 28 Verily I say unto you, there be some standing here, which shall not taste of death, till they see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom. Revelation 3:11. 11 Behold, I come quickly, hold that fast which thou hast, that no man take thy crown. 165. He stole. Luke 19:29–35. Luke 6:1–5. See above. He advocated and encouraged murder on a whim. Luke 19:27. See above. He was one of the worst hypocrites that ever lived. Matthew 5:19. 19 Whosoever therefore shall break one of these least commandments, and shall teach men so, he shall be called the least in the kingdom of heaven, but whosoever shall do and teach them, the same shall be called great in the kingdom of heaven. 9 Blessed are the peacemakers, for they shall be called the children of God. Matthew 10:34–36. 34 Think not that I am come to send peace on earth, I came not to send peace, but a sword. 35 For I am come to set a man at variance against his father and the daughter, against her mother and the daughter-in-law against her mother-in-law. 36 And a man's foes shall be they of his own household. 10 Blessed are they which are persecuted for righteousness' sake, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven. The Nazarene condemns righteousness and works against it. See the other scriptures on this page. Matthew 5:11. 11 Blessed are ye, when men shall revile you, and persecute you, and shall say all manner of evil against you falsely, for my sake. This is blatant of the Nazarene's hatred of humanity. The Nazarene preached self-mutilation. Matthew 19:12. 12 For there are some eunuchs, which were so born from their mother's womb. And there are some eunuchs, which were made eunuchs of men, and there be eunuchs, which have made themselves eunuchs for the kingdom of heaven's sake. He that is able to receive it, let him receive it. A eunuch is a castrated male, in other words, a male with his balls cut off. The Catholic Church routinely castrated young choirboys in order to prevent their voices from changing. 166. Matthew 5:29–30. 29 And if thy right eye offend thee, pluck it out, and cast it from thee, for it is Profitable for thee that one of thy members should perish, and not that thy whole body should be cast into hell. 30 And if thy right hand offend thee, cut it off, and cast it from thee, for it is profitable for thee that one of thy members should perish, and not that thy whole body should be cast into hell. The Nazarene's cruelty to animals. Matthew 8, 30-32. 30 And there was a good way off from them an herd of many swine feeding. 31 So the devils besought him, saying, If thou cast us out, suffer us to go away into the herd of swine. 32 And he said unto them, Go. And when they were come out, they went into the herd of swine, and, behold, the whole herd of swine ran violently down a steep place into the sea, and perished in the waters. Underscore 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 un. No individual in history has been provided with more excuses. Twisting, warping, distorting and outright lying of what this entity taught and did is commonplace among those who are deluded, sympathetic and / or just plain stupid. Many argue that this entity never existed and / or is unimportant. People who maintain these opinions are as deluded and foolish as those who believe the Nazarene was a righteous individual. Whether or not this entity physically existed is irrelevant. The effects this creature had upon humanity has permeated every aspect of the society in which most of us live. There are millions and millions who worship this creature and promote him at every level relentlessly. The impact this entity has had upon humanity is horrendous. Nearly every war there has been fought for RHP religious purposes. Millions and millions have severe psychological disorders and hang UPS, which prevent them from living a healthy, normal life. The sorry list of crimes against humanity perpetrated because of this individual goes endlessly. It does not matter whether the entity is a myth or physically and historically existed. The entity is a reality through all of the major injustices and workings of which have held us all back for centuries and must be destroyed. Those who take a stand for personal liberty and freedom are incessantly battling Christians in the courts as they relentlessly and obsessively work to deprive every last man, woman and child of their freedom and their lives. 167. The Jesuits. The Society of Jesus. From the book, The Secret History of the Jesuits by Edmond Paris, translated from the French, 1975. About the author Edmond Paris. In exposing such a conspiracy, he put his life at stake. Edmond Paris never knew me, but I knew him without meeting him personally when I, with other Jesuits under the extreme oath and induction, was being briefed on the names of institutions and individuals in Europe who were dangerous to the goals of the Roman Catholic institution. His name was given to us. The Edmond Paris works on Roman Catholicism brought about the pledge on the part of the Jesuits to 1. Destroy him, 2. Destroy his reputation, including his family, and 3. Destroy his work. Drive Alberto Rivera, ex-Jesuit priest. The names and the faces change, but this is still the same program as Jewish Communism. Christianity is a preparation for communism. When either one fails, the other is ready to take control of a region or country. Just as the former USSR fell in 1991, along with the other countries of the Iron Curtain, Christians moved right back in like fleas on a dog, endlessly and forcefully proselytizing and working to convert the populace. This is a vicious cycle. The Jesuits secretly and relentlessly worked toward two major goals for the Roman Catholic institution: 1. Universal political power, and 2. A universal church in fulfillment of the prophecies of Revelation 6:13, 17 and 18. The Jesuits' Society of Jesus are the spies and the assassination squad of the Catholic Church. People who believe this institution to be religious or spiritual are sadly deluded. It is and always has been political in every respect. It is a political front that operates to control people using many fictitious religious characters and ceremonies stolen from religions predating it from around the world. The separation of church and state mean nothing to the Catholic Church, which works relentlessly and ruthlessly for world domination by any means possible. This institution has been built on mass murder, torture, extortion, organized crime, lies, and depriving humanity of true spirituality. It has controlled kings, queens, nobility, presidents, governments, and nearly anyone in power. There are claims of a black pope. This is only a myth to divert the responsibility from the Catholic Pope and his organization of criminals. In truth, they employ the concept of Hegelianism by playing both sides against the middle to gain control. This is analogous to someone who openly preaches against illicit drug use, openly works for the DEA pretending to fight illicit drug use, and in 168 secret operates a drug smuggling and distribution ring right out of the DEA, or a crooked cop. While the Catholic Church openly claims to be a religious and charitable institution, it secretly runs and controls organized criminal activities, working hand in hand with Jewish communism. The Protestants are all too happy to condemn the Catholics and dig up dirt on them, as blame shifting takes away the need to explain how such degeneracy and odious actions could repeatedly occur within the Christian churches. Of course, we all know Satan has been a scapegoat for these criminals all along, as they are too deluded and indoctrinated to see it has been their own God who has always been deceiving them. Ignatius de Loyola was the founder of the Jesuits. The Protestant Reformation had done serious damage to the uncontested control of the Catholic Church by the time he arrived on the scene. He came to the conclusion the only way the Catholic Church could regain the power it lost was to enforce the canons and doctrines on the temporal power of the Pope, and not just destroy lives through the Inquisition, as the Dominican priests and nuns were doing, but to secretly infiltrate every area of life. The Constitution of the Company of Jesus was at last drafted and approved in Rome by Paul III, in 1540, and the Jesuits put themselves at the disposition of the Pope, promising him unconditional obedience. Ignatius was more aware than any other Catholic leader who preceded him that the best way to control a man was to become master of his mind. we imbue him to spiritual forces which he would find very difficult to eliminate later. Forces more lasting than all the best principles and doctrines, these forces can come up again to the surface sometimes after years of not even mentioning them, and become so imperative that the will finds itself unable to oppose any obstacle, and has to follow their irresistible impulse. One must always remember how the Catholic Church has much esoteric knowledge at its disposal from centuries of confiscating, looting, and systematic removal of these materials from the populace. The Jesuits have used this knowledge to the detriment of humanity. Unbeknownst to most, the Jesuits have infiltrated every country on the face of the earth and have been expelled by many. Through the Catholic sacrament of confession, the Jesuits gained control of kings and queens, rulers and nobility. They were even offered important political posts openly. It wouldn't be at all surprising that blackmail was frequently used. Whenever a country was infested with Jesuits, they managed to take control. This was done through infiltration. Soon after, the authorities began consulting them with important issues. Large donations would start flowing in, and before long, they occupied all of the schools, the pulpits of most churches, and the confessionals of all high-ranking people. 169. The public is practically unaware of the overwhelming responsibility carried by the Vatican and its Jesuits in the start of the two world wars, a situation which may be explained in part by the gigantic finances at the disposition of the Vatican and its Jesuits, giving them power in so many spheres, especially since the last conflict. 5. No state suffered as much as Poland did under the Jesuits' domination. And in no other country apart from Portugal was the society so powerful. While Poland was heading fast towards ruin, the number of Jesuit establishments and schools was growing so fast that the general made Poland into a special congregation in 1751-6. Teachings of the Far East were corrupted with the arrival and infestation of the Jesuits. Jesuit Robert de Noble settled in India to convert the masses to Catholicism there. True to the nature of a Jesuit, he infiltrated the Brahmin priestly caste, always appealing to the ruling classes. He developed the clothes, habits, and way of living of the Brahmins, mixed their rites with Christian ones, all with the approval of Pope Gregory XV. He converted over 250,000 Hindus. 7. This, more than likely, is where a lot of the ludicrous New Age teachings with their promotion of the Nazarene, the teachings of karma and angels comes from. Christian infiltration. In South America, they conquered the natives who were subsequently forced to live under strict Catholicism. The Jesuits watch over them, they punish the smallest mistakes: the whip, fasting, prison, pillory on the public square, public penance in the church. These are the chastisements they use. The culprit, dressed in the clothes of a penitent, was escorted to church where he confessed his fault. Then he was whipped on the public square according to the penal code. The culprits always received this chastisement, not only without murmurs, but also with thanksgivings, the guilty one, having been punished and reconciled, kissed the hand of the one who struck him, saying, "May God reward you for freeing me, by this light punishment, from the eternal sorrows which threatened me." 8. We will compose poems, but may our poets be Christians and not followers of pagans who invoke muses, mountain nymphs, sea nymphs, Calliope, Apollo, etc., or other gods and goddesses. What's more, if these are to be mentioned, may it be with the view to caricature them, as they are only demons. 9. The Roman Catholic Church was among the richest landowners in North Africa. In Mexico, they had silver mines and sugar refineries, in Paraguay, tea and cacao plantations, carpet factories, and also control over the food supply, as they owned the cattle and exported 80,000 mules per year. And to make an even bigger profit, the fathers did not hesitate to defraud the state treasury, as seen in the well-known story of the so-called boxes of chocolate unloaded at Cadix, which were full of gold powder. 10. 170. January 7, 1960, in Rome, there was a summit conference that took place that was intended to bring a peaceful coexistence between the Soviets and the Eastern Bloc and the West. In the USA, Cardinal Spellman, who has numerous photos in magazines and newspapers standing beside important world leaders, urged Catholics to show open hostility to Mr. Khrushchev, when he visited the United States and was a guest here. Cardinal Ottaviani, Secretary of the Holy Office, delivered a most vehement speech at the Basilica of Saint Marie Major against the Soviets and the Western powers who were involved in the peace project. 11. One might ask what purpose war serves when an institution such as the Catholic Church is striving for world rule. Nothing known to humanity changes lives, creates devastation, and opens people up for domination more than war. Both sides of the conflict are aided and funded by those intent on establishing world domination and the creation of a slave state. At the end of the war, all countries concerned are at the debt of the international bankers, much of these owned and operated by the Vatican. This is not to disregard others who are working for the same objectives. All parties involved use each other to achieve these ends. Along the way, both despise each other out of greed and seek each other's destruction, so if the goal is achieved, the winner takes all. What they all have in common is the worship of the same God. References: Vatican Assassins, Wounded in the House of My Friends, The Diabolical History of the Society of Jesus, including its Second 30 Years' War 1914. 1945, its Cold War 1945 to 1990, and its assassination of America's first Roman Catholic President, John Fitzgerald Kennedy, 1963, by Eric John Phelps, copyright 2001. Ibid, pages 23. Ibid, pages 21. 4 Ibid, pages 38. 5 Ibid, pages 9. 6 Ibid, pages 41. 7 Ibid, pages 50 to 51. 8 Ibid, pages 56 to 57. 9 Ibid, pages 62. 10 Ibid, pages 68. 11 Ibid, pages 184. Other reference. The Secret History of the Jesuits by Edmond Paris, translated from the French, copyright 1975. 171. The Ten Commandments. Exodus 20. Thou shalt have no other gods before me. Thou shalt not bow down thyself to them, nor serve them. It is apparent the Nazarene is claiming he is God. So where does that leave Jehovah? Matthew 4. 7. Jesus said unto him, It is written again, Thou shalt not tempt the Lord thy God. Here he is obviously referring to himself. 8. Again, the devil taketh him up into an exceeding high mountain, and sheweth him all the kingdoms of the world, and the glory of them. Matthew 28. 18. And Jesus came and spake unto them, saying, All power is given unto me in heaven and in earth. Titus 2. 13. Looking for that blessed hope, and the glorious appearing of the great God and our Saviour Jesus Christ. Now Jesus is God. Philippians 2. 10. That at the name of Jesus every knee should bow, of things in heaven, and things in earth, and things under the earth. 2. Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain, for the Lord will not hold him guiltless that taketh his name in vain. So what is this entity's name? Jehovah. Yahweh. Both JHVH and YHVH mean I am that I am. Which one? Shibboleth. This makes about as much sense as he does. 3. Remember the Sabbath day, to keep it holy. Luke 6, 1-5. 1. And it came to pass on the second Sabbath after the first, that he went through the cornfields, and his disciples plucked the ears of corn, and did eat, rubbing them in their hands. 2. And certain of the Pharisees said unto them, Why do ye that which is not lawful to do on the Sabbath days? 3. And Jesus answering them said, Have ye not read so much as this, what David did, when himself was an hungred, and they which were with him? 172. 4. How he went into the house of God, and did take and eat the showbread, and gave also to them that were with him, which it is not lawful to eat but for the priests alone. 5. And he said unto them, that the Son of Man is Lord also of the Sabbath. 4. Honor thy father and thy mother. Matthew 10, 37. 37. He that loveth father or mother more than me is not worthy of me, and he that loveth son or daughter more than me is not worthy of me. Luke 9, 59-62. 59. And he said unto another, Follow me. But he said, Lord, suffer me first to go and bury my father. 60. Jesus said unto him, Let the dead bury their dead, but go thou and preach the kingdom of God. 61. And another also said, Lord, I will follow thee, but let me first go bid them farewell, which are at home at my house. 62. And Jesus said unto him, No man, having put his hand to the plough, and looking back, is fit for the kingdom of God. Matthew 10, 34-36. 34. Think not that I am come to send peace on earth, I came not to send peace, but a sword. 35. For I am come to set a man at variance against his father and the daughter, against her mother and the daughter-in-law against her mother-in-law. 36. And a man's foes shall be they of his own household. Thou shalt not kill. Jehovah commits murder. Exodus 23:27. I will send my fear before thee, and will destroy all the people to whom thou shalt come, and I will make all thine enemies turn their backs unto thee. Jehovah orders the murder of thousands. Exodus 32:27, 28. And he said unto them, Thus saith the Lord God of Israel, Put every man his sword by his side, and go in and out from gate to gate throughout the camp, and slay every man his brother, and every man his companion, and every man his neighbor. 28. And the children of Levi did according to the word of Moses, and there fell of the people that day about 3,000 men. Jehovah orders his people to commit more murder. Leviticus 26:7, 8. And ye shall chase your enemies, and they shall fall before you by the sword. 8 and 5 of you shall chase 100, and 100 of you shall put 10,000 to flight, and your enemies shall fall before you by the sword. 173. It is more than obvious, the Lord thinks nothing of murder or ordering others to commit murder. Numbers 151. And when the tabernacle setteth forward, the Levites shall take it down, and when the tabernacle is to be pitched, the Levites shall set it up, and the stranger that cometh nigh shall be put to death. Murder is so important to Jehovah, he has to repeat himself. Numbers 3:10. And thou shalt appoint Aaron and his sons, and they shall wait on their priest's office, and the stranger that cometh nigh shall be put to death. More murder, the people were hungry and without food. Numbers 11:1. And when the people complained, it displeased the Lord, and the Lord heard it, and his anger was kindled, and the fire of the Lord burnt among them, and consumed them that were in the uttermost parts of the camp. 11:2. And the people cried unto Moses, and when Moses prayed unto the Lord, the fire was quenched. More mass murder at the hands of the Lord. Numbers 21:3. And the Lord hearkened to the voice of Israel, and delivered up the Canaanites, and they utterly destroyed them and their cities, and he called the name of the place Hormah. Now, we have cannibalism under the direction of Jehovah. Numbers 23-24. Behold, the people shall rise up as a great lion, and lift up himself as a young lion, he shall not lie down until he eat of the prey, and drink the blood of the slain. Jehovah orders more mass murder. Numbers 25:16. And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, 25:17. Vex the Midianites, and smite them. Numbers 31:7. And they warred against the Midianites, as the Lord commanded Moses, and they slew all the males. 31:8. And they slew the kings of Midian, beside the rest of them that were slain, namely, Evi, and Rechem, and Zur, and Hur, and Reba, 5 kings of Midian. Balaam also the son of Beer they slew with the sword. 31:9. And the children of Israel took all the women of Midian captives, and their little ones, and took the spoil of all their cattle, and all their flocks, and all their goods. 31:10. And they burnt all their cities wherein they dwelt, and all their goodly castles, with fire. 31:11. And they took all the spoil, and all the prey, both of men and of beasts. Jehovah commits more mass murder. Deuteronomy 2:20. That also was accounted a land of giants, giants dwelt therein in old time, and the Ammonites call them Zamzummims. 174. 221. A people great, and many, and tall, as the Anakims, but the Lord destroyed them before them, and they succeeded them, and dwelt in their stead. 222. As he did to the children of Esau, which dwelt in Seir, when he destroyed the Horims from before them, and they succeeded them, and dwelt in their stead. Even unto this day. 223. And the Avims which dwelt in Hazarim, even unto Azah, the Caphtorims, which came forth out of Caphtor, destroyed them, and dwelt in their stead. 230. But Sihon king of Heshbon would not let us pass by him, for the Lord thy God hardened his spirit, and made his heart obstinate, that he might deliver him into thy hand, as appeareth this day. 231. And the Lord said unto me, Behold, I have begun to give Sihon and his land before thee, begin to possess, that thou mayest inherit his land. 232. Then Sihon came out against us, he and all his people, to fight at Hahaz. 233. And the Lord our God delivered him before us, and we smote him, and his sons, and all his people. 234. And we took all his cities at that time, and utterly destroyed the men, and the women, and the little ones, of every city, we left none to remain. 235. Only the cattle we took for a prey unto ourselves, and the spoil of the cities, which we took. 236. From Aroer, which is by the brink of the river of Arnon, and from the city that is by the river, even unto Gilead, there was not one city too strong for us, the Lord our God delivered all unto us. 237. Only unto the land of the children of Ammon thou camest not, nor unto any place of the river Jabbok, nor unto the cities in the mountains, nor unto whatsoever the Lord our God forbade us. Numbers 31. 17. Now therefore kill every male among the little ones, and kill every woman that hath known man by lying with him. 18. But all the women children, that have not known a man by lying with him, keep alive for yourselves. The mass murders committed by and directed by Jehovah fills much of the Old Testament. The above scriptures are only a small sample, including all of them. Here would take pages and pages. Like Father, like Son, quotes from the Nazarene. Luke 19:27. 27. But those mine enemies, which would not that I should reign over them, bring hither, and slay them before me. Matthew 10:34-36. 34. Think not that I am come to send peace on earth, I came not to send peace, but a sword. 6. Thou shalt not commit adultery. Exodus 22:16. And if a man entice a maid that is not betrothed, and lie with her, he shall surely endow her to be his wife. 175. 17. If her father utterly refuse to give her unto him, he shall pay money according to the dowry of virgins. 2 Samuel 12:11. Thus saith the Lord, Behold, I will raise up evil against thee out of thine own house, and I will take thy wives before thine eyes, and give them unto thy neighbor, and he shall lie with thy wives in the sight of this sun. 12 For thou didst it secretly, but I will do this thing before all Israel, and before thee. Son. Luke 8. 3 And Joanna the wife of Chuza Herod's steward, and Susanna, and many others, which ministered unto him of their substance. 7 Thou shalt not steal. Jehovah orders his Hebrews to steal from the Egyptians. Exodus 3. 21 And I will give this people favor in the sight of the Egyptians, and it shall come to pass, that, when ye go, ye shall not go empty. 22 But every woman shall borrow of her neighbor, and of her that sojourneth in her house, jewels of silver, and jewels of gold, and raiment, and ye shall put them upon your sons, and upon your daughters, and ye shall spoil the Egyptians. Jehovah steals land from the Canaanites. Leviticus 14. 34 When ye be come into the land of Canaan, which I give to you for a possession, and I put the plague of leprosy in a house of the land of your possession. Murder and stealing under orders from Jehovah. Numbers 31. 1 And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, To avenge the children of Israel of the Midianites, afterward shalt thou be gathered unto thy people. 3 And Moses spake unto the people, saying, Arm some of yourselves unto the war, and let them go against the Midianites, and avenge the Lord of Midian. 4 Of every tribe 1,000, throughout all the tribes of Israel, shall ye send to the war. 5 So there were delivered out of the thousands of Israel, 1,000 of every tribe, 12,000 armed for war. 6 And Moses sent them to the war, 1,000 of every tribe, them and Phinehas, the son of Eleazar the priest, to the war, with the holy instruments, and the trumpets to blow in his hand. 7 And they warred against the Midianites, as the Lord commanded Moses, and they slew all the males. 176. 8 And they slew the kings of Midian, beside the rest of them that were slain, namely, Evi, and Rechem, and Zur, and Hur, and Reba, 5 kings of Midian. Balaam also the son of Beer they slew with the sword. 9 And the children of Israel took all the women of Midian captives, and their little ones, and took the spoil of all their cattle, and all their flocks, and all their goods. 10 And they burnt all their cities wherein they dwelt, and all their goodly castles with fire. 11 And they took all the spoil, and all the prey, both of men and of beasts. Like father, like son. Luke 19, 29-35. 29 And it came to pass, when he was come nigh to Bethphage and Bethany, at the mount called the Mount of Olives, he sent 2 of his disciples. 30 Saying, Go ye into the village over against you, in the which at your entering ye shall find a colt tied, whereon yet never man sat, loose him, and bring him hither. 31 And if any man ask you, Why do ye loose him? Thus shall ye say unto him, Because the Lord hath need of him. 32 And they that were sent went their way, and found even as he had said unto them. 33 And as they were loosing the colt, the owners thereof said unto them, Why loose ye the colt? 34 And they said, The Lord hath need of him. 35 And they brought him to Jesus, and they cast their garments upon the colt, and they set Jesus thereon. Luke 6, 1-5. 1. And it came to pass on the second Sabbath after the first, that he went through the cornfields, and his disciples plucked the ears of corn, and did eat, rubbing them in their hands. 2. And certain of the Pharisees said unto them, Why do ye that which is not lawful to do on the Sabbath days? 3. And Jesus answering them said, Have ye not read so much as this, what David did, when himself was an hungred, and they which were with him? For how he went into the house of God, and did take and eat the showbread, and gave also to them that were with him, which it is not lawful to eat but for the priests alone. 5. And he said unto them, that the Son of Man is Lord also of the Sabbath. 8. Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor. There are hundreds of verses that prove Jehovah is a prolific liar. Some of Jehovah's lies. Genesis 2:16. But of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, thou shalt not eat of it, for in the day that thou eatest thereof thou shalt surely die. 177. Adam lived another 930 years. Genesis 5:5. And all the days that Adam lived were 930 years, and he died. 9. Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's house, thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife, nor his manservant, nor his maidservant, nor his ox, nor his ass, nor anything that is thy neighbor's. The numerous verses, many are listed above, show how Jehovah has no respect for human beings or their property. He coveted the land of the Canaanites, demanded relentlessly the blood sacrifices of human beings and animals, and continuously looted from others. Luke 8:3. And Joanna the wife of Chuza Herod's steward, and Susanna, and many others, which ministered unto him of their substance. Luke 19:29-35. 29. And it came to pass, when he was come nigh to Bethphage and Bethany, at the mount called the Mount of Olives, he sent 2 of his disciples. 30. Saying, Go ye into the village over against you, in the which at your entering ye shall find a colt tied, whereon yet never man sat, loose him, and bring him hither. 31. And if any man ask you, Why do ye loose him? Thus shall ye say unto him, Because the Lord hath need of him. 32. And they that were sent went their way, and found even as he had said unto them. 33. And as they were loosing the colt, the owners thereof said unto them, Why loose ye the colt? 34. And they said, The Lord hath need of him. 35. And they brought him to Jesus, and they cast their garments upon the colt, and they set Jesus thereon. 178. 179. The truth about angels. Angelic entities seem to follow the same pattern in dealing with people. Known by different names, watchers, guardians, gatekeepers, their true nature is to keep humanity from progressing in any way, especially in the area of spiritual power or knowledge. They are like guards in a concentration camp, they watch towers. Angels are human-hating extraterrestrials, and their agenda is to keep humanity spiritually enslaved and without power. Those who are without and delve into the occult a little too deeply will often meet with unpleasant experiences again. Fear is often used as a means of control. One way or another, those who are without are often deceived into relationships with angels. Of course there are variations, but here is what to look for. You will see this if you read anything about people's experiences. The angelic entity intrudes. Most often the creature is uninvited and takes it upon itself to barge in on someone's psyche totally uninvited. The entity uses love to lower the victim's defenses. This is done deliberately and masks the entity's true intentions. The victim human beings are emotionally vulnerable. How many serious mistakes have been made at the mercy of our emotions, feels the love and is deceived into believing this is a positive visitor. The entity never explains much or gives the victim any valuable knowledge. Most questions are not answered. If they are in riddles or nonsense. Any information given is either incorrect or incomplete. Often, the entity will make a statement that it is coming to warn the victim and/or humanity of erring ways. This many times has to do with anything the entity deems as a threat to their total control, in most cases playing upon the ability for one to defend oneself. Humanity's use of mind power for psychic self-defense is extremely threatening to these alien predators, as their main tool of control is through the mind. Their worst worry is should humanity ever discover the truth and attain the same powers of the mind as they possess. They preach a false concept of peace and love to disarm humanity and create a helpless/defenseless earth. Their own convictions concerning this are made blatantly clear throughout the Christian Bible, where they are bringers of torture, suffering, and death. The book of Revelation/Apocalypse says it all. The entity in many cases delivers negative prophecy. Most often, this predicts personal ruin, disaster for the victim, his/her loved ones or others who are close. The entity then offers false reassurance that it will remain with the victim through all of this, but does not lift a finger to stop it. 180. The entity in many cases, such as with ignorant unknowing New Age people, acts as a healer when channeled. As usual, no knowledge of any value is given, and the healer as well as the patient remain cripples and are helpless without the entity's assistance, making them slaves. I have dealt with these entities and they are anything but benevolent. They are bringers of death, misfortune, and their victims of choice are children. I have seen this many times. People who get into angel magic are either extremely arrogant, or their personal lives end up in disaster. One guy who was into this sort of thing was severely depressed and into drugs. When I was a small child, my mother told me her parents had a baby girl several years before she was born. This little girl, when 2 years of age they were, Christians would point and say, "Angel, angel." Soon afterwards, she hit her head on the streetcar when it jerked to a stop and soon died from complications. An Christian woman who was expecting a baby was visited by an angel. The angel told her that the baby would be stillborn. Of course, the baby was stillborn. The angels of Apocalypse dump fire, plagues and all other kinds of nasties on humanity. Angels prey upon children, and take their souls to use for hosting energy that angels and other ET entities feed off of. 181. 0000000 Armageddon. How Jehovah's Witnesses have been predicting the end of the world for over 100 years. Here is some humor Jehovah's Witnesses quotes from their material in the Watchtower and Awake magazines. 1877, the end of this world is nearer than most men suppose. From the book, Three Worlds and the Harvest of This World, Jehovah's Witnesses and Prophetic Speculation, 1877. 1889, in subsequent chapters we present proofs that the setting up of the Kingdom of God has already begun and that the battle of the great day of God Almighty, Revelation 16:14, which will end in AD 1914 with the complete overthrow of the earth's present rulership, is already commenced. The 1915 edition of this book changed AD 1914 to AD 1915 * from the book The Time is at Hand, 1889. July 15, 1894, we see no reason for changing the futures, nor could we change them if we would. They are, we believe, God's dates, not ours. But bear in mind that the end of 1914 is not the date for the beginning, but for the end of the time of trouble. 1904, the stress of the great time of trouble will be on us soon, somewhere between 1910 and 1912, culminating in the end of the times of the Gentiles. October 1914. * from the book The New Creation, 1904. May 1, 1914, there is absolutely no ground for Bible students to question that the consummation of this gospel age is now even at the door. The great crisis that will consume the ecclesiastical heavens and the social earth is very near. * Watchtower reprints. When the 1914 events did not occur, they were rescheduled for 1918 to 1925. The book The Finished Mystery Armageddon was to begin in the spring of 1918. There was to be worldwide all-embracing anarchy in the fall of 1920. The 1917 edition asserts that Revelation 11:13 would be fulfilled early in 1918. The earthquake, and in the fall of 1920 the fire. The 1926 edition is again altered. The Watchtower, September 1, 1922, the date 1925 is even more distinctly indicated by the scriptures because it is fixed by the law of God to Israel. Watchtower, April 1, 1923, our thought is that 1925 is definitely settled by the scriptures. 182. So what happened when 1925 arrived? Watchtower, January 1, 1925, with great expectation, Christians have looked forward to this year. Many have been confidently expected that all members of the body of Christ will be changed to heavenly glory during this year. This may be accomplished. It may not be. What happened at the end of 1925? Watchtower, September 1925, it is to be expected that Satan will try to inject into the minds of the consecrated the thought that 1925 should see an end of the work, and therefore it would be needless for them to do no more. All of a sudden Satan, not God, is the one prophesying. 1930, the great climax is at hand. 1931, God's kingdom has begun to operate. His day of vengeance is here and Armageddon is at hand. 1933, the overwhelming testimony of the prophecy and of the supporting facts shows the cleansing of the sanctuary has been accomplished, and this indicates that Armageddon draws nigh. 1939, the battle of the great day of God Almighty is very near. There were 44 more predictions, 42 from the Watchtower, from May 1940, April 1943. September 1, 1944, Armageddon is near at hand. 1946, after World War II, the disaster of Armageddon is at the door. 1950, the march is on. Where? To the field of Armageddon for the war of the great day of God Almighty. 1953, Armageddon is so near at hand, it will strike the generation now living. The year 1954 was thought by many witnesses to be the year 1955, it has become clear that the war of Armageddon is near its breaking out. Point. 1958, when will Armageddon be fought? Jehovah the Great Timekeeper has scheduled Armageddon to come at the close of the time of the end. That time is near. How? Here no man knows the date, but we know it will be very soon. How do we know it will be very soon? Because the time left for the devil, now that 183 Christ has hurled the devil down to earth, is called a short period of time. Revelation 12:12. Awake. October 1968, stated that certain persons had falsely predicted the end of the world, and what they lacked was God's guidance. But now, supposedly, this false prophesying is over. 1971, they have all the evidence and that God is guiding them, and it is overwhelming. Now Armageddon will occur in 1975. 1972, in the mind of the average witness, there is no doubt that the 1975 date is correct. 1976 Watchtower, March 15 th. Reconciliation through God's mercy before Armageddon. September 22 North Dakota, a global disaster unparalleled in human history, is very near. December 15 th. Hold on, the promise nears fulfillment. 1979 Watchtower, June 15 th. A day of reckoning at hand. October 15, take courage, the millennium is at hand. November 1 Street, Christian neutrality as God's war approaches. A psychiatrist remarked that there is a psychiatric hospital they refer to as the Watchtower, as it is full of so many Jehovah's Witnesses. 184. 185. Copy of a Catholic Confession Primer. This is pathetic, but makes for a good laugh. This is a copy of a Catholic Confession Primer. Humor aside, in reading this, it is more than obvious that these people are seriously sick. This is so anti-life and a perfect example of how the alien God hates humanity and anything human. In addition, that God has broken all of His commandments multiple times, especially thou shalt not kill, as the Old Testament is replete with endless murders, torture, looting, pillaging, raping, genocide of Gentiles, and worse. The Nazarene breaks all of the commandments in the New Testament as well, like Father, like Son. Yet, human beings are told to always be sorry. Everyone always has to be sorry. Every human trait is covered here. What makes us all human? These tenets are so anti-human and alien. What is worse, is how they push these sick teachings on innocent children and destroy more lives. The sick program of Christianity and its twin of Islam need to come to an end, and soon is not soon enough. Underscore 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 un. Besides telling the nature of our sins, we must also recollect, as far as possible, the number of times we have committed them, telling also, and only, those circumstances which at times may either make a venial sin mortal or a mortal sin notably worse. Have I ever failed to confess a serious sin or disguised it? Have I been guilty of irreverence for this sacrament by failing to examine my conscience carefully? Have I failed to perform the penance given me by the confessor or disobeyed any of his directions? Have I neglected the Easter duty of receiving Holy Communion or failed to confess my sins within a year? Have I any habits of serious sin to confess first, impurity, drunkenness, etc.? First Commandment. Am I ignorant of my catechism, act of contrition, Apostles' Creed, 10 Commandments, 7 Sacraments, the Our Father? Have I willfully doubted or denied any of the teachings of the Church, heresy? Have I taken active part in any non-Catholic worship? Am I a member of any anti-Catholic or any secret society? Have I knowingly read any anti-Catholic literature? Have I practiced any superstitions, horoscopes, fortune tellers, etc.? 186. Second Commandment. Have I used God's name in vain by way of profanity? Have I murmured or complained against God, blasphemy? Have I maligned priests or others consecrated to God? Have I sworn by God's name, oath, either falsely or rashly? Have I broken any private vow? Third Commandment. Have I missed Mass on Sundays or holy days through my own fault? Have I been late for Mass through my own negligence? Have I been inattentive at Mass or otherwise failed in reverence for the most blessed sacrament? Have I done unnecessary servile work, physical labor, or shopping on Sunday? Fourth Commandment. Have I been disrespectful to my parents or neglected them? Have I failed in obedience or reverence to others in authority? Have I mistreated my wife or children? Have I been disobedient or disrespectful to my husband? Regarding my children, have I neglected their material needs? Have I failed to care for their early baptism or their proper religious instruction? Have I allowed them to neglect their religious duties? Have I otherwise failed to discipline them? Have I given bad them example? Have I interfered with their freedom to marry or follow a religious vocation? Fifth and Eighth Commandments. Have I quarreled with anyone? Have I cursed anyone or otherwise wished evil on him? Have I taken pleasure in anyone's misfortune? Is there anyone to whom I refuse to speak or be reconciled? Have I lied about anyone, calumny? Have I rash judged anyone of a serious sin? Have I engaged in gossip, detraction, or spread scandal? Have I lent an ear to scandal about my neighbor? Have I been jealous or envious of anyone? 187. 6th and 9th. Have I denied my spouse his or her marriage rights? Have I practiced birth control? Have I abused my marriage rights in any other way? Have I committed adultery or fornication? Have I touched or embraced another impurely? Have I sinned with others of the same sex? Have I committed masturbation or otherwise sinned impurely with myself? Have I harbored lustful desires for anyone? Have I indulged in other impure thoughts? Have I failed to dress modestly? Have I done anything to provoke or occasion impure thoughts in others? Have I read indecent literature or looked at indecent pictures? Have I watched suggestive films or programs? Have I permitted my children or others under my charge to do these things? Have I used indecent language or told indecent stories? Have I willingly listened to such stories? Have I boasted of my sins? Have I sinned against chastity in any other way? 7th and 10th Commandments. Have I stolen anything? Have I damaged anyone's property through my own fault? Have I cheated or defrauded other? Have I refused or neglected to pay any debts? Have I neglected my duties or been slothful in my work? Have I refused or neglected to help anyone in urgent necessity? Have I failed to make restitution? Other sins. Have I knowingly caused others to sin? Have I cooperated in the sins of others? Have I sinned by gluttony? Have I become intoxicated? Have I used narcotics? Have I been motivated by avarice? Have I indulged in boasting or vainglory? Have I received Holy Communion or another sacrament in the state of mortal sin? Is there any other sin I need to confess? 188. 189. Breaking free of Christianity. Have fear, shame, control and sin been used as tools to manipulate you? Are you strong enough to acknowledge that you have been lied to? Are you willing to admit to yourself that you have been a victim and that you need help? Stages of control of Christianity in one's life. Becoming more and more preoccupied with church/Bible study. Excessive church attendance or reading Bible. Using church/Bible/prayer to avoid life and/or problems. Compulsive thinking about or quoting scripture. The above is the loss of control stage. Compulsive church attendance or quoting of scriptures. Obsessive praying, proselytizing, witnessing, attending revivals and crusades on a frequent basis. Excessive financial contributions. Increasing dependence on the Lord. Feelings of guilt if you miss a church function. Refusal to think, doubt or question Christian teachings or authority. Inability to sensibly discuss religious issues. Church attendance, prayer, and religious activities begin to interfere with work or school. Feelings of powerlessness. Preaching that sex is evil, dirty. Feelings of shame over nudity, your body, or the bodies of others. Feelings of hatred or resentment towards others who have different beliefs. Lengthy crusades, mission work, communes. Smiley mask. This is an advanced stage of Christianity where feelings are denied and an artificial pasty smile is worn at all times. This is blatant evidence of extreme denial. Black and white simplistic thinking. Strong feelings of low self-esteem, shame, self-hatred, blame. excessive fasting or using food to feed other areas of your life that are seriously lacking. Proselytizing on the job equal job loss. Progressive isolation, breakdown of relationships. Watching only religious programs on TV, excluding any non-religious programs. Avoiding secular activities, entertainment, education. Inability to take any personal credit for achievements, always giving the credit to the Lord. 190. Not taking any personal responsibility, relying on the Lord to control your entire life. Cries for help, mental, emotional, physical breakdown equal hospitalization. One or more of the above indicates there is a serious problem. In order to find out if something is good or evil, we must give it power. This is what happens with progressive Christianity. In the end, there is no more personal identity. The victim becomes a shell and something else takes over. If you have gotten this far, it is not too late to get out and stay out. All hoaxes, lies, and scams have one major theme in common, that is a lack of knowledge. Once one knows, one can no longer be deluded and lied to. Billions of dollars, mass murder and above all lies and fear have been used to keep us from our true Creator. Those in control have profited from the fruits of their lies for centuries and wish to keep their power at the expense of human ignorance and misery. Our true Creator, Satan, gives us knowledge so we can elevate ourselves above that of an animal. The false god and his alien cohorts look down upon us and wish to enslave us. Satan cares about his human creation and wishes to help us. The biggest step is to overcome your fear and study and learn. Once you know, Christianity and its false teachings can no longer be a threat.